Jumbo 23. I don't know if he's apparently very irritated. I can hear
Okay, I
myself.
believe we have sound. Great.
All right.
Okay, sorry about that technical difficulty there, everyone. Sometimes this technology we're using to broadcast this race does not want to cooperate, but I believe we've got the issues straightened out. As you can see, there's a slight delay on the start of the race. We had just a few issues, but
It's
now we
back.
should be good to go from this point forward, hopefully. So hopefully there's no lobby crashes or anything like that, but you never know.
Yeah, Jordan, they are confirming, everybody on the stream right now, that they are hearing sound, so we're good to go.
Great, great. Thanks for your patience, everybody, and thanks for joining us too. You know, this is a team of volunteers that's putting this together, so we really appreciate your support, and thanks for tuning in. And feel free to share this with all your friends or anybody else you think may be interested in a endurance race in Gran Turismo 6. So, as we were saying before the sound cut out, we were talking a little bit about this Mount Panorama circuit, and Nas, you were mentioning about how it's not actually one of your favorite tracks. Would you care to cover that again?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely respect the track, first off. I respect the majority of the racetracks in real life and in video games. I definitely respect people's opinions, but in my personal opinion, I think this track, it's definitely has a great flow, but finding that flow, you need to go slow and steady through here, and I'm the type of guy who, I like the tracks like midfield, I like the tracks like, high speed running, those tracks where you can go not necessarily full speed, but, fast, like throw it in the corner and then have it just, hunker down and take the corner. Can't really do that at Bathurst unless you're on that, up in the mountain through the S's and whatnot, which is my favorite part of this track. And then that big downhill down the Conrod Straight. It definitely, I definitely prefer to race it with GT3 cars among all the other ones. Definitely a whole lot more fun than what I tried to do, and that was a horrible night that I tried to try NASCAR here at Bathurst. First and last time we try that. But like I said before, I mean, the GT3 cars and the other classes involved in this, the touring car skew types of cars, they definitely have they're a great match for this racetrack. It fits perfectly. I mean, they got the tight technical parts. They have the fast, high-speed parts. It's the love-hate relationship for me, but I mean, it's definitely great to watch from up here in the booth. I'd rather be in the booth than on the track, in my opinion, right now, because it's going to be crazy in these first laps.
Yeah, there's for anyone who's familiar with this circuit, and if you just go onto YouTube and do a few searches for Bathurst, Mount Panorama, you will see some pretty epic races and some pretty epic finishes to races on this track. There's something about its layout which just really causes drama. It's a great formula, and personally, I absolutely love the mountain portion of this circuit. It's so tight, it's so technical, and really keeps you on your toes and demands a clean line and also a fast line as well. I mean, you can make or lose so much time in the mountain section that it's really a special track, and there's not too many circuits like it in the world. Really, you're not going to find a circuit nowadays that's built anything like Bathurst. So,
And
go ahead.
Oh, like you were saying, like, it's a great layout, and you're not gonna find many like it. But this track has so much history too. I mean, I'm not exactly forgiving on not having enough background on this track, but I know it's been around a long, long time, and there's been a lot of great racing to go with it. The history here, and the fact that it seems to evolve as it gets older. There's more every time in real life, anyways. When they come back to the racetrack, there's another bump. There's another bit of tarmac instead of grass. There's a replaced curb. It's a different track every time you come here.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. It's a 3.8 mile circuit, 23 turns overall. The as you said, it's changed a little bit over the years. I think there were originally 20 turns on this circuit, and it was just a little bit shorter. Not sure exactly where that change was made, but I'm sure some of our commenters. Go ahead.
The chase was actually added, if I recall correctly, to slow the cars down, because the Conrod Straight. I mean, I'm not reading this off of Wikipedia or anything. This is just from my knowledge. I may be wrong, but I do recall that I think the chase was added to slow the cars down because they were going way too fast down the Conrod coming into that 90-degree corner.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a death trap. A lot of
Still
time.
is its time.
Yeah, well, it's true. It still is. Coming off that hill, cars can carry so much speed. It's just incredible. Looks like we're having a little bit of issues with the stream again. Really sorry about this to our viewers, but
we'll get it worked out.
Yeah.
Better to have these issues at the beginning of the race while we're all sitting on the grid than becoming a 2 to go and then everything go haywire.
Exactly. So long as the race conditions stay stable, that way we don't have to worry about it interfering with the results. Of course, we have plenty of contingencies for different types of calamities, I guess you could say, that could happen during an online endurance race. Of course, as many of you know, there's no way to really host a endurance race in Gran Turismo 6 unless you make a few, I'm not sure what you would call it, but a few concessions. So we're actually using a practice lobby for this event, and our race director, AJ, who's responsible for the GTPlanet Endurance Series, he's put a lot of work in to make this possible. Really, there's so much going on behind the scenes, and if any of you are curious about a lot of these details, just head to GTPlanet.net and you will see the article for this race at the top, and there will be links in that article to our forums, which contain all the information that you'd like to know. Of course, we also have a full spotter's guide, which I think you'll find very useful, and a list of all the lap times from the qualifying practice sessions, and just a lot of great resources, including links on how you too can get involved in this. We've had a huge demand for these events since we announced it. Well, really, we've been running these events since last year, but formally we announced it last December, and there's just been an awesome response from people eager to get involved in this, because it really is competitive, clean racing, and so far we've really had a lot of luck in attracting very, very competitive drivers. So looks like the grid is moving right now. We have AJ in the BMW M4 there in the safety car, leading the cars around their formation lap right now.
Jordan, since it didn't work with the audio, should we do a brief run through on the grid again? Yeah,
sure. Let's do that right now. Starting off at the front, we have the TNR Nismo team in the Nismo GT3 GTR there. Of course, that car just won in the actual Bathurst race a few weeks ago in Australia. So with some GT Academy champions behind the wheel, no less. So that's a very appropriate car to be competing in today's race. Right behind them, we have Bart, GTP Pasm. He's a moderator and a administrator in our weekly race series on GT Planet. So he set the third fastest lap of the day in that R8 there, R8 LMS Ultra. He was really just 0.2 of a second behind the leader there, who was TNR 5 Zygon in the GTR. So a very, very competitive guy and a very competitive car. It's a very experienced team, and they're well suited and well positioned to have a great race today. Next in the GT3 class is Green Hell Heathens, and they are in the that's the Mint GTR and the another Nismo GT3 GTR, and once again, very competitive lap time. They're just 3/10 off the pace of the leader, so it's really another team very well positioned to do well, and in a car which we know can run quickly here.
Yeah.
After that, we have Bitter Rivals Racing in the Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG GT3, driven by Lionface, who set their fastest time for the qualifying sessions. Moving on down the grid, we have Avalarian Racing in the another Audi R8 LMS Ultra, and let's see, they were just 9/10 off the pace. Going back a little bit, we have let's see, running here appropriately. Not sure who we've got. Okay, yeah, that's R. Clark in the Reaper Online Racing Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG GT3 car. Personal favorite of mine. Of course, it looks very intimidating in black. Let's see. And we have Z-Play on board with, I believe he's in the, oh yes, that's Z-Play in the Swift Autosport Subaru BRZ. That's your GT300 pole sitter. And going on down the grid a bit more, we have the GT Cup pole position with the Nissan, I'm sorry, Honda NSX of the Dart team. So really a full grid. We've got a lot of experienced drivers. And like I said, over 43 drivers will be competing in today's race. So absolutely awesome turnout. And I think it's going to be a good one, guys.
It's definitely going to be a good one, and we got all these drivers from all over the world, and we've got that's what just I love about this online racing. It's just you get all these guys, whether you're together doing the localized thing or you're just sitting in your living room. I mean that's about the most luxurious race car you can get, sitting on a couch in a coffee table setup. These guys from all over the world coming here today and gonna go for 12 full hours. This is not some cookie cutter 12-minute race. This is a legitimate 12-hour endurance, and all these guys are gonna be going for it. Driver swaps, safety cars should be needed. All this, it's gonna be the full-on realism, and I can't wait for this thing to go green.
I've had a bit of chat in the YouTube chat, which, by the way, if you've got any questions that you want to ask us in the commentary box here, stick it in the YouTube chat. I'm keeping an eye on those comments. We've put the question out there: who do you think's going to win this race? D Griffin Music reckons TNR wins by a lap. Ninjutsu Evolved says whoever keeps it out of the wall. Speed is important, cleanliness and consistency more so. So yeah, if you've got any thoughts on who you want to win, who you think might win, stick those in the comments now.
You can also go ahead and follow us on Twitter. You can follow me at NASCARFan1400. You can follow Jordan, I believe, at GTP_Jordan. Is that right?
Yeah, actually at Jordan MG. And of course, Twitter on GTPlanet is on Twitter at GTPlanet News. And apologies to everyone for the quality of the stream. Really not sure what's going on. The race itself is running fine on the PlayStation. Seems to be some issue with the video feed into
feed as well. I'm seeing the ticker is still going quite consistent. I believe it's actually just the video of the actual race.
Yeah, not sure what's going on here, but we're doing the best we can. So bear with us here. We'll try to tell you what's going on with our commentary as best we can. And looks like the cars are off right now. So
boy, here we go.
Here we go.
12 hours from now, green flag.
Looks like a clean start from everyone running through the field. No crashes so far, nobody off the track. And yes, we're all through the first corner unscathed.
Yeah, very clean driving through there.
everybody's got to be real careful through those first couple of laps, because you know there's going to be people that are trying to make moves if they started toward the back of the grid and know they got that faster car. They got to be careful. We saw in the Daytona 24 a big one-lap accident, actually, because of that.
At the moment, though, it looks like De Bomb in the TNR Nissan, he's pulling away already. He's already got several car lengths over Bart's GTP pass him in the Audi. So a good start there for the Nissan boys.
Yeah, that car is very competitive here. Absolutely. He's running away with it.
So I think it's very, like you said, Jordan, it's very fitting to see that car out front. It looks like they picked up in the real life and doing the exact same thing in the video game. Still putting, it looks like he's got about almost a 2-second gap already over past him. See how they're all gonna navigate Conrad and into the chase here. See, yeah, this is probably Jordan was talking about earlier. How about it's so hard to pass here? I think Conrad is probably Conrad and the Mountain Straight. Those two straightaways are probably the best places to make a pass, but they're probably also the most dangerous. Because if you just so much as clip the grass, you could have a big off.
Yeah, that's a great point. Very, very dangerous turns through there. You can make or break a lap very quickly.
First lap over, and it's still the YouTube Nissan out front. Clean first lap, actually. Very good to see that. Everybody getting through nice and clean and respectable on the first lap.
Jump up here with some of our leaders.
On board with the 42. Mercedes Reaper. Now, while the positions are relatively accurate, once we get later into the race, in the early stages, the scoring is not 100% live timing. It is updated, I believe, hourly still. So it's not 100% accurate, but you could pretty well make it out, especially since nobody's gone a lap down at this point where everybody stands. So it's the bomb, then pass them, our first and second, then the Green Hell Heathens, number 45, and third. And that's the podium as of right now. Still another 11 hours and 54 minutes to go before we. Well, there's your podium, so there's still plenty of time left. A lot will happen over this next half a day, Jordan.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's a lot to racing to go here. So I'm going to focus on the cameras here and focus on the production aspect of the stream. And I'll leave it to you guys to take over the commentary from this point. And good luck to everybody.
All right. Thanks, Jordan. Great having you in the booth.
So with 2 laps completed, at the moment it's De Bomb in that Nissan that are really putting in the fast laps in these early stages. So we're already down into the 2-minute 4s. So De Bomb set a fastest lap at the moment of 2 minutes 4 seconds 0.2. The rest of the field in GT3 anyway are mostly in the 2-minute 5s, and it's very close between Mint GTR, Lionface, and Passam. I think this is going to be something that we're going to have to keep an eye out for in this whole race. If you remember back to those qualifying positions, whilst TNR were well ahead of the field, the rest of the GT3 field was all covered by less than a second, which around a lap as long as this, that's not much time at all.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm kind of shocked by how low these laps are getting. It really does show how talented everybody here is, that they can manage to get a car around a track like Bathurst, have that fear factor out of the way that you could hit the wall at any given moment and still push it, especially early on. We're going to be seeing a lot of people push, but I think Andrew, I'm kind of concerned. You think people are maybe running too hard too early and going to buzz off the tires in the first couple of laps?
Quite possibly. I mean, we saw with the support race that even though the two leading cars in the early stages of that race, which were driven by Philo, and it was the Avalerion racing machine that was the other one. I can't quite remember who was driving it off the top of my head, but they did go out very, very quickly in the first half of the race, and in the end, it meant nothing because we had a safety car. The pack pulled back towards them, and in the end, Giorgio came through to take the win. So you just don't know what's going to happen around this circuit. It's so tight and twisty, especially over the top of the mountain, that you've really got to keep something in reserve so you can do your whole stint at a strong pace. You don't want to go off too quick, too early, and it all be for nothing later in your stint.
Yeah, looking like Passam here is kind of under attack here from Mint and GTR. Definitely getting into the slipstream. I think might see a little battle for, I believe, second place.
Yeah, I think Bart's definitely stepping up the pace now. He's seen that challenge from Mint GTR and he's responded with a new fastest lap so far early in the race, 2 minute 3.7. So the Bomb was able to get that little bit of a lead, but now it looks like the guys behind him are picking up the pace, finding the rhythm, and getting on with it in that GT3 class.
Yeah, this is actually getting pretty interesting. I love. There's nothing more intense that kind of makes you hold your breath and get up on the edge of your seat than going nose to tail up through the mountain and now coming through the S's. They're going to be nose to tail. And the thing is, if one guy makes a mistake, the guy behind you more than likely is going to make that mistake because you're riding right on the back bumper.
Yeah, we saw that in the support race. If any of our viewers remember back to a week ago, where you can get 4, 5, 6 cars following each other through the top of the mountain, and if there's an incident at the start of that chain, then through no fault of your own, if you're at the back of it, you're going to get involved in it and lose significant amounts of time if you get your car damaged. And it's also not at all near the pit lane. It's pretty much another half lap to get your car back round and back to the pits for repairs.
And yeah, it's either the S's and around Reed Park through the S's. That little section from turn 7 to 17 has definitely been a bit of a calamity corner for several people, especially in free practice as well. We had several drivers going around in the practice sessions and qualifying sessions.
Quite so. So at the moment, we've completed another lap. So I think is that lap 3 gone already?
Or actually,
oh, we're on 4 now. It's still Passam who's setting good lap times. Passam with a 2 minute 3.7. De Bomb is not far behind, currently leading the race, and he's in 2 minute 3s as well, as along with Mint GTR. Looking a bit further down the order, of course, we've got 3 classes racing here today. We've got the GT300s making their first appearance in the GTPlanet Endurance Series this year, and the GT Cup guys as well. At the moment, you've got the GT300 cars lapping in around the 2 minute 10s. Fastest of those at the moment, I believe, is Z-Play. Yes, it is Z-Play, and the number 68 Swift Autosport machine. He's doing really well at the moment in the low 2 minute 10s, closely followed by Ning Dynasty. Of the Cup cars, they're running a further couple of seconds off the pace of the GT300s, and at the moment, the fastest guy in that class is, I believe, Stocky 8A1. With a 2 minute 12.
Yeah, as you were saying that, Mint got right up there on Passam's back bumper, and those two were going at it down through the mountain, and that was some great driving from both of those guys not to run each other over. So lots of good driving going on early here, and lots of interesting battles. And I believe they're now going to go side by side in the final corner.
Yeah, great racing though from those two guys. Two massively experienced guys in GTPlanet as well. Very respectful towards each other because, yeah, they want to do well in the early parts of this race, and but they want to have fun as well. So they're clearly having that.
Yeah, I mean these. Oh, and we're now seeing the standings are updating. Looks like the Subaru Swift Autosport's actually gone around the Audi North America, and watching them update again here. Yeah, so the Swift Autosport's actually making some moves up on the upper class drivers.
Yeah, Z playing the number 68 is running really, really well at the moment. At the head of that little train that's also involving Ning Dynasty and another car as well. As I cycle through the cameras, it's yeah, you're right there. That is the number 68 getting involved with the WRS North America car, currently driven by OTX Jitto. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce his name. But, apologies if I've got it wrong. But yeah, really impressive stuff from the number 68. Taking on the guys in the class above and dominating GT300 at this present time.
And as you saw there, Mint GTR does get around GTP past him, and now Lionface is going to try and bring that bitter rivals race third place now on pass him.
Yeah, looking back into the GT Cup machines at the moment, everything going well so far. No one seems to have had any incidents at this present time. And I think still, yes, it's... Sorry, that's the number 67 I was about to say is in lead of the GT Cup class, but he's not even in the GT Cup class, so it's not him. It's actually the number 85 at the moment, driven by The War, that Lotus Elise, the Scar Lotus. So very experienced team, this Scar team. It's not their first appearance this year. You may remember them from the Daytona 24 hours as the Scar Honda squad. Well, today they're in a Lotus, and at the moment they are leading GT Cup.
It's good to see these guys come out here. I mean, the lower class guys, I mean, the battle in the front for the overall lead definitely does get interesting, but those guys in the back, they pour just as much effort into this as everybody else does. And it's definitely great to see those guys in the back. The Scar team had a pretty good performance at Daytona, and they're picking up right where they left off and doing well today.
Yeah, it's definitely been a very, very impressive start for those guys, and yeah, at the moment it's going quite similarly to how the support race went. You've got guys taking it quick but being consistent, not making any mistakes, getting their heads down, and yeah, doing well in this first 15 minutes of the race.
So you're looking at Stocky, right there, driving that white Subaru GTO Racing. He's currently running in the 9th position, 3rd in class. These guys, I think, are going for a bit more of a conservative approach because I'm looking at their tires, and they haven't really worn them off too much. Here is, I believe, The War, driving that Scar Lotus that we were talking about. Or excuse me, is that? No, yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's correct.
They're leading in class right now and 10th overall. These standings, as far as I'm aware right now, are accurate because they've just updated. So,
Yeah.
bit of dirt. Thought somebody went off for a moment.
Yeah, a comment from TRL Evolution in the chat saying that's a huge gap in GT300. It definitely is. It's been a really, really strong start for them in that class. And just looking through the cameras at the moment as to where Z-Play is. Yes, he's just going through starting a new lap at the moment, and he's got the Audi R8 of OTX Gito right up behind him, looking to make a move now. But yeah, in terms of the class GT300 at the moment, it is that number 68 blue Swift Auto Sport machine. Pretty much, I'd say about half the straight going up to turn 2. That's the lead they've got at the moment. So the number 65 machine driven by Ning Dynasty, and bringing up the rear in that class at the moment is Stocky 8A1, as we mentioned earlier.
Now we see GTPlanet and GTP Odexito. Right there, they were making a bit of a pass there. That's the Audi WRS North America. If I'm not, yep, that is the WRS North America going around.
Yeah, that's correct.
Going around that Swift Autosport, so he's going to retake that position there and get himself keep the classes all in their own respective running orders. Like if you remember a moment ago, the Swift Autosport Subaru was actually ahead of him, and oh boy, he kicked out the tail. This number 68 did, coming through the S's there.
Yeah, he's clearly a driver with a lot of confidence at the moment, running really well. He's got that early lead. But then again, he'll not want to be sliding around too much. He's got to keep those tyres in check and get them to the end of this first stint.
Seen not necessarily that it's a bad thing, but a couple of drivers throughout the course of the race so far, in the first 20 minutes or so, have definitely been taking Hell's Corner, and they've gone off just a little bit and got out into the dirt. And I'm seeing several drivers are doing that. Does that pose a disadvantage coming into the quarry, or do they scrub off all that dirt on the tires that they would have gained by the time they get there?
I'd say the initial part of the following sequence of corners, it definitely is a disadvantage for you, because I'm guessing the tyres take at least a couple of corners to clean up. So yeah, you might be carrying a bit more speed through the initial part, through Hell's Corner, and taking that corner a little bit wider and taking that speed. But it's not going to help you really at all for the next sequence of corners. So in an endurance race especially, you don't really want to be doing that. You want to keep it on the black stuff and keep the car in check.
I believe it may have been a lag spike, but as we were looking at the Nissan TNR Nismo car, your leader overall, there was some mechanical damage onto, I believe, the right side of the car. I want to say that's probably lag damage, but if not, there's perhaps a problem with our leaders.
It might well be at the moment on my screen, and admittedly my stream is probably even laggier than the one you're seeing at the moment. The Nissan has got damage on both front corners and the rear right, but at the moment the car seems fine. He's just started another lap, and we'll go on to the live timing and see what kind of lap time he just did. Yeah, he just did a 2-minute 4.655. So I think you're right there, Naz. It's a little glitch. Little strange thing that the game's liking to do, because at the moment his pace is completely fine.
So yeah, it is a bit of lag spike. And what you guys are going to notice different if you were watching the Daytona 24-hour race, there is a bug prior to 1.16 where if you had damage and made your pit stop, you would have the damage repaired on your screen, but anybody who was watching in spectator mode, you would still have damage. That was fixed in the most recent update, and as you see the lag there on DeBomb's toe is knocked out, but it's actually fine. At least we think it's fine at this moment. But they have fixed that in the latest update, so once the pit stops come around, that damage should go away, and once again, it looks like it's a lag spike that caused that damage, not any real accident for our leaders.
Yeah, that's correct. We saw that with the support series race last weekend, that they've got that fixed now, and it does make it a lot easier for us commentators to know what state the car is in as it's going around track.
Following Mint GTR right now, making his way through his, I guess you could say, his home track. He gets ready to come off of the dipper and make his way down the Conrad Straight. There's Lionface in the Mercedes-Benz number 43. Has he taken third place?
Sorry, which car was that
I
we were
believe that's
talking about?
Lineface. I think Lineface may have taken third place. I'm not too sure on that.
Yeah, it's the number 43 bright yellow. Great looking thing as well, the Bitter Rivals
Yeah.
Racing SLS AMG. I'm looking at him on my screen now, and no, I think he's still in fourth place at the moment. It's still the Nismo Nissan, the TNR run machine of the bomb. Then Mint GTR, Passam in the Avaleron R8, and yeah, Lionface in fourth place in the Bitter Rivals number 43 machine.
All right. Well, and these guys are definitely running a pretty good race. It's definitely contrary to what we saw in the Daytona 24-hour race, where there was absolute chaos from the start of that one. This one, a lot more calmer approach. Definitely a lot of good racing so far. Some pretty good battles early on between our leaders in that fight for the podium. And looks like everybody's running pretty well right now. Looks like that's Stocky there. Wait for the screen pop up. Doing a quick run through the field. There's Mint GTR again. We're about to make our way into the first half hour completed of this race. You are currently watching the GTPlanet Endurance Series, round 2, the Bathurst 12 hours. We had a brief delay and early on, but we are now underway. We so far have had no lead changes. Our leaders in the TNR Nismo just pulled away from the start, but it's not a one horse race. I mean the battle for positions is still very close. It looks like Mint GTR actually, as I say that, is actually gaining on DeBomb at the moment. So the gap is still DeBomb leading every lap so far, but it doesn't look like it's going to stay that way for long. Haven't had any accidents yet, which is great. Some drivers are going hard early. Some drivers are being conservative, and you may see a little bit of damage on a car here or there, but it looks like it's all just lag at the moment. You can see the track map there. Everybody pretty well spread out. I am NASCAR fan 1400, also going by NAS, and with me here is Andrew. We're in the box right now, and we hope you're enjoying the broadcast. If you want to follow us more, you can go to www.gtplanet.net. And you can check out our website there if you're just now finding us on the YouTube stream. And we hope you enjoy the broadcast today. We will be going full broadcast for all 12 hours. There will be a small bit during the race where there will be no commentator. That is purposely done. But other than that, I am going to be here taking you through for another hour and 15 minutes or so. And then someone's going to be taking my spot. And then I'll be back later on in the race to continue commentating for the middle of the race, and then I'll be back for the end of the race after that. So right now things are starting to calm down a little bit, and gonna let Andrew say a few things here.
Yeah, we say it's calming down, but inevitably in any endurance race, we're now getting to the stage where you've got faster cars mixing it up with slower cars. So the GT3 field are currently lapping the number 86 machine driven by Chris W265. That is, as I refer to my chart, the Vile Racing Limited Lotus Elise. Chris doing a really good job keeping out of the way of those GT3 cars, and everyone down to Passam has lapped him, and next it'll be Lion facing the Bitter Rivals Racing Machine. But inevitably, at some point in the next 11 and a half hours, a situation like this is going to cause an accident. At the moment, you've got those GT3 cars running around almost 10 seconds quicker than the GT Cup cars. And as drivers probably get a little bit more tired, maybe haven't been lapped in a while, there's potential to see an accident there. But off the bat, that first one, Chris W dealt with it really well, especially as it was being lapped up through the over the top of the mountain there.
Yeah, I saw that was a very class act move there, as you saw him coming just out of the S's, actually slowing down quite a bit there to give way to the leaders, which was definitely a class act move there. And it's still early on in the race, so that was definitely a smart thing to do. Just let him go. You've got an 11 and a half hours. Don't throw the race away on a car who's faster than you. Don't ruin 2 races, not even 30 minutes into the thing.
Yeah, it's a definitely wise thing to do. You don't want to be picking up any penalties at this stage already. I mean, they are third in class at the moment, um, but if they can keep the car running well and running clean, who knows? Those two cars up ahead in that GT Cup class, they could run into trouble. But if you're getting yourself mixed up with the GT3s and taking them out and getting penalties, you're definitely not going to have a chance of winning that class.
Yeah, and like you said, with that, I mean, and there's also the chance that the Scar Lotus and the Renault Sport GTR there, they might get penalties themselves. I mean, you may be the slowest car on the racetrack, but you're the one who follows all the rules and keeps the car clean the whole entire race. And you know what? You end up in victory lane because the other guys may have been faster, but they may be more reckless, and it may come back and bite them for that. Not to say that's going to happen, but that's just another possibility, and why the endurance racing here is so fun to watch.
Mm. Definitely so. Little update on lap times. At the moment, the pace has backed off ever so slightly. I don't know if this is drivers maybe starting to feel the effects of tyre wear a little bit. At the moment, the GT3 runners are running somewhere between the 2 minute fours, mid 2 minute fours, a couple of 2 minute fives as well. At the moment, it's still Mint GTR with the fastest lap of the race of a 2 minute 3.4, then Passam and the bomb. But at the moment, the position that really counts is the position in the lead, and that's still TNR Nismo with the bomb at the wheel, running a really professional and really strong first stint in this race.
Yeah, I think. I mean, definitely the bomb, but I think everybody's run a pretty professional stint so far. I mean, everybody's gotten through cleanly, no damage, no crashing. Everybody's being respectable. You've seen some great battles so far. People are, really going for it. We've got everybody, in a reasonable distance of each other, and I think this is going to be a very close race toward the end of this thing. Definitely with the two Nissans, I think would be up there, but the Audis may pull a little bit of an underdog move and try and put the German manufacturer in victory lane.
Yeah, something that hopefully we'll be able to get you guys a look on is a developing situation in the GT300 class. So this is our middle speed class in this race. We told you earlier that Z-Play 24 in Swift Autosport number 68, Subaru BRZ machine, had a really good start, and it is still going well, but Ning Dynasty in the Lightning Speed Motorsport Mazda, he's closed right up onto the back of the leader in that class, and I think we're going to see a little good ding-dong battle here for the lead of GT300.
Yeah, it's I'm very this is my first time in the booth with you guys, and I'm definitely having a blast so far. And the racing has been fantastic. And these battles are going to be going on all day. If you're watching right now, these battles are going to be going on all day long. And the people asking about the lag, it will be addressed as soon as possible. So please bear with us, and thank you for your patience on that matter. Back to the lead here, we're seeing with Ning Dynasty again. They've run a pretty well. They've run a pretty good race so far. Haven't said a whole lot about Ning actually, but I believe he was around in the Daytona 24-hour race. He ran a good. His stints were very good stints as well. So don't count Ning out of anything. He's definitely a very fast driver, well-seasoned driver. He knows how to get it done on the road courses, and he knows how to race a race car.
Yeah, at the moment, looking at some of the data, is there's a yellow flag at turn one for a car slow on track. I'm not quite sure who that is. It might be one of the GT Cup cars as they're being lapped now. But Z-Play and Ning Dynasty really going toe-to-toe with each other. In terms of sheer lap pace, they've both done a 2-minute 8.6, so less than a tenth of a second covering them. But Ning Dynasty really starting to apply the pressure, and even at this early stage of the race, this could be a real psychological boost if Ning can get past Z-Play here.
Yeah, definitely. I think the psychological boost is, I think, better than any nitrous you could put in the race car, because if you got your hopes up and you're feeling good in the race car, you can have a great race car. It doesn't matter what it is. You can have a great race car, but and I know this probably more than anybody from my experience in racing, as we now see a yellow in Sector 2. But if you could have the best race car on the track, but if you don't feel confident, you could be putting it in the wall every corner. I mean, the psychological boost, as you said, we seem to use that
Oh,
word.
sorry to cut across you. I think we've got a problem for the race leader. Looking for that yellow flag. I've noticed the bomb is suddenly behind a lot of cars. I think I may be wrong. I'm just going to try and find where. Yes, I've just had a look where Passam is on the track. Passam is currently coming down through the chase. The bomb is quite a way down Conrod Straight.
And
He's
he's got
just coming into Sector 3 now, and he's
he's
got
got it.
significant damage. So
I
we're going to
think
keep an eye on this.
Yeah, I think he's run wide and pancaked the car into the wall and just destroyed the. I think that's no longer lag damage. I think that is legitimate mechanical damage.
Yeah, the front left looks at a bit of a weird angle to me. And yes, here we go. He's coming into the pits now.
Yeah,
So here we go. This is our first bit of drama of the day.
and it was your leader, and this is. I don't know what it is this year with the endurance series, but the same thing, not wrecking, but the same sort of bad luck plagued people at Daytona. What our leader had a huge lead at Daytona 24 hours, and then a huge blunder. Did not have. They forgot to take a picture when they did a driver swap, and they ended up losing the thing. And not. This is obviously not something nearly as significant as that. They're not necessarily out of the race, but definitely a big moment for the leaders. A big off for the overall leader. Now he's going to fall way off the pace. It's going to put the Green Hell Heathens
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for the bomb. He'd done nothing wrong up to that point. Led well away from pole position. But I didn't see the incident myself. But whatever has happened to that Nissan, it's had to come into the pits. They're going again now, but that's not good. That's not what they want.
No.
At this early stage of the race.
Well, I mean, but yes, they've had an accident here, but think about it this way. You've got 11 and a half hours to go. You would rather have this happen now and say, okay, it's going to be an uphill battle from here on out, but we still have a whole lot of time, rather than this be coming to like 2 or 3 to go, white flag about to fly, and then have it happen,
Well, yeah, you hit the nail absolutely on the head there. That's exactly what we saw in the support race. That the car driven by Giorgio, the first driver in that car, they had problems early on. Had to go to the pits. Sat back as we've got another car in the pits. Passam is in the pits.
No damage. Looks like a scheduled
No
stop.
damage. Yeah, his tyres were starting to go off a little bit, but a new set of boots there for the Audi R8, the Avaleron racing machine. And Passam is back on his way again.
If I were Mint, Mint is currently in a predicament here. He can do one of two things. He can try and see if he can conserve the tires and possibly just lead for a while and give up the gap a little bit and then pit and just stay out front for a while, get comfortable in that clean air, or come into the pit now and then try to extend that gap on the Audi since you would both be on fresh tires. What would you do in that situation?
I think at the moment, considering that they're cutting through traffic, and yeah, the pace of that Nissan is damn quick. It's maybe not the worst decision in the world to cover the pit stop by the Nissan and reduce the advantage that they'll try and gain back on it. Another pit stop to tell you about in GT Cup this time. GTR racer Maniac in the Renault Megane number 89 machine. He's just pitted, put on a new set of boots and is straight into the action with Chris W265 and it's pulled off a really good move up the inside into turn 2 there.
Yeah, all kinds of great racing going on the racetrack right now. This is fantastic. Everybody's going hard and they're going early, and it's definitely showing how much skill these guys have. They're running on old tires. The majority of them are running on older tires. running on low gas. They're still trying to make moves. The guys are on fresh, cold tires, but from what we saw in the support race, not necessarily saying that's going to mirror what happens here, since it's a completely different car. But in the support race, the cold tires were the fast tires as well. There was not. It was not necessarily your outlap was as slow as the other ones. You were still pretty content, even after your first lap. As soon as you came out of the pits, you were up to pace.
Looking through the field for who's maybe lacking a bit of pace at the moment, OTX JTO at the moment are about 2 seconds off the pace, but still running well, still running in fairly clean air, although I think they're about to start lapping some cars. But yeah, at the moment, I think maybe they've, I don't know if their driver in there at the moment is one of their slightly slower drivers, and although saying that, he's probably going a lot quicker than I could do around Bathurst at the moment. They might be playing a bit of an interesting strategy here by knowing that the start of these races can be a bit crazy. That they're just taking their time and seeing how the race is going to pan out, and then apply their faster drivers later in the race.
Boy, Passam, he went a bit late around that Lotus there. I think he was trying to get all the slipstream he could, and he came pretty close to running right into him. That was a bit risky there, and it looks like Stocky may have had an accident here in the cutting. I believe he has.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for the number 67, but well dealt with by the latch traffic coming through there. So you had Passam and the war coming through, and you're right, there is no damage on the car, so maybe just a little mistake. Stocky did well to get on the brakes, stop the car going in the wall, and regain his composure and continue on with his racing.
I think that's what took him so long to get back into the gas, because what happened is he probably spun out and had it stopped up against the wall. And, of course, with lap traffic there, but definitely a lucky escape for Stocky. He is currently the last place. He's third in class right now, 9th overall. I believe this pass here with the war is for position, though. The battle for 9th place there between two different classes. And that Scar Lotus is very fast. I wouldn't be surprised if before this day is over that the Scar Lotus has passed a couple of those yellow numbered cars.
Yeah, they're definitely running a really, really good race so far. A little bit of pit lane action to tell you about from the pits here. R Clark 83, the number 42 Reaper Online racing car, they've just come to the pits. Looks like it's for a fresh set of tyres and a splash of fuel as well. They've used just over a half tank in the first 20 laps. And they're on their way again now.
I'm looking at something here, and I don't believe that Lotus has made a pit stop, has it?
Nope. At the moment, we've had 4 cars come into the pits, and the Lotus isn't one of them.
So I'm thinking that definitely I think this is where the other classes, the lower class drivers, can definitely gain a lot of time on our main leaders, because you look at the GTRs and you look at the Mercedes, they're running out of gas quite quickly. The Audi ran out of gas pretty quick as well. They're running lower on gas, and even if they can do a lot of tire management, yes, they're faster, yes, they have tire management, but I think we're going to see several of these cars start to unlap themselves, because it looks like they probably got a three times, or not 3 times, excuse me. They can go about almost nearly 2 stints that the leaders can. So they have a lot better fuel mileage right now.
Yeah, it's definitely something to look out for. The team that's impressed me at the moment, I mean, it's obvious with them being in the lead of this race, but Mint GTR is doing an absolutely fantastic job at the moment in that Green Hell Heathens Nissan machine. We talked earlier about whether the move by GTP Passam to cover the pit stop done by De Bomb was a good idea. At the moment, it's very much in the balance. Yes, those 2 cars that have come into the pits are quicker, but it's only by about half a second a lap. So Mint GTR for the Green Hell Heathens playing the long game, and at the moment playing it very well as Lionface comes into the pits.
Yeah, well, first pit stop for that yellow Mercedes. He's probably one of the best looking cars out there that doesn't have a base livery. The base model car is probably one of the better looking base model cars. That's a color works well on that car. He's in the pit lane getting his car refueled. Doesn't take a full tank actually. He's gonna get a little more than 3/4 of a tank full. I'm not entirely sure with that. I would have taken a full tank at that point and just stay out longer. But then again, it would keep you in the pit longer. So plus you're faster without all that gas in there.
Yeah, I wonder as we were mentioning earlier about the pace of those GT3 cars that made early pit stops. De Bomb, of course, had that incident, but he's back on the pace now. He's just set a new fastest lap of 2:03, 2:34. But yeah, we were saying there about the reduced fuel load, or not topping the fuel load up to the maximum. At the moment, I think we're seeing the tyres wearing off and reaching a compromising position quicker than the fuel is burning off. So if you know that the tyres are only going to last 3/4 of a tank of fuel, you may as well have 3/4 of a tank of fuel in your car, because that extra quarter is just added ballast that you're running around and actually putting more wear on those tyres as the leader pits.
Yeah, that's a good insight. And I think also another reason why people might not take as much gas is maybe they're setting up for a driver change, perhaps, and only taking just enough fuel to get to that point of the driver change.
Absolutely, that's quite possible. It'll be interesting to see if anyone starts to think about driver changes at this stage of the race. I'd be surprised if they did. But yeah, Mint GTR in the Green Hell Heathens machine coming off pit road now. Are they going to retain the lead? I don't think there are. There is a car ahead of them. And yes, GTP Passon has retaken the lead there.
Ooh. So that's the pit strategy working out for him there, because they actually I don't believe that Audi has seen the lead though. Except
no,
for
apart from maybe very briefly when the bomb and the Nissan had gone off.
Actually, I don't think they have, because they've been running around.
No.
They got passed up because they were in second
No,
place.
they did. You're correct.
Yeah. So this is the first time we're going to see Passum in the lead, and definitely showing that I think what he did, honestly, is he pushed so hard early on, because he got right up there real close to the leader, and then he just dropped off. I think he burned the tires and got put between a rock and a hard place there and said, okay, well, I've just got to go damage control until we make the pit stops. Now he's made the pit stops. I think he's going to run a hard few laps here since he's in the lead, try and put a gap out, and then he's probably going to lay back a little bit and save the tires.
Yeah, but they've really recovered that position well. Knowing Bart as I do, a really competitive guy and really good racer, he'll have been frustrated to fall down to third place, but he'll be very happy right now to be in the lead of this race.
Yeah, he's definitely. I mean, he deserves to lead this race, man. I mean, you saw how hard he was running early on, and he definitely he knows how to get around. He knows how to get around the track. This beautiful Audi, at least in my opinion, I love the colors on this Audi. As we see some great camera angles here. Once again, trying to work on that lag situation as soon as we can. So please bear with us, guys. I know the people in the YouTube comments are kind of like, "What's going on?" But we are working on that. But obviously we were flipping around cameras here. Looks like we're going to be with the War in that Scar Lotus, making his way down the back straightaway. He is the leader in his class. That black car with golden rims. The Irishman currently piloting that through Conrad and into the chase. So you navigate that corner pretty well. That Lotus is. Go ahead.
I was just about to say, a bit of news from GT300. Ning Dynasty has now done a quicker, faster lap than Z-Play, but it's still Z-Play in the lead of that class in the number 68.
Oh, so I think it will be only a matter of time before there's a bit of a pass for the lead there.
Quite possibly. I mean, Ning's really up close and personal in as they're going down the Conrod straight. And actually, I think he has taken the lead. As I'm just going to let my screen load up. Yes, he's diving down the outside. I don't know if the cameras are on this at the moment. Sorry, I haven't got the stream up at the moment.
The
But
cameras are
yeah, Ning Dynasty.
now. He's just now made the pass here, so
Yeah, absolutely cracking move from Ning Dynasty. Got a really good drive out onto the Conrod straight.
is he fight back though on the in on the? He's gonna try and probably get him up the mountain straight here.
Quite possibly, we'll see as they go through turn one on my screen now.
Just now come Murray's corner on my side.
Yeah, I don't know if Z-Play's got enough straight line speed to keep hold on Ning Dynasty, but yeah, move for the lead there in GT300. Ning Dynasty in the number, so I'm referring to my crib sheet again, the number 65 Lightning Speed Machine in that Mazda RX-7. They've taken the lead in GT300 from Swift Autosport.
Put it simply, that was a textbook move, actually. I mean,
absolutely.
There was a clean move, and you see the 68 there running a bit wide, trying to put the fight back as they make their way through the corner and into the cutting. And that was that. I mean, he just got the draft off the corner. He probably got the better run off the corner as well, which is why he came up so quickly. And right around him he went. I think Z-Play may be holding back a bit now, thinking, okay, we got past. Just gonna hold on to second for now, as we typically do see in the endurance racing. They'll fight back for a couple of corners, and if they can get the lead, they'll take the lead. If they can't get the lead, they'll just kind of hold on for a little bit.
Yeah, as I say, it's been coming for a while, that one, as OTX JTO comes into the pits. It's been coming a while that move the lead in that class. But great racing from both cars there, and clean racing as well, which is always good to see.
Oh yeah, it's the clean passes and it's the clean and then the hard racing passes. Although I wouldn't be surprised if maybe the GT300's here, but I wouldn't be surprised if coming to the overall win, there's going to be cars coming door to door, maybe 3 cars going door to door to door, coming down that final lap there, all of them in a big group. Boy, wouldn't that be something?
Well, yeah, it'd definitely be entertaining for the people watching the stream. Not sure how their team managers will feel about it, though. I think there'll be a fair few hearts racing at that kind of prospect. So as I mentioned earlier, OTX J2O has made his pit stop, and that means all GT3 cars have now made their pit stops. So looking through who was able to make their cars last the longest in that first stint. Worst, of course, was De Bomb, although it was damage-induced their pit stop. They pitted after 17 laps. Then Passam came in the Avaleron racing machine on 18 laps. R. Clark 83 in the Reaper Online Racing number 42 did well to get to 20 laps. Oh, sorry, is there an incident out on track?
Yeah, sorry to cut you off there, but Chris W, Z-Play, and Ning Dynasty were trying to get around Chris W, and they all kind of bumped into each other coming through the corner there. I don't think anybody's got any damage. Ning Dynasty now on the inside with Z-Play on the outside. They're going to come nose to tail, coming up through Griffin's Mount now into Reed Park. Looks like Z-Play is going to fall back a little bit. Chris is right in the back there, but that was a very hairy moment. I believe they were 3 wide, trying to negotiate each other. I think Z-Play saw that Ning Dynasty was slowing down to get around Chris and saw that as an opportunity to take the lead back. And it was a very hairy moment. Great job from all those drivers to hold on. And now Z-Play running through the dirt a little bit there, and the S is definitely going hard for the lead right now. I believe he may have just clipped the wall off the S's as well. So Z-Play...
Yeah, a little bit of damage on the rear right of that car.
He doesn't have any on my side, so...
Ah, okay.
Yeah, looks like he's all right. Definitely. Well, he is wobbling a little bit down the straightaway. Maybe he does have some damage. Well, we'll find out if he comes into the pits or not. He's definitely shaking down the straightaway, so I think your stream's probably better than mine is here. But I hate to cut you off there, but that was just wow.
No problem. I was busy with my head in my data and not watching the exciting stuff. So yeah, although he looks like he's starting a new lap now, so if he has got damage, it's not significant enough for him to come into the pits.
I think that was just crazy though, because I was they went. I think that I'm quite sure they were 3 wide for a brief moment, and they were door dinging each other. And I don't even think the damage, if there is damage that Z-Play got, wasn't even from that. It's from pushing hard in the S's. But Ning Dynasty now is going to take that and run with it. But and now we have Z-Play out in the dirt. Yeah, he's definitely got damage or something's wrong with that Subaru.
Yeah, Z-Play definitely lost out massively there. He did a lap time 3 seconds slower than Ning Dynasty over the course of the last lap. So whether he's got damage or not, we'll have to keep an eye out on that and see if he comes into the pits. He's not made a pit stop yet, of course. In fact, no one in GT300 has made a pit stop. But yeah, it would be a shame if that car's got damaged because they've had such a strong early opening to this race. In the lead for quite a while in the class and then got overtaken. So yeah, I hope those guys aren't going to have to make an unscheduled pit stop.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure why he didn't make a pit stop right there, because you're seeing the cars wiggling back and forth down the straightaways. It's running wide in the corners or getting loose in the corners. Definitely a tell of having some mechanical damage on the rear end of that car. I'm not entirely sure why he didn't pit right there and get it done and over with. And and he's right in the pit window as well, so I'm not too sure.
I was going to say he's got less than a quarter tank full of fuel and tyres going off as well. So right now, a pit stop wouldn't be the worst idea in the world.
I believe he's just hit another wall now because it looks like he's got some left front damage, and now he is shaking all over the track. I mean, that's now it's coming from not just hindering his race, but if he's wobbling all over the track like that, that's going to be a hazard to the drivers coming up on him. I mean, he's going to have to pit or just lose more and more positions and possibly even get a black flag for going back and forth like that.
I think he is coming into the pits. Yes, he has just come into the pits now. So obviously a problem there for the number 68 Swift Autosport machine, and they pit at the end of lap 26, I think.
And now this is definitely a big moment, but like we said with the leader that had his accident earlier and had to pit, you'd rather have this happen in the start. We're still in the first hour of the event. We still got 11 more to go. You know, you'd rather have this happen early so that you can. Yes, it'll be an uphill climb, but you've got 11 more hours to get back up there. And I mean, I think 11 hours is enough time to make up a lap if your car is fast enough, and we certainly have seen that 68 is fast enough. Now we're looking at DeBalm, who was the car that was leading earlier and then had an accident, which is what we brought up the first time we were talking about that. But you'd rather have it happen now than with about 15 minutes to go, and then you just hit the wall and it's over. Plenty of time still for these guys to make up, but definitely a big moment for the Swift Autosport Subaru.
There was a. Oh, sorry. Sorry, that's me pressing the wrong buttons. I thought there was a yellow flag being talked about there, but I was accidentally streaming through the chat. One thing that I do need to tell you about is that the leader of the race, GTP Passam, really throwing the gauntlet down to the rest of this field right now. He's just set his new personal best lap. It's not the fastest lap of the race, but it's very close. It's a 2-minute 3.268, and he's three hundredths of a second slower than the ultimate pace of DeBalm in the TNR Nismo Nissan machine. So at the moment, it's looking really good for Avalon Modern Racing in the Audi R8.
These guys always have strong. These guys had strong runs at Daytona too. These guys are, you know, I mean, they did have their fair share of accidents at Daytona. I believe they did end up going around at one point with, I think it was passing behind the wheel. I could be wrong on that. It's been a month, forgive me, but these guys definitely do really run strong. And this is a track that is more seasoned towards that Audi R8 more so than Daytona, you know. And Audi they can negotiate. You can put an Audi on any part of a racetrack, and it can negotiate a corner pretty well. You can probably put this Audi on the dirt, and it'd still run well. I think that's the thing about Audis. Audis have great handling, typically, and these guys have a great race car to work with, and they're definitely showing that it is great to work with. We see the GTR, the Green Hell Heathens, getting a little sideways in the background of that camera shot there, as they make their way up the mountain straight. But Passam definitely doing a great job right here, and hats off to him. He's been driving his heart out.
Yeah, I think he's definitely put a lot of time into making this Avaleron racing team run as strong as possible, and it's been great to see. And three platinum drivers, of course, in that car, so it's definitely one of the favourites for the GT3 title this year, and a great battle so far.
Yeah, what somebody has just gone off in Murray's corner, gone round, I believe. If we could please possibly have the cameras put on the last car going up the mountain straight right now, see who that was, because I saw an arrow go backwards, and they're definitely losing time up the mountain straight. It's the driver that is just about to head into the cutting. Um, just had him. Oh, it was Z-Play again. Oh boy. So Z-Play went. I believe it was Z-Play. He went around. I believe he pushed a little too hard coming out of the chase. I don't know if he went completely around, but that arrow was definitely perpendicular to the two ones in front of him. He was up with those two other arrows, and he definitely has taken a spin. I believe um, that's just even more bad luck for the Swift Autosport that was running so well early in the race, still running well, but just going through a lot of issues in these last 10 minutes.
I think it's something with the Mount Panorama circuit. We saw this with the uh, support race, the leaders in that race early on, driven by Philo. Um, they had a great start, got taken out of the lead, had a crash, and then had another. It just seems to pile misery on you on this track when it hits you.
I think it actually kind of goes back to that psychological boost we were talking about early on, and how I was mentioning about how if you don't have, I mean, if you let this track beat you, it's a physical battle. You got to keep your, especially on a wheel, you're going through long stints. The force feedback's just wearing at you. But if you're mentally worn out, you get into a bit of an accident there, and you just gotta, you just let the track take over you. This is exactly what's going to happen. I really hope Z-Play can get back in the game here, head back in the game, and get back on the track, because you need to beat this track physically and mentally, and that is something that a lot of the amateur endurance drivers don't necessarily take a look at. They think it's all physical. It's definitely mental, and that's
Yeah.
something I hope Z-Play can really conquer here, get back in the mental game.
Yeah, he's just got to calm down, run a few reasonable lap times, get back into a rhythm before bringing the pace back up again. Because no doubt he'll be wanting to push hard to catch Ning Dynasty and try and get this car back into a position where it can battle for the lead in GT300. But as you say, there's a long, long way to go, and you don't want to make an even bigger job for yourselves having secondary and tertiary mistakes. A little pit stop news to tell you about. The War leading for Scar Lotus in the Cup class. They've made a pit stop, and Stocky 8A1 have made a pit stop as well.
Now, just over an hour into the 12-hour Bathurst Endurance, you're currently watching the second round of the GTPlanet Endurance Series of 2015. This is the full Bathurst 12 hours. We will be streaming with you the entire time. The commentary shifts will change a bit. I will be here for approximately another hour. I'm not exact. I don't remember exactly what Andrew's shift is. I think he stays a little longer. There will be a brief period where there will be no commentary. That is purposely done, and then we'll also have some other personalities like Famine in here. I will be back in the booth about an hour and a half after I leave, and then I'll commentate for a little bit longer, and then I'll be gone for a long time. That'll be the graveyard shift for several of the Brits and the Europeans, and then I'll be back to bring you through the end of the race with my other colleagues here. You can figure out you can follow us here on try and get interested in if you're interested in what you see here, you can try to apply for the next events at www.gtplanet.net. Navigate around there. Great community. Everybody's really nice there. People know what they're doing. You're going to be looking for the GT Planet Endurance Series hosted by AJ. You can follow AJ on Twitter at GTP_AJ. You can follow me on Twitter if you'd like at NASCARFan1400. And you see our leaders at the moment are the Audi Aleverion, Avaleria. I can't pronounce it.
Avalerion.
Avalerion. There you go. Thank you. is currently leading overall. The Mazda Lightning Speed is currently leading, if I am correct, at in that their class respectively, and then the Lotus is leading in its class. As you see, Passo making a past your leader now on Stocky. Um, what, I missed anything there?
No, I think you pretty much got everything. Little update on lap times. We're still around in the 2-minute fours. No real change for ultimate lap pace, but just to give a mention to the War in the Scar Lotus, he's done an absolutely fantastic job in this first part of the race. His fastest lap is a 2-minute 11.8, which isn't far off what some of the GT300s are doing.
Yeah, that's what we've been seeing a lot earlier, and I believe maybe Andrew SUF has either had a disconnection or perhaps a driver changes in the work here.
Yeah, that's me hopping out of the lobby.
Oh, okay. All right, and family coming in. Okay, I see. Yeah, but you're right. The two bottom classes, those 6 drivers in the bottom, and the yellow and orange numbers there are definitely running a bit similar lap times to each other. Not necessarily identical by any means, but they are quite close, and that definitely is a interesting. Oh, it looked like a bump there. I believe the Green Hell Heathens just gave a big push to the War through that. Well then, that was a bit comical there. I do apologize there, but I believe there was a bit of contact there. It looked a little bit of a bump draft. Moved the 85 out of the way, but as you were saying, yeah, the Lotus, the Renault, the other Lotus, Subaru, the Mazda, and the other Subaru have run similar lap times because they aren't equal, but they are kind of close. And we have seen actually people making passes. We even saw the Swift Autosport, who was leading earlier. The standings are not always 100% accurate. They are not live update. They're updated, I believe, what is it, every half hour now, I think, is when he's been doing it. Actually, that the Subaru early on in the race was actually passing other drivers. So they're all pretty consistent. It just depends on the driver and if you can get a good flow going.
Sorry, Naz, I was just looking at the YouTube comments at the moment. But yeah, it's been a really, really strong run for that Lotus so far. And I've seen the War running several things over the last couple of months with Daytona and the testing events at Willow Springs earlier in the year. And he just seems like a really, really strong driver to me. Very reliable, very quick. And that's just what you want in these kind of endurance races.
Yeah, these guys here they are without a doubt some of the best on GTPlanet, some of the best in Gran Turismo, no doubt. I mean, they're running down these blisteringly fast lap times. I mean, I think a couple of these guys were pretty well up in the GT Academy areas as well, and definitely, you know, it. I couldn't keep up with them, that's for sure. I'd be running around 5 laps down at this point. I mean, these guys are so fast, and it's so cool to see all these guys come out here. All people from all over the world looking with the War right now, and these guys are just. It's incredible to see how these guys can pilot these things around for hours at a time. We've yet to see a driver change yet, so everybody's been racing here, and it looks like we've had maybe a disconnection, maybe a driver swap going on with Racer Maniac there. But they've all been running for about a consistent hour now, and it does look like we are having a driver swap.
Yeah, unfortunately, at the moment I'm out of the lobby, so I can't tell who it is or be on hand to tell you which car's making the driver change.
Well, that would Hotador is going to be in the car, so that is a change
for the GTR Blackhawks. If it's Potador getting in,
yes. So there's a change for them. We haven't had a whole. I think they're one of those drivers that we didn't really have a whole lot said about them. Other than a few honorable mentions, those guys have been running a pretty consistent race. I think with the TV time, it's only good when you're leading, because 9 out of 10 times if you're going to be, oh boy, the War has just had a big off. Wow. I don't think he got any damage. He is extremely lucky if he didn't. I believe he may have, though. He's in the pit. Yeah, he got big damage. Wow. The war in the 85 car was coming out of the chase through turn 22, just lost the back end and went head on into the wall. So that's a huge accident there. And that is your leader in class.
Yeah, I think we've put the commentator's curse on them there. We were praising them for a good 5 minutes, and then they've gone off the roads. But hopefully they'll be all right. Maybe it was the war pushing right at the end of a stint. It wouldn't be unheard of to make a driver change at this
Well, he just
stage
had
of the
a,
race. Although I think he's coming out of the pits again, so there's no driver change. But
I believe that was
yeah, a
his
bit of an odd one there for the war.
I believe that was his like second or third lap after pit stop, so maybe the cold tires had something to do with that. But a little bit of a mess up there. But I believe he does retain the lead. But as I was just saying, though, I was just talking about that. 9 out of 10 times, if you're not the leader of the race and you're on the TV, it's probably because you've had an accident. And sometimes you are the leader and you have the accident. So that's how it's been today. I think all the leaders have had. I think that's all 3 leaders of all 3 classes at one point have had an accident, and a big one at that.
Yeah, and it just shows you how quickly this track can bite a driver. You can be running really well, but if you put one toe out of line, this track it is in some ways quite like a street circuit. It's something Australia seem to do quite well, along with say Adelaide and Albert Park down in Melbourne. They really do their semi-permanent racetracks really well. Make them a real challenge, and if you do get it wrong round here, you are gonna have a pretty hefty accident wherever on track you are.
Yeah, and I think, I think the thing that I definitely like above Bathurst, that I like more than Adelaide and Melbourne, is that this track is a bit of a public road track, but it's like an open road, country, rural area type track, if you know what I mean. And it's just, as we see the bomb now going around Z play, we see those flashing lights going into play for the first time today. Those guys just really, I mean, it's awesome because this track it's so high speed, and there is a little bit of room for error. But the little bit of room where you're not next to a wall is when you're going about 170 miles an hour. So it pretty much is the same thing all around. You can make a little bit of mistakes, which is definitely what I prefer over Adelaide and Melbourne here. And Australians definitely nail these racetracks every time, though. They get them right. I mean, they know how to make a racetrack.
Couple of questions in the YouTube chat. Some of them have been answered within the chat already. Big thanks to D Griffin for his comment. But for those who haven't seen it, Taido Kazu asks, is the 12 car limit about participants or for other reasons? Yeah, so we have 12 cars out on track because we have 4 roles in the GTPlanet Endurance Series which we need lobby spaces for. So this is stuff like the commentary that you're seeing now, the streaming that you're seeing and the hosting of that, as well as stewards as well. So that's why we've got 12 cars out on track. Martin Smith asks, any team spaces available for rest of the season? I believe there are. A couple of races this year, thinking possibly the 24-hour races, where there are spaces available for those perhaps wanting to have a go and looking to do a one-off race. Best place to go for that will be the GTPlanet forum. So find the Endurance Series section on the forum, get involved, ask AJ which cars you can race in, because I know there are a couple of entries which have been specifically set aside for just that kind of racer.
Yeah, and some of the other things there, obviously, we have 2 stewards doing. AJ did the full 24 hours at Daytona as a steward, and fantastic job from him doing that. But we have AJ and Peelster taking up 2 of those spots. We have Famine here working the cameras now, I believe. Jordan as well has been in the lobby helping us out. So hats off to those guys. They're not on camera, but they are definitely working behind the scenes making this thing happen. AJ, big tip of the hat to him. He's making this entire thing happen. We have a car around out of hell. if we could have our cameras directed to that, the car that is just now exiting Hell Corner has just had an off. Not sure who that is. He's making his way up the mountain straight right now. We could get the cameras over there to see who that was. A spin there for them. We'll try and get our cameras on them in a moment's time. Making our way over there. That was Stocky. Ooh, Stocky was the one who went around. So more trouble for the yellow numbered cars. Both the Subarus now have had their fair share of issues, have they not?
Yeah, you're right. That yeah, Stocky in GT300 has been the slower of the three GT300 entries in this race. But yeah, trouble there. And all this plays into the hand of Ning Dynasty in the number 65 Lightning Speed machine as they really get a grip on this class now, leading the class. Pardon wants the graphics update when we get the next update from AJ. But I can assure you, as long as they haven't gone off in the last 10 minutes, which I don't think they have, yeah, the Mazda Lightning Speed machine running really well with the driver being Ning Dynasty. He's doing a cracking job.
Indeed, and just a little update on how we're going to work this commentary schedule out. Also checking the map, make sure this doesn't happen as a car goes off. Andrew and I are going to take you through for another 30 minutes or so, approximately, and then it'll be an hour and a half of just pure silence. Engine sounds will be all you'll hear. Famine will be working the cameras for us on that one. That is intended to be a no commentary session to focus on the racing. Then Andrew and I will be back after an hour and a half after we leave. I will then, then we'll both be here for a while. I leave after an hour and a half after that. Then Andrew will take you through with Famine. And then it'll be another no commentary session for, what's that, 3 or 4 hours. Quite a long time where the commentary is going to be gone. But then we'll be back in the latter stages. I will be back here joined with Bart, and we will both take you to the checkered flag. So that's the commentary schedule. So if you join in later on today and there's no commentary, don't freak out. Now earlier in the beginning of the race, there was supposed to be commentary, and that was just a sound issue. So glad we got everything working, though. Once again, we realize there is a bit of lag. It definitely seems to have improved a little bit, but we will get working on that as soon as we can. The reason why is the driver that is in control of the live stream at the moment is actually racing. So that's why it hasn't been addressed immediately, but we will get on that very, very soon. There you see Potador, the first person to make a driver swap in the Renault. Oh boy, he just fishtailed and hit the wall a couple times. I think he may actually have some damage. The mechanical damage doesn't show it, but he may have hit that wall.
Yeah, I just caught the end of that. As once again, it's going over that mountain pass bit that is so tricky, and if you get it wrong, it's so tight up round there, you're going to hit a wall very easily. So hopefully it's not too bad. He seems to be back up to speed now. And yeah, we'll monitor if he comes into the pits shortly.
Interesting. The racing so far has been quite good. We've had everybody's had their fair share of mistakes, except for the leaders, pretty much. I mean, you got the Mazda Lightning Speed leading in the yellow one, contrary to what the standings say in the GT300 class. You have the Audi of Avalarion. Hey, there we go.
Hey.
Oh, is this Famine?
I think Famine's joining us very shortly. I don't know if you can hear us yet.
Skype there.
Yeah, I'm all present and correct.
Yeah, there's Famine. Well, we've got another one in the booth with us here. Welcome, Famine.
Good evening, or afternoon, or morning for our North American viewers.
Have you seen the whole thing, or shall we catch you up? I think a race recap may actually be in order.
Yeah, I think a recap would be awesome at this point.
Well, we sat on the grid and start things off. Everybody was ready to go, and we had a 10-minute delay because people could not see each other. small delay. Nobody was. I mean, no, it didn't really make anybody too upset. Everybody was patient. Everybody was cooperative. That was awesome. Everybody was quite good. We got rolling off about 10 minutes late, which is not bad at all. Green flag dropped, and it was quite a. It was very contradictory to what we saw at Daytona. It was a pretty clean first couple laps. Everybody was really respected there. No big offs or anything. In fact, I don't think we had an off at all until about lap 17, when we had the leaders at the very beginning. Were the Nissan TNR Nismos took the lead way early, definitely showing some consistency there. That car led in the real life race, and they were leading very well in this race as well. Pulling off and away, had a big moment about lap 17. They weren't leading that entire time, and then Subaru Swift Autosport was leading the GT300s, and then the Lotus Scar Lotus has been leading in their class. Big off on lap 17 for the leader at the time, the TNR Nismos. Just pancaked the whole side of the car, destroyed the whole right side, had to come in and pit early, and that has thrown them off ever since. The standings currently show them in 5th place. I'm not sure if that is correct, but it has definitely been detrimental to them. The Nissan Green Hell Heathens and the Audi of Avalarions have been battling out for the lead ever since then, with the Mercedes bitter rivals waiting in the wings. The Subaru Swift Autosport had a pretty commanding lead, was passed by the Mazda Lightning Speed, and then all heck broke loose for them. Several series of accidents for the Subaru Swifts because they were trying to both negotiate lap traffic, tried to split a car 3 wide. That didn't work very well. Then pushing too hard, hit a fence, and then spun out a couple of times. Everybody in the GT300 class, except for the Mazda, has had some issues. So both the Subarus have had their fair share of issues. The Subarus, the GTO racing car, had a big moment and a great save coming out of, I believe it was the cutting, and got the nose up against the wall, but held on to it, backed up, and got it right in gear, no damage, then spun it out of hell a couple of laps later, also holding on quite well. Not a whole lot's happened with the Lotus, or with the back class. The Lotus Scar Lotus has led the entire thing so far. The Renault Sport has been in the weeds, waiting for an opportunity to pounce, and the Lotus Well Racing has just been kind of cruising around right now and running a very consistent race. So that kind of gets you up to speed. We went through one round of pit stops. We're coming up on another round of pit stops. I believe the stream has frozen. At the moment, we will work on that as best we can. But that is what we're looking at so far in this 12-hour race, about an hour and a half tacked down.
Well, it certainly doesn't sound like you've been lazing around. There's been plenty to do.
Yeah. It's been a big race so far. There's been a lot of great racing for sure. I think Andrew can definitely support me on this one. There is a great battle for second place overall, and then there is a great battle before the wreck happened. A great battle for the lead between Swift Autosport and Mazda Lightning. Before they got into that accident, they were nose to tail, and textbook pass by the Mazda going down the back straightaway there, if you will. I call it the back straightaway because of NASCAR, but the Conrad straight. Textbook pass, got in the draft, and that's when he took the lead, and he has not relinquished it since, but it had a good fight back until the accident. So, and then the Lotus Scar Lotus has pretty much just been, in one word, dominating their own class there. So definitely a lot of great racing going on. Lots of clean, respectable racing. It's nobody's taken anybody out. It was just the biggest accident was that 3-car crash where actually nobody got any damage, but it was just a really hairy moment. I think the biggest moment was probably the Lotus Scar Lotus, going off course out of the chase and going head on into the wall, almost on 2 laps or so on cold tires, and had to make a second pit stop. But they had such a good lead, they did not lose it. So that's your race recap. We're about an hour and a half through. We are aware of the stream right now, and we'll be working on that the best we can. As for now, I'm NASCAR Fan 1400 in the booth here with GTP Famine and Andrew. Andrew and I are here for another 20 minutes, and then we're going to be cutting away, and I believe Famine will as well for commentary terms. There will be no commentary for a while between that, and you can get in touch with us here, the actual series, at the actual site at GTP News on Twitter. If you have a Twitter, if you don't, you probably should get one. You can follow the series organizer AJ at GTP_AJ on Twitter. There, you can follow me on at NASCAR Fan 1400 and Famine. I believe you are at GTP_Famine, if I remember correctly.
That's correct, yes.
So you can follow Famine on there. He's high society with us here.
I wouldn't go that far.
Andrew, I don't know if you do have a Twitter, or do you have a Twitter? Well, you could just try it. There's all kinds of people you can follow there, and now you see it scrolling at the top of your screen at GTPlanet News, at GTP_AJ, and then of course we are here, and we'll be with you for a while. The commentary won't be consistent for the entire race, but the live stream, however, will continue. We will be working out these issues here. We do understand, and we thank you for your patience and your support. We'll get that going as soon as we can here. Currently working the first hour and a half down here. Once again, it's been a great race so far. Lots of fantastic racing from people. Currently, well, I guess you could say we're on board with that 67 Subaru GTO Racing car. Those guys are currently third in class, but are not far off the pace. I believe they may actually be second in class with the issues with the Swift Autosport car. But yes, that's how we're running right now. It's been a great race, and I can't wait for the rest of this thing, man. I mean, I've been fired up. I'm ready to go. I know I'm going on and on and on right now, but I've been so excited to do this, and it's just awesome. Been an honor to be in the booth here so far, and I'm definitely going to be enjoying my stints in the commentary box.
Yes, unfortunately, we've had a bit of a technological failure again. But this time, it might be my fault because I've taken over doing the camera for the stream here, and although it's working perfectly at my end, apparently it's not quite getting through to Bart's place in Holland. So, fingers crossed.
Yeah, we'll get this worked out as quickly as we can. We do understand whatever frustration you guys may or may not have here. But even with the racing, we were saying this for the racing, and we were saying this, and we're going to go ahead and say it for this, for the actual camera. You may as well have your issues early. Because would you rather have it cut out with 10 hours to go, or would you rather have it cut out with 10 seconds to go? I don't know about you, Famine, but I take the 10 hours one.
Well, it depends where all the action is.
Yeah, well,
if we like the real Bathurst 12 hours, we could just skip everything until the final 2 laps. But don't do that.
Yeah, no, stick around. We'll go ahead and I guess since we are currently sitting at a bit of a standstill here, we will take you. We have been all day, but we will pay more attention to the stream here. If you guys have any questions, we will do our best to answer them in the live stream here. And we are currently getting information from people in the lobby as well on what they're seeing in the actual lobby. So we'll do our best to answer your questions, and yeah. So currently sitting here in the Bathurst 12-hour, you see that the running order is about the same. It's not 100% accurate. It has not been updated in about 45 minutes or so. But yeah, once again, these guys have been running a class act race. I mean, every move has been pretty well textbook, with the exception of maybe 2 or 3. And that is something that is definitely, I think these drivers were a little anxious to get racing in the Daytona 24, and they knew all about the Daytona 24. And they're like, there are a lot of rookies. It was their first race, and I think that may have had a bit of a say in why there was so much chaos early on there. and throughout the entirety of the race at that. But we are definitely, you know, we are working around here, and these drivers definitely are. These drivers are running a lot cleaner than the last one because this is the second race. They've all got settled in with their teams and cars. This is a. You'd expect it though with Bathurst. You'd expect there to be more wrecks than Daytona, but looks like the exact opposite is happening, and that's a good thing. It's definitely good to see these drivers here just going at it, and it's definitely fun to be here. Again, I'm NASCAR Fan 1400 doing the commentary at the moment with Famine and Andrew in the booth with me. And we'll be around for another 15-20 minutes before there will be a moment of no commentary where it's just going to be the cars. However, I believe we probably would stick around for a little longer until we get the stream going back up, so you're not just staring at a picture. We are working on this the best we can, so just everybody please stay patient. We appreciate the patience from the majority of you guys. We currently have 55 people watching this, and that's a pretty good number, I think. So yeah, I'm gonna let Andrew let Famine say a few things here, and take a moment to catch my breath.
I don't blame you. Yeah, well, currently I'm elbows deep in stream, but obviously no one else is. So yeah, it seems like it's been a bit of an action-packed race so far. Because Bathurst always throws up things like that.
I think I figured out what it is. The connection's not bouncing from our computers to Bathurst because those guys are really out on the racetrack right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you can probably pass it off pretty well. I mean, it's pretty realistic. The racing's been great, and the cars look fantastic.
Perhaps we've had a stray Roo has taken out one of the relays.
Yeah. Yeah, it's vengeance from his brother getting hit in the real race.
Yeah.
We've experienced some technical difficulties earlier in the race. We did get those sorted out, so we are going to be working as quickly as we can to get these sorted out. We do. Once again, we appreciate the patience and all that from everybody here. We are answering questions that you post in the comments here. We will update them as we can. Gabbersaurus asks, can we get an update on the gaps between the cars? I'm not in the lobby, Fam, and I believe you are.
I am, but unfortunately, because I'm having to take care of the stream at the moment, I can't access the live timing.
I see. Okay.
But I tell you what, I will take a chance on it, on the assumption that it's not just going to pop in. I can tell you that the fastest cars are currently doing 203s and 204s, although it looks like the lead Avalarion car is having to get through some back markers at the moment, so he's running down to 206s. As for the gaps between the cars, I'm afraid that's not something I have to hand, but it'll be something that will be available in the next hourly update.
Yes.
I'll be able to give a bit more info as I'm about to get back into the lobby myself. Apologies. I've been trying to communicate to the guys in the chat. We've had as Family's been working really hard on getting the stream back up and working. Me and Nas have had no access to timing in the last... Yeah, we've had no access to the timing in the last 10-15 minutes, guys, so please bear with us.
We do appreciate all the sticking around here and not going up in an uproar. Once again, we are working on it as best we can here. We're just as much as the majority of us here in the booth are just as much passengers as you guys are. So we are working on it best we can, and we just ask you to please stay patient, and we'll definitely get this thing going. And like I said, might as well bring up this topic since it's definitely an interesting topic to talk about. And since we're currently without video right now, I guess we have the time to talk about it. Andrew and I, Fam, were going on earlier talking about, and we definitely saw a great example of it, how the mentality of an endurance race has just as much as an effect as the physical aspect does. we saw the Swift Autosport Subaru go off course, and it seemed that he just lost that mentality. And the next 3 or 4 laps were just full of running too hard and then running off courses. Um, I've been in the same standpoint I've done endurance racing, nothing quite like this for sure, but I mean a couple hour long endurance races. I've taken a victory in class before, but the mentality definitely is a big thing. You can't really get worked down, can you?
Okay, I'm back in the lobby now. A little bit of news I can tell you about at first glance. Driver changes that have happened whilst I've been away from the lobby. Podador, as we mentioned, has got into the GTR Blackhawks machine. That's the number 89 running in the Cup class. We've had a fairly significant, and what looks from the timing, seen as the fastest lap for this car is currently quite slow. N64, the Stig, has got into the number 45 Green Hell Heathens car. So that was the one driven by Mint GTR in the first part of the race and has been contending for the lead overall and in class. So I'm guessing they've just made a driver change as the Stig's fastest lap at the moment is a 2 minutes 17, which is not representative of the pace of that car at all. And I think everybody else is still in their cars as they were at the start.
Yeah, and I just I'm looking. I've been seeing the racing, and it's been great racing so far. And as you hear now, that is a great update. Thank you, Andrew. Very useful information. When the stream is dead at the moment, we will continue to give you audio relay the best we can. And gonna try and work this out as soon as we can. Definitely, we do apologize for the issues on behalf of everybody here on the media side of things. We sometimes these aspects of errors are hard to avoid, and it definitely we again apologies, but we are working the best we can, and we just ask you to please stay patient until we can get that worked out. The Skype chat is blowing up right now with all the troubleshooting we're doing, so we are definitely working on it the best we can at the moment. So once again, just stay patient. And thank you once again, Andrew, for that information. Very, very useful to know what's going on here. You just heard the driver changes and the leaders there at the moment. So I guess we're become a bit of the GTPlanet Endurance Series radio show right here. Where's Tom when you need him, man? I mean, he's got the experience.
Tom talking about trees would be good right now.
Yeah, we could use our walkover in the booth with us. Well, as you can see from the live stream we're looking at, we've got several blurry trees. That really shows you the sense of speed, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Definitely a few bushes there on the left side and some short trees, tall trees. Trees are everywhere, man. This track is... And then the hashtag shameless plug with the Audi R8 sign. It's just, yeah. Oh my goodness.
We've pretty much missed a round of pit stops as well. Most cars have made a second pit stop by now. The exception is Ning Dynasty, who, as we've mentioned before, has been doing absolutely stellar work, leading the GT300 class at the moment. He's still only made one stop, so you never know, he could be in the pits any moment now. Also looks like there's been some problems for Stocky 8A1 as he's made an extra pit stop over everybody else. As we say, we've had those driver changes as well with Podimore. Although saying that, Podimore has disappeared off the live timing. I don't know if Podador, sorry, I don't know whether that's a issue that the GTR Blackhawks are having or if it's something my end, because admittedly my internet isn't great tonight. So yeah, in fact, N64 the Stig has posted his first proper full lap in terms of sheer pace, and he's set a 2 minute 5. Excuse me, a 2 minute 5.597. So the Green Hell Heathens getting back up to speed.
Yeah, these guys, the Green Hell Heathens, they've been kind of like sitting around and just waiting to pounce. I mean, we've seen them up top. They've been up there on the top. I believe they did lead for quite a while, but they haven't really been making moves. And not that that's something they should be doing this early on. They've definitely been running a great race so far. Not dogging on these guys. They've been doing a fantastic job. Um, but they've been playing that really calm, cool, collected thing, and these guys are just running their hearts out early on, and they're doing a great job right here. Um,
Yeah,
definitely showing.
unfortunately,
Go ahead.
I can't tell if it's for a position or not, but those two cars that we've mentioned, the Green Hell Heathens and Avaliron Racing, they are quite close to each other out on track at the moment. Passam still at the wheel of the Avaliron Racing machine, coming down the Conrod Straight right now, and not far behind is N64 the Stick, who, as my screen just loads itself up now, um, yeah, he's just coming through the chase now, so he's probably about 6 or 7 seconds behind on the road to Passon. But as I say, because there's been a driver change and timing screens have refreshed and everything, I can't say whether that's for position. Hopefully, it's for position and will give us a great race. If not, N64 and Green Hell Heathens may have fallen a lap behind, but I doubt that's happened.
Um, we at this point we would probably start. We would be wrapping up our me and you, Andrew, on our stint of commentary, but I'm not sure what AJ necessarily wants us to do. Whether or not we still are going to leave, or if we're going to stay here until the stream is back, and keep the quote unquote radio show going. Um, as of right now, we are definitely still working. I'm looking at standings have just updated, so at least Nerds is still working well. So might as well go through the running order.
Yeah, do you want to take odds? I'll take evens.
Yeah, all right, we'll do that.
Yeah.
First place is the number 45 Green Hell Heathens GTR. Like I've been saying, like we've all been saying, they've been playing that calm, cool, collected approach, and they've been doing a fantastic job. Currently leading now with that calm and cool, steady steering.
So yeah, second place at the moment is the number 43 machine, the Bitter Rivals Racing Mercedes SLS AMG. They've had a pretty quiet race so far, but they've been running at a good pace, very consistently, keeping their car out of trouble, and it's showing right now as they're in second place.
Third place and rounding out the overall podium will be the Audi Avalarion. I'm finally pronouncing that right. Pronouncing it all together. They have had their fair share of second place. They did lead for a brief period, and it was the first time they saw the lead back when the stream was still running, and that was good for them. Passam currently behind the wheel of that number 33, or yeah, I believe behind the number 33 machine, and they are running very well in third place right now. And I think those guys are definitely going to be around toward the end of this thing.
Definitely running very well so far. Behind them, though, is the number 42 car in fourth place, run by the Reaper Online Racing Team, another one of the Mercedes SLS AMGs. And similar to their fellow Mercedes runners in Bitter Rivals Racing, they've had a pretty quiet race so far as well. Lionface has been doing some really good lap times in the opening part of this race. No trouble for them at all. And they are in fourth place at the moment, or when the last update was processed through.
And then we go to fifth place. Where do I really begin for these guys? They had a great start, but ever since their accident there, they just sort of got off the pit sequence and have fallen off the pace. The Nissan TNR Nismos number 44 car, they have been running a great race early on. Had a big off while leading the event. They pancaked the whole right side of that car, destroyed it, got engine damage, lost so much time, had to make a pit stop on lap 17. The tires were still in the prime, and they've just fallen off ever since. I think they're probably going to need a safety car. I mean, not to say that it's impossible, but I'm thinking they'd really be wanting a safety car so that they can get back up there and on pace with everybody else and get back on the same pit stop sequence, because they are about, 20 laps off sequence right now.
Yeah, indeed. They've actually just made a pit stop right now. I've just been able to see De Bomb's still doing very, very quick lap times there. Moving on to sixth place and currently last in the GT3 class, the WRS North America squad, the number 32 Audi R8. Yes, they haven't been running as quick as some of the others, but they've been keeping that car out of trouble still. And don't rule those guys out yet. They still could be a factor in this race when they get maybe some of their faster drivers in the car later on.
And then that will actually round us out for the GT3 class, moving to seventh overall and first in class of the GT300s. We remember that textbook pass down the back straightaway, down the Conrad Straight. The Mazda Lightning Speed racing guys are up there in the first place in the number 65. Great job so far. Doing a great job. They took the lead from the Swift Autosport Subaru, and they took off from there. Had a little bit of a fight back, and then of course that big accident has just given them a huge lead, and they are currently sitting very very high pedestal. They're doing a great job right now, and I think they're probably in a bit of a relaxed state right now with the lead they've got.
Just a bit of news on the potentially race leading or definitely fighting for the lead at the moment, the Avaleron Racing Team. They've just made a pit stop, new tyres, fresh batch of fuel for Passam, and he's on his way again. Moving on to eighth place, the Swift Autosport 68 Subaru BRZ. Once again, similar to the TNR Nismo squad, had a really good start. We're running some really good lap times, a great battle with the class leaders, but unfortunately they've had a few issues in the last 45 minutes or so, lost that lead, drifted away from the lead, but they've still got second place in class, and that's something that they'll probably take at this stage of the race. Still a long way to go.
Yes, and then moving on to the third place car in the GT300. I'll be honest, after all the issues that the Subaru Swift Autosports had, I'm quite surprised that they held on that second place. I'm sure that they can't be too far away from that GTO. The GTOs have had a couple of accidents, but they've done a really good job of not destroying the car. They've had a couple of spins, and they had one big moment in the cutting where they spun out, got the front end right up against the wall, but backed it up and kept going, lost a lot of time, but didn't damage the car, which was huge for them because that was also quite early on, and that would have thrown them off pit stop sequence. However, they are doing a great job right now, holding on. Great job. They've been very consistent, and with the type of racing we've seen in the GT300s, I think it's only a matter of time before they start moving up through the field. Quickly before we move on here, William Blackley asks, any news on the feed coming back? We are still working the best we can. We believe that the actual software has ended up crashing to that, and the driver, or the person that is actually doing the hosting the server for this live stream is actually racing right now and is in the middle of a stint. So we're trying to fix it the best we can, but if worse comes to worse, we will have to wait until his stint is over before we can get a fix, which it has been quite a while. We're nearing 2 hours, so it's only a matter of time. We've seen a couple of swaps already. It'll only be a matter of time before that happens, so please just bear with us on that.
Moving on with the rundown of the order so far, into 10th place overall, but for me, probably my driver of the day, the Lotus Scar team, piloted by Irishman The War, who has just been setting such good lap times. He's even been challenging some of the guys in the class above them, and really leading that team very, very well at the moment. And yeah, as you can see, they're in the lead of the GT Cup class.
Yeah, so now you see the messages just popped up on the screen that we are experiencing the technical difficulties, and once again, we will do that. And John Frisch asks, are the positions on the screen correct? Yes, they are correct. They've updated, I think, 5 minutes ago. Just updated, and that's why we're doing the run-through. 11th place is the Renault Sport drivers. They are doing a great job running in second place. They have not had any TV time. That really, and that kind of goes back to what we were saying with the you don't necessarily want to be on TV time unless you're leading the race because it usually means you're wrecking. They've ran a clean race, a good race so far, and are cruising around. And we just had another update. Making a quick check through. I don't think any positions have changed. I think that was just a bit of an update there. And
No, they haven't.
actually, no. Oh, the Renault Sport has just been passed by the Lotus Wheel Racing team. So put the 86 above the 89 now. Have the 89 have issues, or was that just a pass for position?
Yeah, I think this is the issue with Podador. As I said, I'm back in the lobby now, and at the moment I'm only seeing 12 running cars. Now, of course, that includes AJ sitting in the safety car ready to go out whenever he needs to. So there's no 13th car. There's no Renault out there on the road at the moment. So obviously, some form of connection issue for the GTR Blackhawks.
Oh boy, well that could be, as we saw issues with things like this in the Daytona 24, that could be detrimental to their hopes in this event. A big disappointment there if they can't get things back underway very quickly. So the Renault Sport having some severe issues right now with the connection, perhaps, but that's going to put the Lotus into 11th place, and they've been running a great race so far. They had one little off. They were involved in that big 3-car accident, but they were doing everything they should have. He's been doing a textbook job letting those. Chris is behind the wheel right there, and he's been doing an absolute, I mean, just fantastic job at letting the faster cars in other classes go by. I think he's been the best at doing that all day today. The accident with the big 3-car crash, that wasn't really through any fault of his own. That was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was doing everything he had to do, and he's been continuing to do that. And you can see we were talking earlier that he's not necessarily the fastest car on the track, but he's been managing himself quite well. And we were talking earlier about how that probably would give him some positions. And there you go. He's just gotten one position, and he's got one more to go. So Lotus at the top of that board. And the Renault Sport's currently not on track, I don't think. So I guess that'll do it for the run through.
Yeah, I think it will for now. I mean, we've just had a comment in the Skype chat. The Renault might still be out there. I think we've got a couple of lag issues with the game itself. And it's probably my end that's wrong, considering my internet's quite sucky today. But yeah, that's our rundown done so far. At the moment, lap times are pretty much as we've seen throughout the race. The GT3 is running in the mid to high 2-minute threes. The GT300's running around anything between the 2-minute nines. Z-Play at the moment doing particularly quick laps. So Z-Play in the 2-minute nines, the other cars in the 2-minute 11s, and the GT Cup cars in the 213s.
So that's how that's going to work out right now, and that's your run through the field based on the info that we have given to us. Some people are saying that things are different, but that we're going to go ahead and just go by the Nerds scoring system at the moment because that is the official one. I don't think anybody has a complete 100% certification at the moment because of the way that we score the races or the positions with Nerds is based on the laps they have led or laps they have ran, and they take photos and send it into AJ, and he then updates the standings. So that's why, obviously, that we don't have the live scoring as well, and that's also why we've seen some issues before with that. So that explains, hopefully that explains to everybody why people are just are disagreeing with things and why our ticker may be wrong and why you may or may not be wrong depending on what's going on. We are still under the technical difficulties, and we do apologize for that. We are going to try to work with that the best we can. I think at this point, it's come to the point that we need to wait for Bart to exit the race car. And once he exits the race car and rejoins the technical side of things, he can get things worked out, and we can get everybody working back again, and we can get the stream back up. After the stream is back up, I think me and Andrew will then step away and leave us to that no commentary thing. The reason why we haven't stepped out already is mostly because if we're staring at a black screen, we should at least give, a little bit of, give you guys something. So we are currently working on that, and we will, I believe, unless AJ sends us a message saying otherwise, we will stay with you until we get things worked out. So.
For argument's sake, in terms of where cars currently are on the track, I can tell you that the Green Hell Heathens car is currently coming down the Conrod Straight. Passam is coming onto the Conrod Straight now, so he's probably about 3 or 4 seconds behind. The TNR Nismo car is just coming over the top of the mountain now, so he's about to come into the S's. Lionface is really, really close in the Bitter Rivals racing car. I'm just going to check that I've got that right.
Yes,
Yes, I have. Yeah, so he's right up behind Passam. R. Clark is just coming into the chase now. Apologies, this is all obviously moving as I'm looking at the screen. So, in terms of leading, is the Green Hell Heathens car in the lead? It either is or it's almost a lap down. It's one of the two.
All right. We're now about to work
But
our.
they have had a major driver change, as people in the comments have been saying. So we'll have to wait and see, and once we get more info, we'll see how that all shakes out.
And we do apologize if there are issues right now with if we are horribly wrong for whatever reason. We do apologize for that. We currently. Andrew is in the lobby right now. I am watching the stream provided to me and doing what I can, and he's doing what he can. We're trying to work on getting the stream back to you, and I advise you guys do stick around, run this in the background or something, because when we did have the stream going, the racing was absolutely fantastic, and we're getting word that perhaps Jordan will be taking over the live stream right now. We will lose the graphics, but we will actually have moving picture. So that's good news. At least that's what the talk is right now. So we may be seeing a dramatic change in what you will be seeing in terms of pictures. It may actually limit the lag factor. And as soon as Bart gets out of the race car, he will be working diligently, I'm sure, to get us our graphics back and our pictures. So stand by, and yeah.
Little bit of pit lane action. R. Clark 83 in the number 42 car has made a pit stop for Reaper Online Racing. Just your standard tyres and fuel. They looked like they'd actually run their strategy really, really well, because there wasn't much fuel wasted in that car at all. So timing the fuel load and the limit of the tyres to pretty much perfection there. They're back up and underway, and in a little bit of traffic at the moment. They've got the War in the Lotus Elise ahead of them. But they're running fairly well at the moment.
Yeah, Andrew, I'd like to bring this topic up with you. The tires, like the gas and tire differences. We've noticed earlier that these Lotus cars, they are, and even the Renault, they have they have a lot better fuel mileage because they're lighter, and they run, I believe, lower RPMs as well. So they're not necessarily how would you say, they get a lot better fuel mileage. I know they're not faster, but with the better fuel mileage, does that keep them in contention with the GT300s?
I'm not too sure. I think at this early stage of the race, being able to run a little bit longer. So if this was, say, a 2 or 3 hour race, that would definitely be a factor. But I think as we go deeper into the race, just the sheer pace of those GT300s will mean that they'll get enough of a gap over the GT Cup cars that even with those extra pit stops, they'll still come out on top. At least that's the expectation anyway.
So in the sense that if we happen to have a big safety car soon, if we did have something like that happen, that would probably reset the clock, if you will, for those guys, and they would all be nose to tail again. And if we had one late in the race, with maybe like an hour or two left, would that then put them into contention to take over the GT300s?
No, I think eventually, yeah. Just as I said, those the sheer pace and the because at the moment the GT300 cars are probably lapping about 3 or 4 seconds quicker than the Cup cars. Um, but then again, the war's running so well, and if they keep out of trouble, and I mean, we've already seen two of the 300 cars being in trouble, then maybe yeah, in the overall standing, the Cup cars could take it. But something quite extraordinary is going to need to happen for that to take place.
Well, we've seen extraordinary things before. Not to say there's going to be a big mess, but I would be surprised if something like that does end up happening because we saw the Daytona 24 hours and we saw what we've seen so far. Lots of things have happened, and I think there's a lot more to come in these next 9 and a 3/4 hours.
Definitely so. At the moment, just to give you a little bit of an update on what's going on out on track. Interestingly, the Green Hell Heathens, they've had that driver change, but of course we've got different levels of driver in this race. And N64 the Stig, I don't know whether he's got traffic issues at the moment. In fact, actually looking at it, he might have had some traffic issues on that last lap, running a 2:07. But still, at the moment, he's not quite on the pace of GTP pass him in the Avalier on the machine. De Bomb's still going very, very quick. They're down in the mid 2-minute threes. So Green Hell Heathens at the moment about a second slower on sheer pace.
Well, yeah, and thank you once again for all this info you're giving us. I mean, it's very valuable right now. If you notice, the live stream is actually we've lost the frozen picture we've had. It's now just gone to a complete cutaway right now. We're just working off the clock. The clock is about the most interesting view of this right now. We are once again working on it, so please bear with us. Looking at the standings, though, you notice they have shaken up quite a bit from the start. We've had several different leaders in the overall class, and not necessarily in the Cup class, but in the GT300s, we've had quite a few lead changes as well. And you'd think at this point they'd start to spread out a bit after a couple of hours, but they're sticking right up there with them. And we keep having these lead changes. So, you think it's gonna stay like this toward the end of the race, or do you think that they're gonna actually begin to spread out more so, and it'll be more of a 2-horse, 1-horse race for each class?
For the GT3 class, I think it could swing, it have swings back and forth, very much depending on when those teams get their fast drivers in their cars. We saw from Daytona these guys who are running the cars, especially Avalier on TNR Nismo and Green Hell Heathens, and throw Bitter Rivals Racing in there as well. They're so strong as squads. I think they'll keep battling all the way for most of the 12 hours. Based on what we've seen so far, Lightning Speed Motorsport look very good in terms of being able to keep calm, steady, but fast. Being a local team as well, by that I mean they don't make driver changes in, say, the same way as those guys who are racing across network. They'll be able to manage their team really well, give each other tips really easily. So I can see them running away with the GT300 class. Similar for the Scar Lotus team. We know the Scar team as an organisation run well in whatever they're running, whether it be a Lotus Elise or a GT500 car, as we saw at Daytona. And the way that the war has set them up in these first 2 hours or so, yeah, I can see them running away with GT Cup as well.
This is once again, if you're still with us here, and we still see that we do have 48 people still sticking with us, and we thank you for sticking with us. This is round 2 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. I'm NASCAR Fab 1400, partnered here with Andrew and Famine, who has not said a whole lot. He's working on the stream with us here, but is also in the commentary box with us. And we are working we are now working the 3rd hour of the event. We've had a great race so far. we lost the stream about 20 minutes ago. We are once again working on that. Once again, we will be going. The stream itself will stay up for the full 12 hours, and we will get through with that. The commentary will switch off. Me and Andrew will be signing off as soon as we get the stream back. A few minutes after we get the stream back is when we'll be signing off. And then it will be no commentary until about an hour and a half, about an hour from now. Now taking the time away. So it'll be an hour of no commentary, and then I believe me and Andrew hop back on for about another hour. And then Andrew will take over my role, and Famine and Bart will be back with us with Andrew. Then it'll be another period of no commentary. Then me and Bart will take you guys to the checkers. So currently, once again, working on getting things fixed here. You can follow us at GTPlanet News, and you can follow AJ, the guy who's organized this entire event, and hats off to him, at GTP_AJ. Still working on things now.
Driver change to tell you about: the number 68 Swift Autosport car has been in. Z Player's got out of the car, and WTF Man is stepping into that car. They're still in the process of that driver change, so they're not out of the pits yet. As I say that, he just appears in the lobby now, so WTF Man will be out on track shortly. The War in the GT Cup leading Scar Lotus, he's been in the pits as well, just a standard pit stop there, no driver change, and he's on his way again. Just to say as well, I've been reading the comments, and if people are reading the standings off where it says in the on their screens in the race itself, for example, at the moment on my screen it says Passam in the lead, but that's meaning he's had the fastest lap at the moment. So I know it's frustrating, guys, as we haven't got more info as we'd like, but don't take the timing screen on inside the lobby as gospel at the moment, because it just considers fastest lap that we've seen so far.
And
for the record,
yeah.
Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, at the moment we're still seeing similar lap times. Passam and De Bomb really ramping up the pressure. Clark, after his pit stop as well, is running really well. They're all in the high 2-minute 3s, low 2-minute 4s at the moment. Keeping an eye on N64, the Stig as well, currently in the high 2-minute 5s. GTP, OTGX, JTO still out there as well. They're probably due a driver change quite soon, or a change in stints. They're currently running in the 2-minute 6s. Lionface, I think, has been in the pits because he's had a slow lap, a 2-minute 14, which normally means that they've been in the pits. In the lower classes, we've had quite a bit of activity in terms of pit stops recently. But at the moment, it's still the War that's being the impressive one, running really strong lap times. Ning Dynasty as well, in the 2-minute 9s. His last lap was 2-minute 10, but I think he had a bit of traffic. So for now, that's all your news of what's going on track in terms of lap times.
Yeah, and looking back at the first part of this race, it's been, I don't know how you feel about it, Andrew, but I think it was absolutely fantastic.
Oh yeah, the racing was absolutely enthralling to watch. Good clean racing as well, as Ning Dynasty in the GT300 leading number 65 car comes into the pit. So this may be a driver change that we're about to see here. If not, it'll just be a standard pit stop. But yeah, you're right. The racing was absolutely fantastic in all three classes. We had the great battle for the overall lead, and the drama of De Bomb in TNR Nismo's car falling away for them. He is on his way back, as Ning Dynasty does get out of the car, so that will be a driver change for the Lightning Speed Motorsport crew. And mentioning the Lightning Speed Motorsport crew, the job that they did to start well, be in second, then really, really ramp up the pressure. I think it was about 40 minutes into the race, they suddenly
Yeah.
did a couple of really quick laps, got up onto the back of Swift Autosport, did a really professional, clean move, and they've not looked back since. They've done a fantastic job with that
I,
squad.
and to think when they got into that one little scuffle there where they tried to go 3 wide, they're about inches away from having their race be totaled there. And all three of those guys, it wasn't even the damage on Swift Autosport didn't even come from that move. I'm still in shock that they managed to get through there. Um, like you said, these guys have been doing an absolutely stellar job on the racetrack. And Ning Dynasty, I think all his teammates need to pat him on the back because that was a great job from him.
Absolutely. Another drive change to tell you about the Vile Racing Limited squad. This is the second Lotus release. Chris has got out of the car. Not quite sure who's stepping into it. I'll get you that information as quickly as I can. Jaso Greeno is getting into the Lightning Speed Motorsport. So as I say, that's Ning Dynasty out of the car, Jaso Greeno in, and yeah, for now that's what's going on in the pits.
Great job, textbook job from Chris all day so far today.
Yeah, he's admittedly not been the fastest, but he's not been. We've not talked about him much, which must mean that he's not been in the walls much. He's kept out of trouble. I mean, I remember when he was the first guy to get lapped, he was very professional in keeping out of the way of the GT3 cars. And that's the kind of racer that you need in these endurance races because you never know what could happen to one of your class rivals. So yeah, I've been really impressed with them.
So once again, we are currently under a technical difficulties. We are working on that, and we will get it up soon. And like I said, it's great. It's not great. It's always a bad situation when something goes wrong. But I'd rather have it go wrong now than go wrong with an hour to go.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I know it's so frustrating. It's frustrating for me. I want to be able to know fully what's going on. Yeah, unfortunately, we've had these issues. We're trying to get them fixed as quickly as possible. And I know it's frustrating for people in the chat, but I'd take this opportunity to call out if you think you could help us out for future rounds, if you've got the means and the technology. I know not everybody has the means and technology to host on this scale. It takes a lot of megabytes and a lot of power and all of that business. But if you think you could help out, get in touch with AJ, and he'd be very willing to sort something out. We'd love to be able to broadcast and commentate races throughout their entirety, but at the moment we simply don't have the number of people to do so.
Yeah, once again, you best either if you're on GTPlanet, go ahead and contact him. His username is AJ. If you're not, he is also able to be contacted at GTP_AJ on Twitter. And this guy, AJ's done a fantastic job putting this all together. Pat on the back for him. And it's not the race that's having issues right now. The race is still going on. The race is still going on in a very good fashion. It's just the stream that has gone out. So there's nothing going on. We're not under a red flag or anything like that. We're still running the race, and the race, from what I'm hearing so far, is going just fine so far. And just hat off to AJ. He's gone through so much work to just set this all up and make sure everything works to order. He did a fantastic job at the Daytona 24 Hours. Stayed up all 24 hours and then some to steward that race. So big tip of the hat to him, and then giving us all the opportunity to come out and commentate, giving all these drivers the opportunity to come out and race for one of the more prestigious events in Gran Turismo Planet's history. And this is going to be one heck of a championship, I can tell you that.
Absolutely. We've said it before that there's so many strong drivers in this championship. So many guys who've done really well in the GT Academy competitions as well, which just scares me. The thought of, I mean, I know I'm not racing in it at the moment, but the thought of being able to race those guys is something I think quite unique in the online racing world. And yeah, it should, as we get these technical issues sorted out, as we get further and further into the year and more experience with running these races, I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic as we learn those lessons going forward.
Yeah, and once again, I'd like to thank all 50 people that are currently watching this live stream for sticking with us. We really do appreciate it. We will continue to bring you the, I guess, GTPlanet Endurance Series radio show here the best we can until we get this live stream back. Me and Andrew were actually supposed to step away about 30 minutes ago, but obviously we're going to stick with you until we get the stream back up. Working diligently, everybody's working diligently on trying to troubleshoot solutions to see if we can fix it ourselves. It does not look like that's going to happen. We are waiting on the driver who is hosting our server here to, well, give the server a bit of a kickstart, if you will, and get things back on the road here. If and hopefully this is the case, if we can get this back up before another hour, before we get to the 8-hour 30-minute mark, which I really do hope is the case, and we get the stream back by that point. Me and Andrew will step away until then, and there will be a no commentary session. If not, I don't know where Andrew stands on this. I'd be fine for going all the way through should we need to. Not a problem with me, and once again, we are working on this. It is very hard to organize something like this. It's such a mass scale, and there is so much computer space, memory, and all this, and all the internet you take to get this to work. So we're working on it the best we can.
Bit of an update on the AWOL Renault Sport Megane. It is still out there. I've just refreshed my entrance in the lobby. Podador is going round. He's done 30 laps on his stint at the moment, so he has been out there pounding around doing the laps. At the moment, he's running fairly strong laps. He's in the 1 minute 12s. So he's doing well there. So for anybody following the GTR Black Hawks, don't fear, they are still in the race. They are still running. From the looks of things on these couple of laps whilst he's been back up on my screen, they're running very well.
I've just got the call here. I'm going to go ahead and hop into the room with you, Andrew, and we're going to go ahead and do this as a radio show style type thing until we get the stream back.
Fantastic.
So I'm going to go ahead and make my way into that. And while I'm doing that, go ahead and, once again, we are now working our, I believe we're getting closer to our 4th hour now, nearing that of the GTPlanet Endurance Series' second round, which is the Bathurst 12 hours, the full 12 hours race. It is the entire thing, so that is actually quite cool. This is just absolutely all the work and preparation has gone into this is fantastic. And once again, it is just the stream that has gone out. There is nothing wrong with the race itself.
The racing itself.
Yeah, that is still going on, and that is still going on a good rate. Everything's still fine in there. We're just working things out at the moment in regards to the live stream. And once again, I've just gotten the call. I'm getting in the room as quickly as I can here. I'm getting stuff set up on the PlayStation. I'm going to hop in. Andrew's already in the room. I'm going to hop in with Andrew, and we're going to treat this like a radio show until we get the cameras back. Once again, if you're just joining us and are confused what's going on, our cameraman, the guy, or not our cameraman necessarily, but the guy who is controlling our live stream right now and bringing the pictures to us, who's relaying the feed, is currently racing the race car right now. And this is the same thing that happened at Daytona. We had the sound go out, and we had a couple of issues with lag. And once he was done racing, he was able to help us get things fixed, and then we were good to go until the end. So once again, tip of the hat to Bart for doing this in the Daytona and hopefully getting things underway here again in Bathurst. We will get these things fixed as quickly as we can, and until then, it will be the GTPlanet Endurance Series radio. You can find us on www.gtplanet.net. If you're interested in joining us in our future rounds, there's some spots for one-off racing and whatnot. And you see this is what we've been sitting with for about, for a while now. We are waiting for some, improvement, and we are seeing some signs of improvement. We know what's wrong with it, we think, so we're going to get things worked out. I'm making my way into the room. Once again, be sure to follow AJ on Twitter, GTP at GTP_AJ. He's the guy who's put this all together, and he's probably the guy you want to contact if it's regarding technical standpoint or anything otherwise. He's the guy you're going to want to go to for that. You can follow me
Battle
on
out on track at the moment. Big battle out on track at the moment. The number 43 car, so this is the Bitter Rivals racing machine. They are fighting for every inch of tarmac at the moment with the number 42 Reaper Online racing team. So this is R Clark 83 for Reaper and Lionface. These guys have been in since the start. Really professional running, keeping it fairly clean and all together. So when you get into the lobby, Naz, I think this is going to be the battle that we're going to have to look out for.
Alrighty, I've just booted up Gran Turismo 6 now, and I'm making my way into the room, so we should be good to go on that standpoint. If you would please, Andrew, take over for a few moments while I do get that set up, if that's not a problem for you.
Yep, no problem. A little bit of a development on that battle between the 42 and the 43. The 43 has now taken that position. Great move. Looked like it was going up through the over the top of the mountain. Apologies, my stream or my picture is quite laggy at the moment, so sometimes it looks like cars are just crashing into one another, but I assure you they're not. Car in the pits is, as I'm cycling through, GTR Podador 86. So this is our GTR Blackhawks Renault there in the pits. Passon's made a stop recently as well. Going to a sequence of cars just going over the top of the mountain now through the sharp quick left-hander before they approach the S's. I'm currently on board with OTX JTO, and he's coming up on a couple of back markers. Chris in the Lotus and Stocky 8A1 in, I believe that's one of the GT300 cars. And this is, I think he's just going to get away with it, but it was almost like he was going to get onto that car just where you don't want to. You ideally want to get past the back markers on the long straights, such as Conrad, as OTX is doing now. He just passes Chris in the Lotus. But we saw in the support races, especially later in the race, that lapped traffic can get quite tricky to navigate as you go through the S's, and we did see a couple of incidents in that race. Elsewhere on track, we've got the continuing battle between Lionface and R Clark 83. At the moment, it's still Lionface in the lead of that battle, as into the pits comes the War. So this is the leading Lotus, the Scar Lotus Elise, that's been doing absolutely fantastic work so far in the GT Cup class. It's time for the Irishman to pass over to the next driver. He's out of the car, but what an absolutely fantastic stint from from the War there in the Lotus Elise.
Yeah, he's had a stellar.
I logged a fastest lap of 2 minutes 11. That was quite early in the stint though, and given that we've had these issues, I wouldn't have been surprised if he's actually gone quicker later in this stint. But yeah, so far my driver of the day.
Appears that Stocky's also just making a driver change as well. I'm not sure if that's...
Yeah, he's disappeared off my timing screen, so I assume, yeah, that's either a disconnection or a driver change. The bomb in the pits as well. So this is the TNR Nismo that started from pole position, led very early on, and was very quick before having a crash coming through the S's, I think. They're in the pits now. They've run 69 laps for this stint, so you never know. This might be a driver change, but it's not a driver change. The bomb gets a fresh set of racing hard tyres, tops it up with fuel, and is on his way again.
Looks like True Blue 8 into the pit lane here. Oh, the 65 car has just been shown a penalty, warping back to the pits. So he's going to have to go to the pits, and he's going to be held a lap.
That's
figuring out.
quite an important thing. That's the lightning speed motorsport car, the Mazda RX-7, which has been leading GT300.
So a major no-no there.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happened there. I've never seen warping come up in a penalty description before. Maybe they're using some kind of Star Trek technology, which is clearly not allowed in GTPlanet Endurance Series. Um,
I believe what he's done, Andrew, is he's gone into the pit lane, and he was in such a hurry to get to the pits that he was in the pit and then exited the car, and it just popped him right into the pit lane. So he just took out about 5 seconds of rolling speed out of that, and
okay.
yeah, that or he was just shy of the pit entry when he did it, and so that is a huge issue for our leader. And
Ah,
then
yeah, Famin's just put it there. Yeah, hit start, hit exit, warps you to the pits. There we go. I've learned something today.
So the war is coming back. I'm not sure.
Yeah, this may be something where there's a maximum stint time.
Yeah, it's gonna be
In
tested.
fact, I'm just going to have a look as to whether that
Oh,
car
is the
is a
war?
local car or not.
Yes. Okay. Yes, he's a local team.
Uh,
So
my notification he isn't a local team, so I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but I'm sure AJ will keep an eye on it and notify us if there's any trouble there. Jaso Greeno in the pits. Jaso Greeno in the pits. This is the number 65 Lightning Speed Motorsport car, so this is going to be it serving
no,
its penalty.
yeah, and now the war is left again. Oh my.
Yeah, a little bit of a problem there for the Scar Lotus team. I hope it's not a similar situation to what we had in the support race. I think we had it with two cars where one car, its driver hadn't been registered in the community club lobby prior to the race start, so couldn't actually get into the club itself. And then we had another car which had no second driver, hadn't notified AJ, and just decided to keep on going round and went way beyond um, the maximum stint time. So hopefully there's not going to be a similar issue for Scar Lotus, as they have been running so well.
And we've just seen from AJ that the 65 will leave at 3 hours 48 minutes. I believe that said 30 seconds or 20 seconds total time. So he's got a little bit left in his penalty. So that is detrimental, though, because that is a big, big penalty for a
That is
little
a
thing.
very big penalty. Yeah, that's if I'm right and my screen's telling me the correct numbers, that's a 6 minute penalty.
Oh my goodness, that's about 4 laps. Three,
Yeah,
more.
my total time at the moment is 3 hours 42 seconds and 42 minutes. Sorry, well 43 minutes now. So
Just
that is a really hefty penalty. But those are the rules.
yeah, it certainly is no slap on the wrist. That's more or less a kick in the knees. That is a big, big penalty, and that is probably almost certainly going to knock them off of the pace, and that's going to be a huge uphill climb for the whole rest of the race for those guys. Very big.
So in terms of who this gives the lead to, I believe it will be a return of the lead to the number 68 Swift Autosport team.
And boy, that's exactly what they wanted. That's exactly what they needed, because they were going through so many issues earlier in this event that it was unreal what they were going through. After they had that one accident, it was accident after accident after accident, and now I think their luck's come back to them. So
Yeah, and they're running really strongly at the moment. I mean, they've had their driver change. WTF man has been out for 11 laps, and he's not quite got the fastest lap for that team at the moment. Still, Z plays 2 minute 8.236 is the fastest lap that car's done today. But they're running really strong times at the moment, so they're taking full advantage of this problem that Jason Greeno's had.
yeah, this is just that's just devastating. But they certainly aren't going to do it again. I mean, oh boy. I'm not exactly sure where they were at when they were, but I mean that is huge. That is big because they are the leaders of the class and they were very, very, very fast. they're not out of the race, but it's going to be a huge uphill climb for those guys for the whole rest of it. They've still got 9 hours to get back that time, but it's going to be a long 9 hours now. They've got to really put it in gear and hope that they can catch some big luck and hope that everybody else in their class has some big penalties. They were the fastest cars for quite a while.
Yeah, if you think it's pretty much 3 laps that they've lost there from their lead or from their position on track. So it really is a hard hit for them. Talking of GT300 cars that are going quickly, we've seen True Blue 8 hop into the GTO Racing. This is the number 67 machine. And he's really hit the ground running. He's just set a 2 minutes 7.846, which is one of the fastest GT300 laps that we've seen today. In fact, it might be the fastest GT300 lap that we've seen today. So watch out for that car in the next hour or so, because at the wheel is True Blue 8, and at the moment it looks like he's going very quickly.
Yes, and another thing to point out, it looks like Wee Scotsman has just joined. Not sure if he's going to probably going to try to take the place of the Lotus.
The War, yes, this is the silver driver stepping into the Scar Lotus.
The big question is if it was in fact a disconnection or not. Did he get his photo taken of what lap he was running?
Well, you'd hope so.
Sorry to cut you off there, but a yellow flag.
Yeah, go for it.
Going to take a look at who that was. I think somebody's got some. Was it R. Clark and R. Clark 83 perhaps? Because he's getting swallowed up quite quickly. And the number 42. I'm not sure if that was the exact issue there. And it looks like Andrew, you've.
Yeah, I'm just having to update the timing screen again because there's a few drivers that aren't appearing on my screen.
Well, that's. I think the track is pretty well clear now. Doesn't look like. I'm checking. I'm taking a quick look here. I don't think anybody's got mechanical damage, or at least not anything big. Nobody's got mechanical damage. I think we're all clean here. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, was it Jason Greeno? Or excuse me, Chris W. I was looking at the wrong.
Ah, so that's the
big off.
That's the number 86 Vile Racing Limited car.
So Chris W. 265, who's running that number 86, he's had a great day so far. He was keeping himself out of trouble, been doing a class act job, and he's just taken a big off. He has big front end damage. He's just offed it in the chase, so he is having a horrible lap there, and now he's just nearly offed it coming into the pit entry road. He is going to get it in the pit lane there, and that is the cause of the caution. So that's what's just happened there, and that is huge. Jason Greeno still sitting in the pit lane waiting for his penalty to expire. Boy, oh boy. That's huge for both of those guys. Now, Chris W. is toward the back of his respective pack. That is the number 86 Lotus Wheel Racing Unlimited car. They were running 11th overall. And now Jason Greeno has just got the call to exit the pit lane. So, boy, oh boy. Waiting for Andrew to rejoin here. And yeah, waiting on that. We are working 3 hours and 48 minutes tacked down. Currently running, well, I'd say we're nearing the fourth of our race over, actually. And it's gone by pretty
I was just about to say, it's gone by very quickly.
The first couple minutes of this race were actually the first hour or so. We went by quite slow, and I was enjoying myself there. And we were seeing some great battles, and it was going on here. But already already a quarter of this race is nearing itself to be over, and that is, and it's a long way to the next event. And I really, I've enjoyed myself in the commentary box so far. We're currently treating it as a radio show while we wait for the video to come back. Me and Andrew, well, we're waiting on Andrew to rejoin. I'm currently sitting in the lobby and watching the race from the lobby and giving you guys live play-by-play on what's going on here. We will get the video back as soon as... Oh boy! Hold up. Somebody's going off, I believe, in the last corner, Murray's current corner. Was that... I believe it was Clark, perhaps. I'm not entirely sure. Nobody went around, nobody spun out, but somebody got off and got really, really loose right in front of a pack of cars. And that could have been huge. Luckily, it wasn't. It may have been WTF man in that Swift Autosport vehicle that may have had the off. So somebody's had an off. It was not a big off. I don't think anybody's gotten any damage. I'm checking that now. Well, it was WTF man that had an off. So it is the Swift Autosport car that has gone off. He has mechanical damage on the right front, from what I am seeing, in that number 68 Subaru. And I don't think it is a lag spike, because he's actually, although those are upper class cars, he is wiggling a little bit and losing speed. So yes, I do believe that is more trouble for that Swift Autosport number 68. They're going, what they have, I believe, at this point. Oh boy, he got off in the S's there. That was very close to being a big accident. Great job saving that car. I don't know if that was a lag spike or not, but he just nearly dumped it all away and flushed it all down the toilet for that one. But he is going to hold on to it this time and making his way down the Conrad Straight. I don't know if he's going to try and pit or if he's going to try and stay out. It does not look like it was a detrimental issue. Definitely not as big as the issues we saw earlier with that Swift Autosport car, but definitely another hiccup. I think if you're going to have your hiccups, you want to have them in the first half of the race, so then you can get everything ironed out and you can really, say, okay, I've driven this car, I know what's going on. We have a car in the pit lane, and it is R. Clark 83 in the pits, guys. R. Clark 83 coming in the pit lane. And what I was saying about WTF man does stay out, so he's going to try and run there. As now DeBomb he's now under fire from DeBomb. And I'm not sure if R. Clark's going to go for a full pit or if he's going to do a driver swap here. Waiting to see that happening. Andrew experiencing some issues with his game here, so I am still currently we've pretty much traded roles. Andrew is the one who left now, and I'm the one in the race. And now we've got R. Clark coming out of the pit lane, so he is not going to be doing a driver swap. So R. Clark just coming in for some tires and fuel, back out on the racetrack in that number 42, driving for the number 42 Mercedes Reaper Online racing team. And he's been doing a great job so far. He's kept his nose out of trouble. He's not been the fastest car, but he's definitely been one of the cleaner cars. Has not had a whole lot of TV time, and that's a good thing. He's been keeping up well.
Yes, my PSN's decided to drop out on me. You're doing a cracking job, Naz. Keep it up.
Thank you. This is my first time commentating for the GTPlanet Endurance Series, as we see Scotsman pulling over and giving GTP pass him the lane. Good driving there. Textbook move, pulling off just before Hell corner and letting him take the outside line, letting Passam take the outside line. So Passam, I think, has been running this whole time, and he is going to be very, very close to. He did the same thing at Daytona as well. He's going to be running, I think, the absolute maximum that you can run in a single stint. So Passam is doing the same thing he did at Daytona, but he's doing an absolutely stellar job out there. He's not had any mistakes. That Avalarion Audi is doing a great job today, and can't wait to see where they're going to end up coming in the closing stages of this event. And we're looking at we got a couple of cars close to each other. Oh, and the 85 cars just had a penalty for avoidable contact, and he's going to come into the pit and be held this lap. So that is the 85 car. If we can get a reading on who that is.
That's the Scar Lotus team.
Oh boy, so your leaders. Wow. That is great news for Chris, who just had his big off. I believe Chris has some more damage now as GTP OTX goes around. Taking a look here, Chris does not have damage, but something has happened with the leaders of the Cup class. Oh my goodness. WTF man has damage on 3 out of the 4 suspension components of his car. Jason Greeno has damage to the right side of his car. I think they've gotten into each other because they were pretty close when Jason Greeno came out of the pit lane, so I'm not sure what that's all about. I am going to try and find the number 85 car for you and tell you who is piloting that one at the moment. But your leaders in the Scar Lotus are now having some issues. So they're going to need to make a pit stop, and they are going to be held in the pits for a while. So, and now we're getting word from Peelster here about what's going on. The reason for the penalty between the 85 car is due to avoidable contact with the number 65 car in turn 2, in which the 65 had warped back to the pits after that, or warped back after that collision. That is from Peelster, our one of 2 of our head stewards. So I'll read it again just to make it clear. The reason for the penalty with the 85 car is due to avoidable contact with the number 65 car. If you want to get a reading on who the 65 car is, please. In turn 2, I'm taking a look at the live stream, the number 65. So the Scar Lotus made contact with the 65 car, which was the Mazda Lightning Speed car, and the Lightning Speed car had so much damage, instead of going limp home mode, I assume they just warped back to the pit lane. And now the 85 has just been released for the pit. So that is why both of those cars ended up with penalties. I believe that was under investigation, and that is why this penalty came without a whole lot of commotion immediately. So the reason for the penalty on the 85, again, avoidable contact with the 65 in turn 2. So that is that high speed right hander, and that is where we nearly had a big accident earlier. That is the Corey, and that made the 65 car warp back instead of taking limp home mode. That is why the 65 car got a penalty for not using limp home mode, and that probably explains why it was such a large penalty for him, because it was in turn 2. And then the 85 car was just held for a little bit for a penalty for actually causing that contact. So that is some big news there. Peelster once again trying to update it here. So that is the reasoning behind the Scar Lotus penalty and why the Mazda penalty was happening and what caused him to warp back. Right now, looking through there, I think it may be a lag spike, but WTF man has all kinds of damage. I think it is a lag spike. So we'll try to investigate that the best we can. Currently, under the radio show format, if you will, we lost the stream about an hour ago, and we're doing the very best we can to bring you what's going on the track. I am with Andrew Mather here. He is currently trying to get his PlayStation to get into the zone so that he can actually rejoin and help me here with the radio.
Yep.
And
We're
it
very
looks like,
close.
yeah, he's very close to getting that back up. So we'll have him in for a moment, in a few moments. Right now, I am NASCAR Fan 1400. I am currently in the lobby giving you guys play-by-play on what's happening live. And that's how this is working out right now. It looks like we got several cars. Looks like a nice big 4-car group. True Blue 8 leads that group of 4. Then N64, the Stig 07, is right behind him. True Blue is driving the white Subaru. And Andrew's now rejoining, so that's great news. The Stig 007 is currently driving the leading car, the Nissan Green Hell Heathens, and of course True Blue in front of him driving the GTO Racing Subaru. And then there's 2 more cars behind them. Boy, as they go through those S's, it scares you. You think they're wrecking half the time. Lionface is driving the car behind the Stig right now, waiting for the camera to come up so I can get a clear identification. Driving the number 43. Oh, this may be a battle for position. The 43 is right behind, and the Bitter Rivals Racing Mercedes is right behind the Nissan Green Hell Heathens. And they are 1-2 on the leaderboard. So, with a lapped car of a slower class in front of the Stig. I'm thinking that is why this is probably a battle for position. And it looks like the 43 is actually in the pit lane right now. And right behind them is the Nissan TNR Nismo. So that may be a 1-2-3 battle for position. And True Blue 8 is right in the middle of all of that. And we do have the 43 car in the pit lane. The number 43, that is Lionface in the pits. He's going to be, see if he's going to be given a driver swap or if he's going to stay in the pit lane. I'm going to change the cameras here. Currently, it looks like Lionface is pulled out of the pit lane, so he will not be doing a driver swap.
Yep, so I've managed to get things back up and running. I've had to do a whole system reboot. But yeah, great job there, Naz, on keeping everybody up to date. Lionface is now back out on track after that pit stop for the number 43. Back underway, cycling through, looking at the battles. So we've got N64, the Stig, and the Bomb. You've got these two Nissans, one in the Nürburgring 24-hour livery, the other in the YouTube livery, going hammer and tongs as they come down through the S's now. As you'd expect. Oh, sorry, Naz.
I'd like to. We have a car in the pit lane here. First off, that is GTR Potador in the pits. Does not look like he had any mechanical damage. Maybe a driver swap coming on here because he doesn't look like he has a whole lot of issues here. That is the number 89 Renault Sport GTR Blackhawk team, and he is doing a driver swap. Yes, he's just.
Yeah, I was just going to say he's due one. He started at this is UTC time. He started at 10:53. So yeah, due. Oh, sorry, that's 10:53 of the race time to go. So yeah, he's run a really long stint there. So I'm not surprised that he's making a driver change.
That is just as we've crossed, and this is, of course, though, including the small pre-race. We are just about to cross the 4-hour mark, so we are about to hit the halfway or the quarter-way mark in this event. So I think that he may be. I don't know how many drivers are scheduled to run, but I think that may be his one and only stint. I believe they are a local team, so.
Yeah, they've got 4 drivers down. So we've seen Racer Maniac. He started the race off, did about an hour. Then Podador stepped in with 10 hours and 53 minutes to go. Still, we haven't seen today GTR Venturi or McPower 92. But one of those drivers we're quite possibly going to see in the next 5 minutes.
So, yeah, and once again, I'm looking at the viewers. We have 51 people still listening at this point. Thank you all for your patience and your cooperation. We are working this out as best we can. Once again, we have to wait for, I believe, is it Passam? Is Bart?
Yeah, so when Passam hops out of the Avaleron Racing number 33, he may not even know that his software has crashed, and I'm sure he'll be really apologetic for that. He puts a lot of time into producing as good a piece of work for you guys, and he'll no doubt want to fix it as soon as possible. But yeah, he's racing right now, and I'm not sure racing and pressing software buttons at the same time is the most advisable thing to do. Even though it is Bathurst, and you do get V8 supercar drivers driving out of the pits without their seatbelts done up, so they can fasten them on the way up to turn 2. But software buttons and kicking computers is another thing. So yeah, we'll just have to wait on that one.
And he's been doing an absolutely stellar job on the racetrack, though, no doubt. So obviously he doesn't want to throw that away just to get a stream going. He is doing a fantastic job, and you got to hand it to him, tip of the hat to him for being kind enough to race and do the stream at the same time, multitask. Tip of the hat to exit the race car and then hop up into the commentary booth. He's actually going to be commentating with me to bring us to the checkered flag tonight. So just big tip of the hat to him. Doing a great job on the racetrack, and he definitely is kind enough to help us out there as he's made his way around Jason Greeno. So and just big help to us all, and all everybody in here is just pure volunteer work. So just tip of the hat to everybody. Jordan, Famine, of course, you, Andrew, AJ, Peelster, everybody who's put this together. It's just absolutely fantastic. This is round 2 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. We are currently in a radio show format, as we were just saying. The stream has cut out earlier. We are doing the best we can to get that back underway. Look like Passam going around Potador down the Conrad Strait. If you'd like to see about joining us in our future events, we are doing several more endurance events over the course of the season. You can follow at GT Planet News for the latest news on GT Planet. Go to www.gtplanet.net if you would like to see about applying for this. Also, you can follow Twitter. Follow AJ on his Twitter at GTP_AJ. We are about to work our 4th hour is what we're about to be entering here. It's been a fantastic race so far. We do apologize that we are now about to go a full hour or so without the stream. We do apologize. We are doing the best we can here, and it looks like Andrew, you and I may be working some overtime here. No break at all, possibly, since we've staying with you guys until the stream have come up, and we may actually run into our next shift. So that's fine with me. Anyways, I'm having a blast here in the comm box, and I think Andrew is too.
Yeah, I'm still enjoying it. Still enjoying watching the racing. Yeah, I mean, it's a shame you guys can't see it, but the racing is still really good, really tight, but clean as well.
I believe True Blue has had a bit of an off. It looks like he's acquired some mechanical damage. This may or may not be lag. He stays out, so it may not be lag. But at least from the telemetry I'm reading, you may want to check this yourself, Andrew, but I'm seeing True Blue has picked up mechanical damage on the right side of his Subaru. Perhaps he's kissed the wall in the S's somewhere. That's been where the Calamity Corner's been.
Was that front right that you said?
I said both the right sides.
Oh, okay. I've got front right only that's got damage.
So he does have damage at least on one of that
Yeah.
side of the arm. You see, oh man, he just pulled way up to the high side through that second corner through the quarry. I think he does have some sort of damage, and I think he's just trying to hold off on that damage until the next pit stop. But he is definitely running a bit wide on the right hand turns. Rebooted, and we started just to do an impromptu live stream here. I think Bart, you may as well go ahead and ask AJ or Peelster and get yourself situated first. We can run this live stream for a little while longer. I don't know how Jordan and you got and everybody else stands on this, but I personally would rather you get back in the race and get your DC things sorted out before you come back and start working on this, because that's a more pressing issue than the live stream.
Okay. I think Bart's working on this because I just heard some audio from the YouTube stream. So.
Oh, okay. If we can get this thing back going. I think that was a pretty good. I guess Plan B worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I was surprised how many people switched over. That was
yeah.
Had almost 50 people there. That was great.
I'm going, and we still got everybody watching right now, even after we went to a break here. So,
yeah,
pat on
people
the back.
are dedicated.
I want to say pat on the back for everybody in Peelster and AJ and everybody in Bart who's listening. Everybody, I mean, and yeah, and it's just the streams just changed. So, I would like to thank everybody for the professionalism and letting me have this opportunity and letting me go ahead and do this Plan B thing. So yeah, it's just been an honor to be rubbing elbows with you guys, Jordan, Famine, and all these awesome guys. And I'm glad I was given the opportunity to be in here and help get this Plan B underway here. So
I'm back, guys.
yeah. As soon as we get this going underway, I'm gonna step away for to get my drink and bathroom break going because yeah.
You've earned it.
It's becoming to be after 5 hours and a entire very large drink. It's becoming a more pressing issue where yeah. But yes, it looks like things are gonna go on. I'm gonna go ahead and stick around since I am controlling the cameras at the moment and doing the commentary. The commentary's off, Andrew. We're currently just kind of taking a break.
Is the non-YouTube
Stream is still going. I just cut the commentary. We're just currently blend. We still
Okay.
have
Right.
still 40 people on that. The YouTube one has changed. The YouTube one is slowly but surely making its way back to what it should be. I think we've just had an accident up there. Oh boy. See if you got any damage there. Maybe we need to report on that. I think it was that Chris again? It was. Whoever's driving that thing has just gone around. That's a shame, actually. Doesn't look like he got damaged, though. That's good. Alright, looks like Bart's back in, so I think we're going to get things started back up, which is good.
Once we get it back up and working,
Say it again?
me in the lobby looking at timing.
Oh! Alright, I'm going to go ahead and report on this, guys. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Welcome back. You're watching the Bathurst 12 hours. We were riding on board with Chris there. He's had 2 spins in 1 lap now. It doesn't look like he's got too much damage, but just after having a 9-lap deficit over the second place car and having a huge lead, he spins out, has a big off, has to go limp home mode for the entire lap, has a pit stop, and now this just adds insult to injury. Looks like he's going to be able to go on his way, though, but definitely things going a bit wonky for the Lotus team there. An update on what's going on with the YouTube live stream, that if you are currently watching the Twitch stream, that's where that's coming through. If we are working on it, it is making some changes. Since Bart has exited the vehicle, he is making progress. We are going to be back to that very soon. So just give it time, and it will be back to the full-on thing. I think Andrew and I can take a little bit of a breather, finish off our stint correctly, and take a break here. Once again, currently we are working we just passed the 1/3 mark, somewhere around there. The YouTube stream apparently is working. Pictures are live. We're going to go ahead and confirm this before we tell everybody to switch over. Jordan, you may want to remove the technical difficulties thing, but yes, the stream is back live. We need to check, make sure we have audio. If somebody can confirm that, please. But
yeah,
yes,
I removed the alert.
looks
Hey,
like
Bart.
we're going to business.
Hi, Bart.
There we go. And the stream is back up. We just need to make sure we have audio, and then we can tell people to start switching back. So yes, as soon as we get the confirmation on audio, anybody who's watching right now, if you guys have audio, please let us know, and I'll shut down the Twitch stream after I tell everybody. Okay, Ninjutsu Evolved is confirmed. We have sound. Is good. All is good. Can you hear it? Yes, it's good. Everybody's back. Okay, thank you, Bart. Alright, everybody watching the Twitch feed right now, I'm going to put the link into the Twitch feed description, and you guys are going to click that one and go back to where we started. I'm going to wait for everybody to clear off of here, give it about 5 minutes on this stream, and then I'm going to go ahead and close off this one. We will continue now and go back to our regularly scheduled programming. Jordan, I take it, yes, the Twitch stream is working for you now as well. So, or not your Twitch, your other live stream, so that's good. Excuse me. Me and Andrew have been going from the very beginning. We're working our fifth, almost fourth or fifth hour of commentary straight. Best part about online racing opposed to real life racing is there's no commercial breaks. Give it time. There will be commercial breaks at some point.
There are indeed no commercial breaks, but there are some disconnects. Unfortunately, we had one. Hey everyone.
Yeah. So this is Bart we're actually listening to right now. Bart, if you want to go ahead and possibly if you know what happened, go ahead to explain what actually went wrong and try see if we can't figure out what actually happened to the live stream.
Well, I think my internet just dropped, so yeah, I got no Wi-Fi anymore, no wired connection, which my desktop is running off, my PlayStation is running off. Um, Weirdly, I didn't get signed out of PSN, but I think it was just a massive internet problem on my end. But it was very short, so maybe a fraction of a second, so enough to make, or maybe a second or two, enough to get me disconnected from the lobby and yeah, have the live stream stop working. But yeah, short enough so that I don't get signed out of PSN.
If you have a moment, Bart, would you be open to a couple of questions about the racing?
Yeah, sure, shoot.
All right. I do have a great question because you were racing for a very, very, very long stint. I think the only one that tied your longest stint there was the driver of Lion Face there. Um, tell us about what it's like racing out there. Certainly from what we see in the stands, or in the booth, it's pretty hectic, but it's a controlled chaos. Is that what it's like on the track, or is it just everything's going crazy?
Yeah, it is something like controlled chaos, but every now and then when you're alone, you get some time to really focus on getting the good lap times together. Yeah, I have to say, being the faster class, you get to overtake a lot of the slower class drivers, but yeah, they were all pretty much great and predictable the whole way. So yeah, I was very happy with that. Yeah, and obviously you have the time progression, so and some weather changes. We didn't have any rain, which is good, but yeah, we did see the sun breaking through the clouds, and then a lot of clouds again. Yeah, now I think there are still a few clouds in the sky, but yeah, there was some interesting moments in there.
Indeed, and you definitely ran a great race. Do you know exactly how this disconnect procedure works? And if you do, can you explain to us the steps that you're going to take to get yourself back in this race?
Yeah, well, basically it's a big surprise. So that's the first second you can only think a word I cannot say right now, but you know what I mean. And then it's just this black screen saying you're disconnected from the server, and yeah, in my case, I could immediately get back to the GT6 community feature and then just browse back into the lobby. So at the moment I didn't have to warn my teammates to take over from me, because I think I would be quicker into the lobby anyway. So yeah, that's what happened.
I've spoken with Peelster and briefly, and he said that if you did have any photo or any recording or anything at all, or something along the lines, anything, you could be given a compensation for the disconnect. And do you have that footage or anything at all, or at this point are you guys just salvaging?
Well, at this point I think we're salvaging, to be honest. Yeah, I didn't have my capture card running the video recording. I was only capturing screenshots every time I was in the pit, so should have done that. Yeah, there's nothing I can do right now to make it better. It was just so unfortunate, because I was literally just 20 seconds away from another picture. I was just entering the pits as it happened, so yeah, extremely frustrating.
We were following you at one point during the live stream. I believe we could probably have try to take a look back at the live stream and see if we can't pick up at least something for you guys.
Yeah, yeah, that would be great. I think my teammates are trying to solve that.
Yeah, and that is a shame, because anytime there is the disconnection, it is sort of a unfair way. But we always in the racing community involved, we always kind of look at the disconnections as like engine failures. You don't know when they're going to happen, but they just do.
Yeah, exactly. I think in the end it's almost the same for everyone. Not everyone has the same solid connection, but yeah, it can happen for everyone. So yeah, I can just regard it as a sort of an engine failure.
Well, best of luck to you. Hopefully, we were actually cameras were on you at some point, and hopefully get you back in there. We'll try our best. I'm sure your teammates are flipping through all that they can, and I'm sure you will be too. And best of luck getting back out there. And thanks for sitting down with us and talking to us. And thank you for running this stream. Really appreciate it to bring us these pictures.
Yeah, no problem. Happy to help and happy to contribute to the wonderful live stream.
All right, thank you. That was Possum or Bart. He goes by both names there, and he was the one that was controlling the live stream, and that was why we were having those issues there. As you heard what he said there, things just kind of went away for him, but he got things fixed up, and hopefully he can get himself back into the race. To those that are still watching the Twitch live stream, click the link. I'm going to post it again. But click the link in the comments there on the chat. That is going to take you to the live stream that we will now be operating on. Should that live stream that we're on now, and this goes for the people on YouTube as well, should this live stream for whatever reason go dark again, and we have something like more than 4 or 5 minutes where it's like if he happens to be on another stint, we will go back to this plan B, as long as AJ can confirm that. I'll be more than willing to do it again. But other than that, I think we're pretty much good to go, and we are going to start transferring back, and I'm going to go ahead and end this stream. So once again, click the link. I'm going to post it one more time because I see more people have actually joined this stream. Click that link, and it's going to take you back to where we were supposed to be in the first place after those technical difficulties. We are now back and running quite well, and we will now be using that one for our references. So again, thank you everybody who... Thank you, everybody who is stuck it out with us all this time. We do apologize again for those issues, but we have now got them worked out, as we said that we would. We will now continue back as normal. And yeah, it looks like the bomb here. We asked the bomb 330 a question. Andrew was in the chat there and asked him a question. How was the stint? And to quote from the bomb, "Oh my God, it was terrible and good at the same time." So, I think he had a pretty good stint. It's just that mistake at the early part of that stage just kind of took him out. But yeah, so once again, this Twitch stream is going to end. Go to the YouTube stream. That's where we're going to be operating from here on out, unless there's another issue, in which case we will call back to the stream. But as for now, thank you guys for sticking it out, and we'll pick it up from here. Shut down the stream. Now, I think I'm going to go ahead and take a short break to get myself another something to drink because I'm starting to struggle to pronounce the words. So I'm going to go ahead and stop everything that we were doing on that Plan B mode, and I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Andrew. Andrew, you are there, yes?
Yes, I am.
Alrighty, sir. I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to you for a quick little bit, and I will be back in a few moments to continue with my stint of commentary, and yeah.
Well, hi guys, it's Andrew here, back with you. Thank you for joining us. Apologies again for the issues that we've had. But you're watching round 2 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series for 2015. We're here at the Mount Panorama Circuit at Bathurst in Australia, and we're approaching the midway point. So I don't think we can really say we're in the early stages anymore. But what a race have we had so far. It's such a shame that we haven't been able to show you guys what's been going out on track, but the racing has been absolutely fantastic, all up and down the field in all 3 classes. And each of the 3 classes are still wide open. We have no idea who's going to take victory come the end of the 12 hours. If you've just joined us, I think now would be a good time to run through and recap the major news stories from the first 4 hours or so. In GT3, as I said before, there's been lots of action so far, and as you can see on the right hand side of your screen, those graphics were the standings after 3 hours. So this is the most official results that we can show you at the moment. And you've really had a four-way battle for the lead between the Green Hell Heathens in their Nissan, the Bitter Rivals Racing in the bright yellow 43 Mercedes machine, TNR Nismo, who were the pole sitters and led the race very early on in the stages, but unfortunately had an incident which put them a fair way back, but they've battled their way back towards the front. And the fourth car wasn't actually the car in fourth place at the moment, it was actually the Audi Avaleron racing car, driven by GTP Passing. But unfortunately they had a disconnect, and at the moment officially are down in 11th place. They're working on being able to prove to the stewards that they did complete those laps and get themselves back in the running. With that aside though, the four cars, absolutely brilliant battling all the way, very fair, very fast. And it's just a shame for the TNR Nismo team that they made that mistake, otherwise they probably would be leading the race right now. Further down in the order, well, not too far behind, to be honest, the number 42 Reaper Online Racing team. They've been going fairly strongly, and you can't count them out for the win yet. They're still within touching distance of the leaders. And in 6th place in that class, 5th place overall, the WRS North America squad have done so well to just qualify for this race. Of course, not every single team that enters GT3 actually gets into the final race. So they are in 5th in class at the moment. But at least they'll be scoring points come the end of the day. Moving on to GT300, which has been very dramatic. So the early stages saw the Swift Autosport number 68 team have a really good start, a really good first half hour, and comfortably lead over the Mazda Lightning Speed team, the number 65, which are on your screen now. But then a couple of absolutely blinding laps from Ning Dynasty in the number 65 closed him up to the back of the 68, made a brilliant overtaking manoeuvre down through Conrad Strait and into the chase, and they took the lead of the class and looked like to be really pulling away with it, especially as the number 68 then had a couple of mistakes. That was until a penalty, a severe penalty for the number 65 car, keeping that car in the pits for up to 6 minutes, hence why they are currently 3rd in that class. And of course we couldn't mention the GTO Racing team as well. They're currently 2nd in that class on the official results. They've had a couple of issues themselves, but with all 3 cars having issues in that class is still absolutely wide open. We've got our 3rd class here today as well. That's the GT Cup cars, who are having their first race of the season along with the GT300s. And in fact, for me, my driver of the day so far has been the Irish driver in the number 85 Scar Lotus. The War had an absolutely stonking first stint and put the Scar Lotus team in a really good position early on in the race for GT Cup honours. Unfortunately, though, they got caught up in the incidents with the number 65, so they're currently 2nd in that class, behind the other Lotus in that class, which is run by the Real Racing Limited squad. They're currently leading that 9th overall, 10th for the Scar Lotus team, and then bringing up the rear in GT Cup and overall the Renault Sport GTR Blackhawks, who've also had issues. They currently sit in 12th.
I have just returned here, and great job, Andrew, for filling in that spot where I was gone. I appreciate your help there.
No problem.
Looks like we're now going to revert to the back to the regular timetable, which means I'm going to now depart from the room, the actual room. Yes, I will make my way out of there, but definitely interesting there. That little radio show we had going on there, GTPlanet Radio. I guess we should make that a thing. GTPlanet Radio show. But yeah, definitely a lot of great racing going on, and I believe we are going to be stepping out at the top of the hour.
Yeah, I'm staying on. I'm taking the role of colour commentary at top of the hour. But for now, I'm going to pop myself back into the lobby, I think, and take it from there.
So we're now recovering, getting back onto our regularly scheduled timetable commentary after that big moment there. We are, oh, I don't know what to call it. We had a big mess with the cameras freezing up, if you're just now joining us, and we had, what, I'd say 2.5 hours we were without cameras?
Yeah, I believe so. Something like that.
Yeah, we were off for a while. We did get back up eventually, though, which is great. So big thank you there for Possum helping us out there. Bart doing a great job on the cameras. Now he's got things back up and running, so we can put that put those few hours of confusion behind us and move forward with these final 7.25 hours of what has been so far spectacular racing. And I believe that those standings are now the current
Oh, as we
updated.
see an incident in Sector 2, we saw a spinner just before Griffin's Bend. Who's that?
Yes.
Oh, he's got engine damage. That's the Scar Lotus team of Wee Scottman driving.
So the Lotus again, another Lotus with issues. Those two have been going back and forth.
Yeah, very unfortunate. It looked like there was some traffic in the first sector there. There was 3 or 4 cars really close to each other. I didn't quite see what happened.
So yeah, no more trouble for that Lotus car that, of course, had the issues with getting caught up in I think a penalty earlier on as well. So that's it's been quite a tough stint for Wee Scottman. He's not seemed to have much luck at all in this stint. It's a real shame after how the war did earlier on.
I think if they put, well, not to say that Westcott's not doing a good job. I mean, he's just had bad luck is what happened. But I think the war really had a feel for that car, and he put them into a good position. And I'm thinking the Lotus had a lot of issues. This is one issue here that's going to be pretty detrimental. I think this is a big sigh of relief from the Wheel Racing Limited guys, because they know that now their rivals, the guys that were just chopping away at the gap with their issues now, is they can take a chance to put that lead back up. Look for the war, though. He's going to be coming up quickly in his next stint, and it's going to be, oh boy! Oh, he's in limp home mode. I about had a heart attack there. That was a scary moment there. Car went right through with Scotsman. I believe it was the Swift Autosport cars. I did not notice that Wee Scottman was in limp home mode, and I apologize there. I think everybody was on the edge of their seat for a quick moment there. But it looks like, yeah, definitely limp home mode now for Wee Scotsman, and that is huge.
Yeah, warning there for the number 68 for driving through the limp home mode car. You're not really meant to do that. Also, a couple of pit stops. True Blue 8 is in the pits, and Mint GTR is getting back into the Green Hell Heathens machine. So a driver change there for the guys who were leading the race at 3 hours.
Oh, and a crash from True Blue in Griffin's Bend again.
Wow, that's like Calamity Corner right now, I suppose.
Yeah.
That's going to be the effect of cold tyres, I reckon.
Oh, yeah, there it is, right there. Yeah, I'm a bit behind on my stream, I believe.
He's got damage on the rear, I think.
Yeah, the live stream doesn't show it, but he plowed in there. There's no way he's gonna not.
Yeah, the whole right-hand side of the car is damaged on my screen. So this is going to be really tricky for True Blue to get back. He might have to go on limp home mode as well.
He had to have torn the whole transmission out of that thing because he plowed it right into the tire wall. And now he's all over the track. He better get into limp home mode because there's a lot of traffic coming up behind.
Yeah, he is in limp home mode now.
Alright. I might as well refresh my stream, I suppose. What's going on now? Yeah, but that was a bit of... I'm thinking here that, who was it that just took over into the Green Hell Heathens car, Mint?
Yeah.
Definitely one of the star drivers of that car, and was the one that was actually piloting it at the beginning of the race, and did a fantastic job. So, definitely gonna look forward to seeing that car probably make its way further on that timetable. Probably might set the fastest lap.
Absolutely, they did really well earlier on. Those three cars, the Mint GTR and the Green Hell Heathens, pass them in the Avaleron racing car, and the bomb before we had the incident in the TNR Nismo car. They were running absolutely brilliant laps, all three of them.
Yeah, I think I saw 3 or 4 203.7s in a row at one point.
I think it's only a matter of time before they start to close up again. And with the calamity we're seeing here, I wouldn't be shocked if we saw a safety car. I mean, all it would take is 2 people to be in limp home mode. That'd probably be enough to warrant that, actually. I mean, one's bad enough, and you got people darting everywhere trying to avoid them. And I think it's only a matter of time because we saw that little 3-car accident there that almost was an accident. Somehow it wasn't an accident. Oh boy.
Sorry guys, I'm back.
Alrighty. Have we seen a safety car in any of the big races? Not the support ones, but the big races.
I think in the big races we have. I think we had a couple in the Daytona 24. We definitely did have a couple of safety, or at least one safety car. My short-term memory back to last Saturday is a bit fuzzy at the moment, but we did have a safety car in the support race round here. It's where we really need to be careful that when cars are battling through the S's, that's the most dangerous spot, and if we have a big crash there, we're going to get some real problems.
I mean, every part of this track is a bit of a choke point, and like I was saying, it looks like we have a car stopped right before the chase. Can we get a camera on him or her? Very, very slow. I believe is that the car in limp home mode? Is it?
Yeah, I think it quite possibly is. Anamira in the chat has asked for lap times update. Yeah, we can give you that, or we can give you what's going on at the moment. Lap times have backed off in pace a little bit. I think especially as Bart is now with us in the commentary booth, and the bombs stepped out of the TNR Nismo, so the fastest guys out on track have stepped away. At the moment, the fastest man out on track is TNR Pfeffer. So once again, that TNR Nismo team doing really well. He's, in fact, he's recently set a 2-minute 3.2. He's currently in the low 2-minute 4s. GTP Ghost Driver's doing well as well. He's in the mid 204s. GTP Vipond in the low 205s, as is Glen Al's 81. Mint's GTR hasn't quite set the same lap times that he did earlier in the race, but I think he's slowly ramping up the speed. He's probably had a bit of traffic. His fastest at the moment in distance is 205.2. Greasy07 is setting 205.2s as well. WTF man, who's been running for 70 laps now in this stint. At the moment, well, he's probably done a quicker lap than this, but since I went back into the lobby, his fastest time is a 208. Jaso Greeno is doing fairly good lap times as well in the 208s. GTR Venturi, who I believe is in the Renault Megane, he stepped in and his current fastest lap time is a 214. The Chris W team, VAR Racing Limited, they're currently in the 215s, and True Blue, of course, out there as well in limp home mode. I'm aware there is another car out there, but they're not on my screen because, once again, my internet's being rubbish. But there you go, that's what's going on at the moment in terms of lap times.
Well, there you have it. I'm running into what will be the end of my stint, not in a car, but in the booth. In about 7 minutes here, so get my closing speech prepared. I will be back in, I believe, 5 hours. Yeah, I think about 5 hours. I'll be back midnight Eastern time to take you guys to the checkers. Bart will be joining me for that one, and I believe, if I remember correctly, Famine will be there as well. Could be wrong on that. But yeah, it's been awesome being here so far, and I can't wait to get back in the booth and get ready to sign off here, but I'll stick around for the final few moments. It's been awesome. This getting accepted into here was really big for me. I was freaking out when I figured out I was going to be able to commentate for this race specifically. Oh, Mint GTR clipped the wall, I believe, but no damage. But this was huge for me, and I was really excited, and it's been great being here, guys, and I do appreciate all the warm welcomes, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to run our Plan B live stream, as well as the opportunity to be able to commentate and rub elbows with people like Andrew and Jordan and Famine and Bart and AJ. It's been absolutely incredible, and I would not. I don't want to leave the booth, but I kind of have to on the turret timetables.
No, you've done a great job. It's been great having you here, and it's not been the easiest race to commentate on, as we've both had our technical issues, and keeping everybody in the stream as updated as we can do. But no, it's been a top job debut, if you ask me.
Thank you. Looking at, I believe we had a driver swap there, or in progress.
Yes, it was Jaso Greeno getting out of the Mazda, the RX-7 Lightning Speed Motorsports car. So we're now seeing their third driver, JBC Davison, getting into the car, and we'll see how they do. There was also WTF Man in the pits as well, so a good bit of pit activity there for the GT300 class.
I do have a question. I have a couple actually before we depart. Number one, will this race be ending under the lights, or are we going to be sunset?
I'm going to guess sunset. Wait, hang on. So our local time at the moment is 10:56 in the morning. How many hours have we got left? 7:25, so we'll be finishing at local time. My brain has come to a complete stop at this end of
7
end of the night. So we might have some darkness. It'll at least be dusk.
And into that, it kind of leads into this question. If for whatever reason there's a big accident and we end up under the red flag, will the timer continue to tick down, or do we wait? Do we halt the time?
What in terms of when does the checkered flag get thrown?
In terms of not necessarily that, like it's very unlikely, obviously, but if something were to happen to cause a red flag, I've always wondered this because it looked like it may have happened during the Daytona race, nearly. If there, for whatever reason, is a red flag thrown, does the clock freeze as well, or does the time keep ticking downward?
I think it depends on what the rules are. I have known 24-hour races. I know the Nürburgring 24 hours a couple of years ago, they had to red flag because of heavy rain. The timer kept rolling. Same happened with the Brit Car 24 hours. If anyone in here watches Top Gear, when they did the Brit Car 24 hours at Silverstone, that was red flagged because of fog, but the timer kept ticking on.
So I would assume that if there is a red flag, the time would continue.
Yeah, I believe so. As we see Greasy having a little bit of drift, that the timer indeed continues during a red flag. We've had a red flag, for example, in 24 hours of Spa last year, where we had a massive lobby disconnect only about 20-25 minutes before the end. Yeah, it was really unfortunate because we had a really big fight on our hands with 4 cars still on the lead lap. But yeah, as for red flag, yeah, the time just continues.
Well, thank you for that confirmation. This is probably the last thing I'm going to be able to say here before I go ahead and sign off. And I just, once again, I want to thank AJ for the opportunity to let me do this, and everybody for their support, because I know there's a lot of people that were supporting me in this. So thank you, everybody there, all my, I guess, fans. I don't know if commentators can say they have fans, but thank you guys for the support, and thank you Andrew and Bart and Jordan and everybody for letting me ramble on my long, pointless speeches here.
Yeah, happy to have you here in the commentary booth, Naz. Thank you for all your enthusiasm, all your work in the last couple of hours. Yeah, we do appreciate it.
I mean, I love being in here. It's awesome, and I'll be back. I think in 5 hours, 6 hours, 5 hours. 5 hours. I'll be back and I'll take us to the end as far as I know. And yeah, so midnight Eastern time is when I'll be right back here. I think I'll be with you, Bart.
Yes,
And
indeed. Yeah.
Famine. If Famine's going to be on the mic or not during the cameras. I think we've had a car, or is that a pit stop? Either a car spun or we have a pit stop there on the stretch.
Apologies, I just stepped out of.
It's a pit stop.
Go ahead, Bart.
All right. But yeah, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I'm glad I've done a sufficient job. And I can't wait to get back in the booth tonight.
Okay, so we've hit the top of the hour. There are 7 hours and 21 minutes, or just under that, to go. You're watching coverage of round 2 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series, the 12 hours of Bathurst round the Mount Panorama circuit. Andrew with you here, Andrew the Blade, now taking over as the colour commentator. Big thank you to Naz for all his hard work since the start of this race at 7 o'clock UTC. So it's 11 o'clock, or just coming up to 11 o'clock local time. As I say, it's 7 and a bit hours to go. And if you just deal with us for a second, I don't know if that's an old limp home mode, but there is a limp home mode for WTF Man. That's in one of the GT300 cars. So thank you to everyone in the YouTube chat for all your feedback and interaction with us on the stream here. If you've got any questions, do get those in. We've got Famine taking over that role from me, so he's going to be keeping an eye on your YouTube comments and looking at the data as well. So yeah, if you've got any burning questions, or if you've just got any opinions on the race, if you want to give a shout out to the team that you're supporting, put that in the YouTube chat comments, and hopefully we'll spot it and read it out. So I've received notification from AJ that we are expecting an update on the official positions within the next 20 minutes, so keep your ears and eyes peeled for those. But in the meantime, let's concentrate on the action on screen. Currently we've got Greasy07 here. He's taken over the number 43 Bitter Rivals Racing Mercedes SLS AMG, and these guys are having a much better run than the last time I saw them race, which is at the Daytona 24 Hours. So they're being caught at the moment by the Avaleron Racing team. Now, of course, they've had their issues already today with the disconnect issues that they've had, but they're hopefully sorting that out. But hopefully on track that we'll see this little battle between two GT3 cars, two top GT3 teams as well, competing for space on the track.
Yeah, initially we had 3 cars very close to each other. We had Mint as well in this little battle, but he went into the pits last time around. So let's have a look at Greasy's fuel load. It's about a quarter, and 7 and 8 on the fronts in terms of tires. And what about Ghost Driver? He has more in the tank, so about halfway. So yeah, Ghost Driver will be a little bit more weight on board, but also better tires, so that sort of compensates a bit.
A question for you, Bart, as you've been out on track for the first 4 hours of this race. We've spotted a lot of teams not refilling their cars all the way up to the brim, and maybe the tyres going off and requiring a venture to the pits before say running out of fuel. How as a driver did you deal with that in your stint?
Well, I initially I just did a little bit of checking and testing and some calculations as to what was the best strategy. But in the end, it's just the nature of this track is that you need a little bit of your tires, and your tires wear off way quicker than your fuel with the racing hard. So. You just need to run shorter stints, is the conclusion.
Is when you get into a battle like that and every lap counts, were there times where you thought, oh, we might need to change our strategy or try and go a little bit longer when racing at the likes of the Bomb and Mint GTR?
Well, at the beginning, we were quite close, and Mint GTR was applying a lot of pressure, and eventually he got past. So well done by him. I knew that in the beginning I was a little bit struggling because I didn't feel that I was really in the zone for the first stint. But once Mint was passed, I could follow him and make inroads into the Bomb. So we were quite close in the beginning. Once I noticed after the first pit stop that my strategy was a little bit shorter stints than the others, that sort of put us in a desync where I had relatively a lot of clean air running. So that's what I wanted, and I think it went okay. I didn't have much GT3 traffic, but a couple of laps where I had the GT Cup cars and the GT300 cars in front of me. But that's all part of the game, and that worked out good for me. That stint length.
Well, it was definitely entertaining for us to watch up here in the commentary booth. Going back to the action on track, it actually looks like your teammate Ghost Driver is going to have a really good chance of getting past Greasy07. They're going up into turn 2, the ever-tightening right-hander now. And now they start to really get into the narrow, twisty parts as they go over the top of Mount Panorama. Arguably the most challenging part of the track. And Greasy's starting to get a little bit of defensive there in front of Ghost Driver. Ghost Driver of how much experience does Ghost Driver have, Bart?
Quite a lot. He's also a WRS member, and he's a Division 1 Gold driver. So, extremely quick in the time trials at the WRS. And I think I don't know about his prior endurance racing experience to the GTPlanet Endurance Series, but since the formation of Avalarion Racing, he's been there. So we've driven the Spa 24 and the Nürburgring 4 hours at the 24 layout track, and also the Daytona 24.
Well, he's definitely doing a fantastic job at the moment. The straight line speed of that Mercedes seems really high, though. I wonder if they've been doing some trickery with the setup of that car. Something that we talked about early in the race as well, Bart. This Mount Panorama track is quite unique in that you've got to set up for those long straights, but also deal with the tight, twisty sections over the mountain. How as a driver and how as a team have you gone about that, if you don't mind me asking?
Sure. We've just tried to optimize our lap time and not think about overtaking too much. But in the end, that I think that caused us to have a little bit slower straight line speeds, because we are running a little bit more downforce compared to the Daytona 24. I think I don't know this for sure. It's just an assumption, but I think the Audi misses out a little bit in the torque department, where the Merc with the big 6.2 liter and the turbocharged GTR, they are really quick up the hill. But yeah, at the same time, our car was quite good in straight line speed at Daytona. So oh, as we see, Greasy getting really loose and touching Ghost Driver a little bit. Wow.
Yeah, these two definitely getting very, very close up and personal. And in fact, I've just seen that on my end of the stream. And yeah, Greasy's now lost that track position to Ghost Driver. A real big moment there for the Bitter Rivals racing driver. But Ghost Driver won't mind that. That means he's now clear. He's got clear track ahead of him, and he can get on with setting some really fast lap times. I lost my train of thought of what I was going to say next. But no, thanks for those insights, Bart. That's really top-notch information for us as viewers. Plenty of people still in the YouTube chat. Thank you for joining us. 50 people currently watching the stream. So yeah, if you've got any questions for Bart that you'd like to put to him about how the stint went, or anything to do with the GTPlanet Endurance Series, pop those down and we'll try and keep an eye on them. We've got Famine on his way into the commentary booth. He's just setting up now. So 7 hours and 9 minutes to go of the 12 hours of Bathurst. We've seen Ghost Driver getting past a bit more traffic, getting past Venturi in the Renault Sport GTR Blackhawks car there. Famine, are you with us?
I certainly am.
Welcome to the live stream, Andrew.
Hello.
Ah, yes, this is going to be very confusing for everybody that we've got two Andrews, both
Yeah.
from Sheffield, both doing similar roles.
Slightly different accents.
We'll try. Slightly different accents indeed. So,
And of course, I'm from the
hopefully
right
we'll,
half of Sheffield. I'm from the blue side, whereas Andrew is unfortunately from the red side.
I was wondering how long it would take for that to come up. It's not been a good day. Not been a good day at all.
Fine for me.
Something with football, guys.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Not interested.
But you're Dutch. How come
I'm
you're
not
interested in
interested
football? That's
today
disgrace.
either. No, let's not talk about it at all.
Yeah, a
But yeah,
Dutchman
so
who's
it's
not
good.
interested in football and who's got a bad internet. It's just.
Well, going back to the on-track action, it appears that Ghost Driver and both Greasy didn't get damage from that incident, so that's good news for both teams.
No, they were both very, very lucky in that because the angle of impact was pretty severe. And it could have easily caused some front-end damage to that Mercedes, or even front left damage to the Audi.
Yeah.
But it looks like they both got away without a scratch.
And Greasy running low on tires now. At 6, you're really starting to, getting to the understeer with this configuration. 9s on the rear still means plenty grip in the rear. So your balance of the car will be shifting towards understeer.
Yeah, we're seeing it pull a bit to the right on heavy braking as well.
So
He's low on fuel as well.
yeah, he's due a pit stop, I think. And maybe 2 laps. Fuel usage is about 4 per lap. 4 liters, let's say. The game doesn't actually specify unit, but let's say liters.
Yeah. I mean, 100 litres is a massive fuel tank, to be fair.
Well, apparently a few of these GT3 cars can have such a fuel tank.
Yeah. For a road car, 100 litres is a big old whack.
Yeah.
I'm driving a car this week that's got a 32 litre fuel tank, but of course in Gran Turismo the same car has a 100 litre fuel tank. So
What's that? Kia Picanto?
it's a Fiat 500.
Ah, okay. Oh yeah, I knew that.
Is it in a bath?
It's not. No, it's
Oh.
a regular twin air, which sounds permanently like it has a blowing exhaust, but it's got some character, shall we say.
Ah,
They've promised me in a bath for later in the year, so I'm looking forward to that.
Is it one of those manual automatics?
No, it's a proper manual.
Oh, okay.
A 6-speed manual for a 2-cylinder car.
Huh,
Go figure.
not bad. Well, I guess it needs every gear to go up a hill.
Yeah, but it always sounds like it's in the wrong gear, but it seems to have plenty enough torque to deal with any of them.
Now imagine driving that car on this track. I bet
There'd
these
be a lot
drivers on
of
track are
rocking
happy
back
that,
and forth and shouting, "Come on, power!"
Yeah,
Very Clarkson-esque as you go up the hill.
a lot of shouting.
Anyway,
and
back
no
to
going.
the on-track action. We've now having a look at GTP Vipond here in the Audi R8. This is the WRS North America team, and they're coming up against the Green Hell Heathens, who so far have had a really positive 12 hours of Bathurst. Mint GTR back in this car, and of course he set some really quick lap times early on in this race. So this is quite an interesting battle. It seems to be the GT3 cars are the ones battling it out at the moment out on track, and in a way that's the way we like it. Top class, top drivers in the top cars for this race, going hammer and tongs around the Mount Panorama circuit. We've not mentioned the WRS squad too much today, although you could see that as a good thing, as they've not been involved in too many incidents, so they're still going strong and aren't completely out of it yet.
We've had a question float through the YouTube comments from Antonio Brad. Will there be a streetcar endurance event anytime? No. Well, not in the GTP Endurance Series at any rate. This is a series that's tilted more towards real-world endurance racing, as you'll see from the timetable, with events at Silverstone and Le Mans and obviously Bathurst and obviously the Nürburgring, which later in the season. Of course, GTPlanet itself runs all sorts of events for all sorts of cars. I mean, I'm sure you could probably go out and find an endurance race for midgets if you really, really wanted one. But under the guise of the GTPlanet Endurance Series, there are no plans to run a full streetcar event.
Well, there you go. Hope that clears those things up for you, Antonio. And if you've got a question as well that you've got burning in your mind, put it in the YouTube chat, and we'll hopefully get you as accurate an answer as we possibly can. Comment I could just see from 2XRCP90. Oh my goodness, look at that. There's a kangaroo on the track. Martin, what did you think of that?
And he's requested that in a Murray Walker voice.
Oh, in a Murray Walker voice.
Oh my goodness,
And
look at that!
that.
There's a kangaroo on the track. Martin, what do you think of that?
That was pretty spot on.
He suggested.
Very, very well.
He spun it
I
round.
used to be able to do quite a good Murray Walker when I was about 10 years old, but puberty's taken its effect. I've got old and not Murray Walker-esque at all. Can't pull it off anymore.
I'm perpetually
Yeah,
an
it's-
8-year-old boy, despite the fact I'm now 37, so it's not a problem for me.
In fact, could that be a thing for Gran Turismo 7 to add ever more realism into the game? I mean, I'm not sure you could still have it with a 3+ PEGI rating, but kangaroos on and around Bathurst is a thing that has happened in the past.
Yeah, definitely ask Peter Cox, I think. Not last race, but the Bathurst 12 in 2014. I think his Lamborghini was caught out by a kangaroo. So I think also a teammate of mine, Dutchy, who made a pun with that, just editing a kangaroo image into the view of the cockpit of our Audi R8.
Yeah, I think I saw that. That's very good. I just saw it flash up on screen, guys. Penalty for the number 89 car. This is the GTR Blackhawks Renault Sport Megane. They've exceeded their time limit on their driver's stint, so they're going to have to make a pit stop.
As we see a spinner
if I read
on
that
the
correctly.
front straight, main straight. Oh, and quite some damage.
Yeah, this is on the pit straight. I'll get the camera to it as soon as possible.
That's True Blue 8.
Yep.
True Blue 8, that's the driver in the GTO racing machine in the Subaru BRZ. So more problems for that GT300 car and substantial damage you can see to that car. WTF man has also just left the lobby. So bit of news there for the GT300 followers amongst the folks watching the stream. So we'll wait to see. And there you go, TRL Evolution will do that. No, that is for the same car. TRL Evolution, the Swedish driver, is stepping into the car that was on pole, remember, for the GT300 class. And it looks like True Blue 8 has activated limp home mode. So once again, another limp home mode and pretty much a full lap to complete.
Yeah, but he is doing exactly what he ought to, and not like the car earlier that warped back to the pits after a very early collision at the start of a lap. One thing that people might not appreciate that we try and do at the GTP ES is we try and get the racing to look as realistic as possible. So it looks quite like you're tuning into a GT3 or a touring car race on the television. There's a kind of a chink in the realism if people go, oh, I can't make this lap because of all the damage I've got, it's going to take me 6 minutes to get back to the pits, and just warp back. So one of the reasons why we say people are not to warp back to the pits and they have to go home in this limp home mode, which you achieve basically just by hitting the start button, is to kind of preserve that veil of realism.
But yeah, it's something that I quite enjoy. It adds something to the race, and it also makes it a bit clearer to see what's happened to a car. There's another car that's just gone through to True Blue's Ghost car. I saw earlier that the number 32 car had received a warning for that. I think it was a Mercedes. Was it the Reaper Online Racing that just did?
That was Glenn Al's, yeah.
Yeah. And there you go, there's a warning.
GT Academy finalist from last year, I believe.
Yeah, he may have just got caught out there coming through over the mountain. And oof, wow. The Orange Lotus there nearly goes through. And Pfeffer as well does well to avoid True Blue 8 in limp home mode. As there's a penalty there for the number 89. Stint limits. So they're being told to come to the pits.
Yes, that's the Black Hawks Renault Sport Megane again. Yeah, that BRZ might be in limp home mode, but it isn't half crabbing down the track.
It looks like he's got damage on both front corners and the rear right. So maybe a couple of toe links and stuff like that broken on that car.
I've just seen an Elise drive right through the middle of him as well, but I'm not entirely sure that could have been avoided. True Blue was changing sides on the straight there. You have to appreciate that he was, of course, trying to get as far out of the way as possible, but by moving across the racing line, made it quite difficult for people to avoid him.
Yeah, as we see Venturi making his way to the pit stop for his penalty.
So into the pit comes the Renault. There's a yellow flag in Sector 4. I believe that's going to be still for the limping Subaru from GTO Racing that's probably coming through the chase just about now. And here we go, Renault in the pits for its penalty.
Yeah, the Renault doesn't seem to have stayed very still in the pits for very long.
So here we've got TRL Evolution. He's recently joined the race. He's in the number 68 Subaru Swift Auto Sport car, which is currently down as leading the GT300 class, or at least it was at the 3-hour stage. We're due an update. AJ let us know that one's coming up very soon, so if you're thinking about dipping away in the next couple of minutes, don't hold the urge to make that cup of tea for another 10 minutes if you don't mind, and we'll hopefully have results for you very soon. But yeah, TRL Evolution's into the car now for the number 68 Swift Auto Sport car. First time we've seen him today. We've had Z Play 24 and WTF Man in this car so far. Have we got any words on kind of lap times he's doing at the moment, Famin?
I've just been watching True Blue limping his way back into the pits with a very, very turgid 5.5 minute lap. That must have felt like forever.
Yeah, because it was right at the start of the lap.
Yeah.
Indeed.
But good on him. He's stuck to the letter and the spirit there. So good on him. So yeah, current lap times for most people. Look at the GT3 cars. The very best is at the moment is Mint GTR with a 203.5. There's a little gaggle there on a bunch of 204s. Glenelg's last lap round was a 206, but that did involve having to drive through a limping Subaru. TRL Evolution has also just done a 206 on his last lap, and that has been his best lap so far. And then we drop down to a 2-minute 10 for JBC Davison, and a 2:12 for Greasy 07, and a 2:13 for Wee Scottman. Chris W265 is on a 2:19, and the slowest of the guys currently out there is True Blue, but of course that lap's not particularly representative because it has taken him 5.5 minutes.
So on screen at the moment we've got the TNR Nismo Nissan GTR currently being piloted by Fefa702. So remember, this was the car that was on pole position at the start of this race and started incredibly strongly in the hands of De Bomb. Got a good couple of second lead before he had quite a hefty crash coming through the S's, which put him back down the order in GT3 at least. They fought their way back very valiantly though. De Bomb did a very long stint, almost 4 hours. And they've come back strongly, doing really good lap times at the moment. So they're right back in this for winning this race. Six hours and 53 seconds on the clock. There's a car in the pits, I believe. Is that still the number 8? Ah, no, it's going to be the Swift Auto Sport car having its repairs, isn't it? So you're watching coverage of the GTPlanet Endurance Series Round 2 from the Mount Panorama circuit here at Bathurst. The 12 hours of Bathurst, approaching the halfway point. In the commentary box with you, you've got myself, Andrew the Blade, and also Famine with me from the GTPlanet website, and Bart as well, who's known as GTP Patam on the website, and is also one of the drivers in this race. He's been piloting the Avaleron Racing number 33 machine, and so if you've got any questions in terms of how the track's driving, he's the man to direct those questions to.
Of course, I should have been driving in the race, as I'm also a member of the Green Hell Heathens, but our second car running in the GT Cup category, only 3 of the 6 cars were able to qualify, and unfortunately we finished 5th, I think, out of the teams that attempted to qualify. So I've got some free time this weekend.
Yeah, I was afraid I wasn't able to follow qualifying. How do you think the qualifying is working at the moment with teams just trying to qualify for the final race itself?
Well, it seems to be going okay. I mean, with Bathurst with 3 cars qualifying out of 6, it's a little bit more bitty, and there's a lot more fighting going on. Because for the longer races, the 24-hour races, it will be, if our category is included in that particular race, we will qualify because all the cars do. So it has put a bit of a dent in championship standings not being able to do this race. But there's lots of time to recover.
I guess that's always a good thing at this stage of the season, that if you do have a bad round, you can look at how you can improve and work on that. Almost, it's in a way, it's kind of easier to recover from a bad position than and develop as a team in that way than be kind of in the midfield and not quite knowing where you are.
Of course,
If that
with
sort of
Green
makes
Hell
sense.
Heathens being a largely Australian outfit, there's a lot of unhappiness that we're not racing at Bathurst. But, there'll be another round.
Yeah, but the other Green Hell Heathen's not doing so bad at the moment.
No, they're going great guns up there.
Let's look them up with the camera. We have Mint GTR here in the traffic of Chris and who's the other car? That's the Mazda Lightning Speed 65.
I have to say, so far we've not seen as many incidents as we did in the support race of cars being lapped through this part of the circuit, and everyone's been quite well behaved so far. Bart, how did you feel the traffic was whilst you were out there?
Yeah, great for the most part. Really great. Really aware, I must say. Every time there was no one instance where a driver, I think, was caught by this surprise. Also helped by the fact that the blue flags were very well handed out by the stewards, but yeah, there was maybe one or two in moments where I thought that the driver was maybe trying to anticipate me more than I planning my overtake. So yeah, where an instance where they didn't stick to their line and sort of surprised me a little bit. So I think there was only a contact on one instance. So and no, I didn't get the damage. So I think the other driver didn't as well. So yeah, I think everyone did a great job in the first few hours.
Well, let's definitely hope it continues. We wouldn't want anybody's races being ruined by that kind of thing.
It is one of the pitfalls
thanks
of multi-class racing, of course, with the slower guys. As a GT Cup driver myself, the one thing we don't want to do is get involved in the main race and cause a change in the order of the lead cars simply by getting in the way. And that can manifest as a desire to get out of the way, which is just as unpredictable for the guys overtaking you. So it's best to stick to your line. It's not F1 where you're expected to jump out of the way where there's a blue flag. It's just best to stick to your line, keep your driving predictable. If you can get off the racing line during a corner, that's also more helpful. But leaping out of the way is not necessarily what the faster guys want.
I know definitely on the straights you don't want to be jumping out the way and in turn also lifting off the throttle, because that can just cause real problems for the drivers of the faster cars. I always feel sort of sorry for the guys in the middle class, so in this case GT300, where they're having their own titanic battle. They're lapping the GT Cup cars at times, but they've also got to be looking out for the GT3 cars in this case, who are going to be passing them. It must be an absolute nightmare sometimes for those guys.
Yeah, I have to say those GT300s have quite some power out of the corners, and during cornering they are quite similar in terms of speed. So it's only that on the straights you claw a little bit of a way past them. As you can see, Glenel's is not really closing in that fast on Mazda Lightning Speed car.
No, as you say, this is quite an interesting view on board. Sorry, I've lost track of it. Is this the number 68 Subaru?
It's a
Swift Auto
65,
Sport car?
I think.
65, sorry.
No, well, no, you're right. It's the Subaru. I'm sorry, the 68, yeah.
I don't know the back end views of my Japanese cars well enough to know exactly what it is, but whatever it is, it's a GT300 car, and now you can really see that Mercedes pulling in TRL Evolution. Yes, it is the Swift Auto Sport car. So
you can see
once again,
not
that
much
was pretty
difference.
textbook.
between the
Yeah,
cars.
the number
at moment.
68 pulling out the way well there. But yeah, out of the corner, I can see what you mean there, Bart. That really does have a lot of power when compared to the GT3 car out the corner.
Maybe the fact that the Subaru is on tires that have 10 all round, yeah, gives it a little bit more grip than Glenn, who is on, let's see, also 10 all round, so that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, looks like Glenn just made a pit stop, filled up the tank to about full, I guess. Yeah, going off for a long stint.
Well, the GT300s do have a weight advantage. They're averaging, what, 220 kilos less than the GT3s.
Yeah,
And
that's
that really
correct.
does count in cornering. And of course, they're very, very easy to control cars as well. So the pace through and out of the corners is always going to be good.
Yeah, TRL clawing a little bit of his way back.
Yeah, you should see the difference at the mountain straight though.
At the moment it's bumper to bumper. Is TRL going for the overtake? No, I guess not. That would be silly. But I think, yeah, the times of the GT3s on...
It would be a very brave thing to
TRL gets a little bit of a surprise there by Glenn's braking.
Of course, if you want to get in contact with us, there's the YouTube comments, which we're trying to answer any questions as they float through. You can also tweet us. I'm currently in charge of the GTPlanet official Twitter account, which is at GTPlanet News.
Sorry, Andrew, I just missed what you were saying.
I was just giving out the Twitter account detail.
Ah, okay, yeah. Well, I recently opened up a new account for all my racing activities, so
Yes, I saw you add me very recently.
yeah, it was
I
only
forget.
a few days ago. So it's just now the same as my PlayStation Network name. It's GTP_PASM. So yeah, if you wanna follow me, go to Twitter. What's your handle, Andrew? The other Andrew.
The Andrew who's currently called Andrew, not me. Do you have a Twitter, Andrew?
Seems like he dropped out of the call at the moment. Yeah.
He's been having minor equipment issues. That sounds really bad. Minor technological equipment issues throughout the evening. His PS3 overheated earlier, which is doesn't bode well.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw him exit and enter the lobby a few times during my stint, so I was wondering what that was all about.
Well, of the next few months is when GT Academy starts in earnest. So if your PS3 is overheating now, I can't imagine what it's going to be like in May.
Yeah, exactly.
Mind you, I've got a good bit of weight to lose before I start trying to qualify for that.
Yeah, that's hoping the qualifying will be at Brands Hatch Indy circuit.
Well, of course, the big question is if the new Nissan LMP1 car will be arriving in Gran Turismo, and if it does so in time for GT Academy, whether the final qualifying lap for GT Academy will be in that.
Oh, it wouldn't
1,000
surprise
horsepower,
me.
front engine, front wheel drive, hybrid monster of doom.
Yeah, that car is something else. Just completely out of the box. Yeah, I saw a picture of the under the skin technology there with the packaging of the engine and all the drive shafts. As we see Glenn making a little bit mistake in the chase, giving an opportunity to evolution nearly getting put off track there. That was not so
Yeah.
smart from Glenn. But he wanted to go to the pits, apparently to repair damage because his tires and fuel level is still quite good.
That's interesting. He's not showing any damage on my screen.
No. I don't know. It's weird. I wouldn't expect him to pit with this.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. I think it's just my internet being a bit rubbish here in Sheffield tonight. Did I miss anything?
It looks like Glenn has actually pitted to finish his stint there.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Interesting.
Ronald Thomas taking the wheel of the Reaper Online Racing Mercedes. I think I got some driver info on Rono. Let's fire that up.
I seem to recall he's Welsh, isn't he?
Possibly. Yeah, he's Welsh. Yes.
Yeah. I notice these sort of things because obviously with my surname I'm relatively Welsh.
Mm-hmm.
How are you relatively Welsh?
I am ancestrally relatively Welsh.
Ah,
Yes, the Evans is a bit of a giveaway, unfortunately.
of course.
So I always
So on
spot,
screen at the
always spot
moment
the
we've got
Welsh.
JBC. So at the moment we've got JBC Davidson on screen. So he fairly recently has got on board the Lightning Speed Motorsport Mazda RX-7. Three cars in that, or three drivers I should say, in that car. So Jaso Greeno had a bit of a so-so stint. He had good pace but a couple of problems on the way. Ning Dynasty though in the first stint for this car opened the race and did an absolutely fantastic job of getting this car into contention for winning GT300. Arguably one of the drivers of the day. We're still waiting on an update, just in case anyone has not or forgotten to. Do make sure that you get your stint photos into AJ as soon as possible. He's just said that we're getting close to an update, but if you haven't got your stint pictures in yet, please get them in as soon as possible, so that AJ can process the data and we can tell you guys where everybody is standing, because, well, if you don't get your stint photos in, we can't tell you where everybody is. It's simple as that. So if you've not got your stint photos in, get them in as soon as possible, and hopefully we'll have an update for you very, very soon. So coming up to halfway, if you're just joining us, you're watching round 2 or coverage of round 2 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. It's the 12 hours of Bathurst from the Mount Panorama circuit here in Australia. It's 11:42 in the morning local time, 1:45 in the morning UK and Europe time. More like a nice pleasant mid-afternoon, early evening if you're in the United States. But we're having a great time here. You've got myself, Andrew, in the commentary box, and I'm joined by Famine, who's poring over the live data that's on the live timing screen and checking out your YouTube comments. We've also got Bart with us here, who's doing great work controlling the cameras and giving us an insight into how the Mount Panorama circuit is driving today. So yeah, get your questions in on the YouTube chat. You can also follow us on Twitter. So we're not able to bring you the full race today in terms of commentary, but you can keep up to date by following the GTPlanet News Twitter account. So if you haven't done that already and you've got a Twitter account, pop over there, click that follow button, and that'll keep you up to date on what you all need to know. You can also follow GTP_AJ, so AJR race organizer, who's done a fantastic job organising the series. He's an invaluable person to follow on Twitter as well. And so there you've got all your ways of keeping in contact with the series.
So yeah, we're looking at Ronald Thomas. Ronald Thomas is a driver who I remember from the FGTA World Grand Touring Series Championship, I think. He was in the amateur lobby, but by no means an amateur as Rono. He was in a duel with another driver for the 10 race championship. Each race consisting of 120 minutes of endurance racing. And in the end Ronald Thomas won the championship in that lobby, so well done to him. And the Reaper Online racing team is made up of quite a few FGTA regulars, with also Glenn, who we just saw earlier.
So he's recently got into that car, because that's the first time I've seen his name on screen today.
Yeah, just a
he's
few
taken
minutes
over
ago.
from Glenn.
And Ronald Thomas says his goals are to win, win, win. And his favorite driver is Lewis Hamilton. He says the biggest challenge for him will be to keep his focus during the long stints. That's a very tough thing to do, especially at such a complicated track like this Bathurst mountain track.
And so early in the morning for Brits as well, because it's 1:15 in the morning for us.
Yeah, looking at my crib sheet now, right hand side of the screen, I think we've got some updated positions, gentlemen. I guess there's no time like the present. Shall we run through those positions now?
Yeah, there will be a couple of teams who are not in their necessarily correct places at the moment, simply because of the way we have to go around running something like this, because Gran Turismo doesn't give us the option to run races like this. We're reliant on teams to send us their stint photographs when they enter and exit the pits. And of course, while you're driving, you can't do that. So there will be a couple of teams who are out of position because they haven't submitted photographs because they're currently driving. However, this will all come out in the wash at the end of the race, and everyone will be in their rightful positions. So the updated positions for now can only be taken as provisional due to that mechanism. But it is amazing the lengths that players will and organisers like this will have to go to in order to get Gran Turismo to do things that we want it to do.
So thanks for reminding the viewers about that, Famine. It's something I'm still getting my head around as someone new to the series, but it's a system that, as I say, at the end of the day, when everything shakes out, it does work. It just can scare a couple of people, as I've just seen 2XRCP90 say, how are we in 10th? It'll be exactly for that reason. It's that the stint photos haven't been entered yet, through no fault of the team. As I say, that car is in the middle of a stint at the moment. So anyway, let's run down. This will be the position after 5 hours.
Well, guys, I believe that only the cars that already have done a driver change but didn't submit their stint photos from the first driver, only those teams are not in the correct positions, because well, that's basically everyone, but because it's already past 4 hours in the race. But yeah, I think AJ has also a system where he just takes a photograph of everyone crossing the line after X hour of the race. So at 1 or 2 or 3 hours of the race, he just makes a photograph of everyone passing the finish line, and then he can tell how much laps everyone has done and which are the gaps. But if somewhere along the line the lap count was reset, and he has no data to add to his pictures, then he can't do anything about telling how much laps the teams have done.
Well, there we go. I hope that's cleared that all up for anyone new to the series. So anyway, the rundown, if you're just listening to us at the moment like a radio show, TNR Nismo are back top of the lap rundown in the number 44 car. Then you've got the Bitter Rivals Racing Squad in number 43, Reaper Online Racing in the number 42, WRS North America in 4th, Avaleron Racing, as we thought they might do, they've got the disconnect situation sorted. They're now in 5th. Subaru Swift Autosport officially lead GT300 in number 69. Renault Sport GTR Blackhawks now lead the GT Cup class, and they're actually ahead of the other two GT300 cars. The first being the Mazda Lightning Speed Motorsports entry. 9th place is the Orange Lotus Devile Racing Limited team. Green Hell Heathens are currently down in 10th, but as I've speculated, we're pretty sure that's due to them not being able to have entered their stint photos at this present time, but that will shake itself out soon enough. The Scar Lotus is in 11th, so that's officially anyway fallen away from the lead, but as you say, there are 2 cars out there at the moment that haven't been able to enter stint photos yet. And bringing up the rear is the Subaru GTO Racing GT300 machine, the number 67. They are in 3rd in class and last overall.
Now, they did have a terrible time about 20-30 minutes ago, where collision very early on in the lap, round about turn 1, forced them to limp home all the way around the circuit back to the pits for a 5.5 minute lap, and then a heavy recovery time for damage repairs.
Currently
So Famin, have you
Vipond.
Sorry, Bart.
Yeah, I've received information from the WS North America team that Vipond shortly exited the lobby to clear his cache and returned to the lobby just to make sure that he can see everyone, because he was only seeing 2 other drivers on track earlier.
That's a slight problem.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's got it sorted now, though.
I think he does. Yeah.
He's got a couple of cars coming up behind him. Rono Thomas in the Mercedes Reaper Online Racing entry, the number 42 car. There's a 3rd car behind them as well. I can't quite make out who that is at the moment. Need a nice long shot to see who that is.
JBC Davison, who they have just overtaken.
So that's a car in a slower class that they've overtaken and lapped. Famin, how are the lap times looking at the moment?
Well, the TNR team have just set an absolutely blistering lap, which I'm informed isn't quite as fast as Bart's lap earlier in the race, but 2:03.261 is the fastest I've seen since I've been here. But yeah, he's doing 2:03s pretty much every lap. Mint GTR is again also doing 2:03s pretty much every lap. He's just set his own personal best of a 2:03.396. Ghost Driver in your teammate in the Audi there, he's just also done his best of the race with a 2:03.571. And then we have a pair of 2:04s from Vipond and Rono Thomas on that last lap, and a pair of 2:06s from Greasy 07 and that TRL Evolution in BRZ. We've seen him having a great battle earlier on with I forgot who was he fighting. It was
Yeah.
Glenel's in the Mercedes, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Glen Els, I think. Yeah.
So the 206 from that GT300 is pretty good going. True Blue in the other GT300 BRZ has just done a 208, which is around about 8 tenths of a second off his fastest. So he's running some pretty consistent lap times. And then JBC Davison has just done a 211, although he has had to be passed by a couple of faster cars behind him. So he's a couple of seconds off his own pace, but he's been dealing with, I suppose, negative traffic. Then we have a pair of 212.6s from GTR Venturi and Wee Scottman. They're both also running fairly regular 212s. Chris W265 has just done 220, which is well off his own personal pace, so I'm wondering if he's had a little bit of a wobble halfway around the lap there that I haven't seen.
Just going back to that lap by TRL Evolution, did you say a 206 there for the GT300 driver?
205.852.
205.8. That's a remarkable lap time.
His best is 205.4. So
good grief.
He's putting in some good times. I suppose sitting in the draft of that massive Mercedes will have helped, but
yeah. But still, that's an incredibly quick lap time from that GT300 car. When I was looking at the data earlier and had a good consistent stream of it before, my PS3 kept getting too hot and bumping me out the lobby. The fastest GT300 lap that I saw was True Blue with a 207.846. So a 205.4. That's quite remarkable.
Mint GTR has just improved his own personal best lap time to a 203.230. So they're coming for you.
Yeah, the still our very own Bart.
Fastest lap of the race so far is a 203.116. That still stands from your massive session earlier on in the start of the race.
Yeah, it was really tough getting that lap together. I think I did 3 or 4 203.2s earlier, and then I was trying to get the 0.1 together for a long time, and I think it was the last stint before I got disconnected where I finally did it. Because I think it was the Bomb who had the fastest lap for a long time in the first stint. I think he had a 203.231 or something.
Yeah, I had down a 203.234 as the Bomb's fastest lap. From the early stages at least.
It doesn't look like anyone's showing any signs of slowing down anytime soon.
No, still looking at the closest battle on track in terms of class, I think. In GT3, the WRS North America team, driven by Vipond, and the Mercedes Reaper Online Racing, piloted by Rono Thomas, the Welshman.
I'm showing Mint GTR from Green Hell Heathens pretty close up behind the Bitter Rivals Racing Mercedes, driven by Greasio 7, but I'm not sure that's positional. But they're very, very tight. I don't think you could fit a smart car between them.
Rono Thomas apparently having a Logitech DFGT as his wheel. He only got it last Christmas, so yeah, quite remarkable. I think he meant Christmas 2013. So yeah, little over a year.
I can't deal with the wheel on that. It's a little bit too small, and of course the plastic pedals. They really wind me up, those plastic pedals.
Yeah, the pedals are the worst part of that wheel. But I mean, yeah, it's remarkable how much progress he's made in a little over a year after only having driven with the DS3 before that. quite quick up to pace.
Mm.
But yeah, at the moment he's shadowing Vipond. What sort of lap times are they both doing? Their last lap time?
Vipond's last lap was a 2:04.697, while Rono Thomas was only 300ths of a second behind.
Aha, so I think we'll be looking at this for quite a while then.
So if you've just joined us, thank you. Thank you first of all for joining us here on the stream. You're watching coverage of the second round of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. It's the Bathurst 12 hours. We've got 3 classes running here today. And it's Andrew with you here as lead commentator, and alongside me in the commentary booth, providing invaluable insight and analysis into what's going on out on track. Got Famine looking through the data, as well as Bart here, one of the drivers for the number 33 car, who's had a really long stint already today, so knows exactly what the track's driving like, and is controlling the cameras for us as well, and doing an absolutely stellar job. As I say, if you've joined us in the stream, 58 people currently watching. If you've got any burning questions, if you've got any thoughts on how the race is going, don't keep them to yourself. Put them in the YouTube chat comments, and we'll answer those questions as soon as we get to them. If you haven't done so already, there's many ways that you can follow the action when we're not on air. Just go onto Twitter, that's one of the best places for it, and follow the GTPlanet news account and GTP_AJ, as well as the forum as well, the central hub of GTPlanet. If you want to discuss with other drivers how your racing's going, if you want to get involved in the championship itself, if you want to drive or commentate or whatever it may be, it's all there on the GTPlanet forums for you to peruse over. So 6 hours and 19 minutes on the clock to go. We're very nearly up to the halfway point. And what a race we've had so far, gentlemen.
Yeah.
What's been your favourite points of the race so far?
Well, just break in there to say we have actually got a new fastest lap of the race.
Oh.
Yes, somebody has beaten Bart's Audi R8, and it's his own teammate, Ghost Driver, who's just run a 2:03.091.
Well done, Shane.
Are you doing another stint later on?
No, that was my stint for.
So
for
you don't have any chance to go back and take bragging rights off him. Then?
Nope. He took bragging rights in the last stint at Daytona 24 as well. So well done by him.
Look at it this way, you've rubbered the track in for him, and he's gone out and used that extra grip to get the faster lap time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I can't take all the credit for rubbering in the track. I think there were 11 other cars.
Yeah.
But yeah, it could be that the track actually got quicker during the day. Of course, the weather having a tiny impact on the driving. GT6 simulates temperatures. Yeah, with my testing and with the data we have from the WRS qualifiers and time trials, it doesn't seem to be that much of a difference, if any. But yeah, it's a good feature to have. It makes it very realistic to have dynamic weather, temperature, and everything.
As you say, Bart, we've not seen too much effect from the weather so far, but no, for the Daytona 24 hours, the sporadic rain showers and the drying of the track, that definitely threw a lot of strategies up in the air during that race, and was really great fun to watch and follow the race and see how all the different teams managed that. As we're in the basking sunlight of Bathurst, I'd be very surprised if it starts raining here in Australia today, but you never know. We could have a quick little mid-afternoon rain shower that could throw people's plans up in the air. But at the moment, it's perfect weather for racing, and the drivers are taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, we've had a question on the YouTube channel about what the distance is between the GT300 cars at the moment. The last complete hour that we have times for. That put the Swift Autosport Subaru BRZ at 125 laps completed. The Lightning Speed Motorsport Mazda RX-7 was 6 laps behind that. And the GTO Racing Subaru BRZ was 43 laps behind that. But bear in mind that they're slightly out of position due to some slightly delayed stint photographs. They're likely to be much closer in reality at the moment.
So here on screen at the moment are the official race leaders, the TNR Nismo squad. They've not had the perfect run through this race so far. They started from pole, their driver De Bomb setting off at a really fast pace, being the owner of the fastest lap for a fair while, but they then had an incident just coming into this area of the circuit that they're on now on screen, up through over the top of the mountain. Had an accident, lost a fair amount of time, but as a team they've responded absolutely fantastically today and pulled this back and taken the lead of the race as we approach the halfway point. But another question from me, a little insight question. Well, how hard compared to other tracks that will race on this season is this part of the circuit that we're on board with now as you go through the S's?
Oh, it's massively difficult. It's a tight track. You have to be so precise, and there's all kind of disruptions from tiny bumps in the surface of the track. Compared with a car setup that is also set up for aerodynamic efficiency, and it requires a lot of setup work and dedication to get everything out of this track. It's so easy to make a mistake, to place the car 10 centimeters the wrong way and you face a bump, or you touch the curb at a little wrong angle and the car lifts off and you have a tiny fraction of understeer and you're into the wall. So, and basically that's your stint over sometimes. It can be that harsh, this track, especially that mountain section.
But no doubt a satisfying track to get right, am I correct?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's one of the driver's tracks of the calendar, I say, together with Suzuka and Spa and the Nürburgring 24. And not to forget Le Mans, which is just special because of the glory and the name the real event has.
Good stuff. So we've seen a pit stop recently. Wee Scottman has got out of the number 85 Scar Lotus and is handing it over to the Soka GT Racing, the Greek driver, the Platinum driver as well. So this might be something to keep an eye out for, guys. Platinum driver getting into that Lotus, which ran very quickly earlier with the War at the helm of it. So Wee Scottman out of the car after a troubled stint, and Soka GT Racing into the number 85.
Yeah, that's always a usual suspect, that Lotus Scar team. They have a couple of really good drivers and are always at the front of the field. Yeah, it's a shame about those misfortunes earlier, but I'm sure if anyone can turn them around, it's Soka. Soka also driving in the Sunday Cup. I think he won a couple of races already this season. Scar standing for Sunday Cup affiliated racers, so all the drivers are also drivers from that league. Interesting league. I just joined them before Christmas for a one-time event in the Lotus 79, which was really enjoyable. and yeah, great atmosphere. So if you want a place for good, clean and Lotus racing, go to the Sunday Cup on the GTPlanet forums.
Yeah, it's something I'm thinking of getting involved in personally. I don't know, I do feel like I need to get more involved in terms of actually racing. So yeah, something I'm looking at, and no doubt anyone else who's looking to race it with the best.
Yeah, definitely. Well, GTPlanet is the a great place to find good, clean, honest racing. Yeah, I myself am also a steward for the WRS, which is also sort of a time trial competition and online racing competition into one, where you have a combo each week, different car, different track each week. We try to bring as much variation as we can in terms of race car, non-race car, city tracks, world tracks, that sort of thing. And yeah, that's first a week of time trial competition, and once you're known with the combination of car track, there's also 3 online races to enjoy.
Good stuff. So we're still on board here with Pfeffer as he's just come through the chase, and well, he's just coming through the chase now. Catching some traffic there. There's a good gaggle of cars ahead, although I think one of those cars might be in the pits. He rounds the last corner now and on to the start of a new lap. Coming over the pit straight now. Can't quite tell who the car up ahead is. It looks like a GT Cup car. It might be the number 86. No, it's Soka GT Racing, who's just got on board the Black Lotus. So I was right that it was the Lotus. It's the number 85 up ahead of him, and now we'll really see the difference between the GT3 cars and the GT Cup cars. Not quite going to close on him and get him on this straight, but he's going to be hard on the brakes here into turn 2. Little bit of a wobble there, and oh, he's just going to catch Soap at the one of the worst points of the track, just as you start to really get into the tight twisty bit of going over the top of the mountain. He's flashed the lights once at Soka GT Racing, and there he goes. He gets the move complete and done, going through the inside. Nice nice driving from both of them. True Blue
definitely.
8 in the pits. True Blue 8 in the pits. This is the driver of the GTO Racing car that's in the GT300 class, so that's going to be a driver change for them, and we'll await shortly who's going to be getting on board that car.
Yeah, talking about racing leagues, there are a couple more I could mention. I think a few drivers are known with the snail driving, and also the FGTA, and we've also got a team from Aura Racing Events. Yeah, lots of competitions on GTPlanet. Too much to name. I think we'll still be talking about league racing tomorrow if we really get into it. But yeah,
Oh, it is quite a unique thing in terms of definitely the gaming that I've done, and does add another dimension to racing games. It's done something I enjoy myself. That driver change for the number 67 car. So it was True Blue 8 getting out of the Subaru BRZ, and into it trumps Ninjitsu Evolved, who's been following this race intently from the start. I've seen him in the comments a few times in the YouTube chat. So he's on board that car now and will be looking for a steady stint to hopefully get the Subaru GTO racing car back up the order. So Pfeffer on another lap now, making his way up through and over the mountain. Pushing hard, no doubt. There's a yellow flag in sector 2, although that might have been a...
I've just
sorry,
spotted
that was an
Ghost
old...
Driver is running very, very slowly. He seems to be 5 seconds down in each of his previous 2 sectors.
I've not seen anyone. Oh,
He
sorry, that
has
was
front wheel
Ghost.
damage, it seems. Does Ghost Driver.
This is
He's
Ghost
just going
Driver
to
in the
pits.
Avaleron racing
Yeah, he's
car.
going to the pits.
So hopefully not too big a problem for the number 33. They've had an absolutely fantastic day so far. But Ghost Driver, he set the fastest lap not too long ago of the race. He's into the pits now. Um, just about a quarter of a tank in there, so not too far away from the next scheduled stop for that car.
Yeah, before he started his refill, that the tank was showing about 15 to 20 liters, so it shouldn't bring his strategy too far off
It
what he
looks like
already had.
the yellow flags are being shown for JBC Davison, who is in limp home mode in his RX-7, currently coming down Conrod Straight. He's got
Yeah,
damage
that's
to
just
all four corners and everything else.
I think we've had our first properly big one through the through and over the top of the mountain. I mean, I'm gonna hazard a guess it was through the S's. We saw quite a few people get caught out through there in the support race, but Bart's just fixing the cameras for us now. We'll get on board with JBC Davis, and there he is. And yeah, that doesn't look like a happy RX7 at all. A lot
It
of
is
wheel wobble going on
slightly
there.
drifting a bit, so that's what most RX-7s do anyway.
Oh yeah. It's what it was designed to do. But yeah, he'll be coming into the pits on this lap, no doubt, to get that car fixed up again. And once again, a GT300 car in the wars. It's apart from that little great battle between the Subaru Swift Autosport and this very car that we're looking at here. I don't think I've mentioned much else apart from a GT300 car, apart from it being in a wall somewhere. Trouble for all three guys in this race.
Yeah, they do seem to be rather good at sticking in corners and accelerating out of them, and then also smashing into walls.
Yeah, so at the moment, TRL Evolution, also in the GT300 class, is at the other side of the track, going through the S's, making his way to the Dipper, which is my favorite corner of the track. And now making his way to the Forest Elbow, also called the Falcon Elbow because of the advertising there, that tire brand. Also a great corner. I mean, the way that corner just flows and sort of gives you camber but sort of falls away from you. You really have to commit to the corner and sort of rotate the car first and get as early on the throttle as you can. And if you do, then you're bound to make up 1/10 over the whole Conrad straight.
That's another thing I love about this Bathurst track. The corner names are just fantastic. The proper racing circuit names like the Dipper and Conrod Straight. It's something that you don't really get with newer tracks, even if they are really good tracks. Like corners being called Turn 8, for example, in Istanbul, just doesn't have the same ring to me, really.
Yeah, or just turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. That's a bit uninspiring. Yeah, but if just the name Conrad and the geography of that straight, you can instantly see where it comes from. I mean,
Yeah.
there must be so many cars that just topped out in top gear and just revved
Gone bang.
to death.
So as I say, we're on board here, or not on board, but viewing TRL Evolution, who's been doing some cracking work here in the GT300 class at the wheel of the Subaru Swift Autosport machine. He's pretty low on fuel, so he's probably going to be making a pit stop sometime soon. But if you missed it earlier, we've got Famine looking over the data and keeping an eye on all the fastest laps. He's set an absolutely cracking lap time earlier. He was down into the 205s and much quicker than anyone else we've seen it behind the wheel of a GT300 car today, and actually challenging some of the GT3 cars as well. So we've got another contender here for driver of the day or definitely driver of the class, probably between him and Ning Dynasty, who did a great stint earlier as well. So he's coming down the straight now. We'll have to wait and see whether he dives into the pits. But not only has he been quick, he's been not getting involved in any trouble. I hope I'm not putting the commentator's curse on him here, but he's running a really, really strong stint at the moment, the Swede. As he just comes around the penultimate corner. Let's see if he dives in the pits, or he goes on to start a new lap. No, I think he's going to start a new lap here. Tyre's still looking reasonable check there. And there he goes on to the start of a new lap. As we just come up to the 6 hour mark, so we're officially halfway through. If you're wondering, eagle-eyed amongst you, why it's halfway, it's just coming up to 20 past 1 in the morning, UTC, 20 past 12 local time. We did start slightly late. We had a couple of issues with cars being able to view each other, I think, so we did start slightly late. But there you go, coming up to 6:04, 3, 2, 1. There we go, 6 hours, and that is halfway.
Should a party popper have gone off right around then?
Well, I should have thought about that in advance. I don't have any party poppers there, or a big gong. It's just something like an announcement, like like on old films.
My wife and both my children are asleep right now, and I don't think they'd appreciate that all that much.
No, I can agree there. I'm in a house full as well. So on screen now we've got Greasy07 at the wheel of the Bitter Rivals Racing number 43 machine, who've had an absolutely cracking day so far. Much better showing than the last time I saw them at the Daytona 24 Hours. And Greasy07 especially, and I remember him having a couple of issues, especially in the wet weather. He'll be really buoyed by the performance of the team so far. Second place officially after the last update from AJ, and they just continue to pound round, doing maybe not the quickest laps in the field today, but they are consistent, keeping the car on the black stuff and racking up those laps.
I've just been looking at the best split time so far, and it looks like Ghost Driver has the best splits in sectors 2, 3 and 4, while TNR Pfeffer has the best in sector 1. And they all add up to a 202.8 lap as a theoretical best. I wonder how close we're going to see that to someone achieving that today.
Well, no, Bart, you mentioned that the setup of the number 33 car, you've gone for outright lap time pace and really set the car up well for going over the top of the mountain, so losing a little bit in terms of straight line speed. Also with that GTR, the Nissan GTR, there is pretty much nothing in this field that's better out of the traction zones than it. It's absolutely brilliant in those low speed situations coming out of the corner, so it's not a surprise to me that it's quickest in sector 1, where you've got the big long straight, the two straights involved there. So no, thank you for that, Famine. That's would be good to see if we can get down into the 2-minute 2s.
There's two drivers who certainly aren't all that far away. It's Ghost Driver and TNR Pfeffer, who 203.091 and 203.103.
So the pace is unrelenting here at the Mount Panorama circuit. If you've just joined us, thank you. Andrew with you here for coverage of the second round of the GTPlanet Endurance Series for 2015. Joining me in the commentary box is Famine, who's our chief analyst, looking through all the data, looking to see who's making moves up and down the field. We've also got Bart with us, who's controlling the cameras and the feed and doing its stellar work as always with that. He's also been out on the track today driving the number 33 car, and has been providing some invaluable insight into the race for today.
And what a race it is.
Oh yeah, even with the troubles that we had earlier throughout the whole thing, it's been absolutely fantastic. Great racing, respectful racing, with a bit of drama thrown in for good fun as well.
Yeah, I can't say I was happy with the disconnect, but drama it was. But yeah, that was me disconnecting from the lobby in the number 33 Valerian Racing at lap 82. So yeah, that was unfortunate. One of the reasons why we're a bit down on the order, but Ghost Driver currently doing a great job, setting fastest lap. But as you all know, endurance racing is not about setting fastest laps, but setting them consistently. So
He's doing that as well. He's just done a 203.108. Which is 17,000 slower than his best.
well then, hooray to Ghost Driver. For yeah, I think he's really putting the hammer down after knowing that we're a bit down on the order, and yeah, doing his absolute best now.
So still riding on board with Greasy 07. This is the car currently, well, I say currently at the time of the last update that we had from Race Control. This is the car that's second place in class in GT3 and second place overall, running a really strong race so far in a car that's arguably getting one of the best followings in terms of favourite liveries on the chat this year. I mean, it's a very simple design. It's just a fairly stock design, but a lot of people in the chat over the last 6 hours absolutely loving the look of this SLS AMG, and it's delivering on its promises so far in this race. If you want to find out more about the GTPlanet Endurance Series, there's many ways that you can do that. You can obviously keep tabs on our broadcasts here on YouTube. We're not going to be able to broadcast and commentate on the whole race. We'll be with you for probably about another half an hour here in this part of the race, and then we'll be back later on to cover the closing stages of the Bathurst 12 hours. In the meantime, though, you can follow us on Twitter. You can follow the GT Planet News Twitter account, and also GTP_AJ. That's our race director and race organizer, championship organizer, I should say. So he'll provide all the news that you need to know on there. You can also go on the forum, the central hub of everything GT Planet. Go on there, find the Endurance Series sub-forum, and get involved and talk to the drivers, and maybe even get involved yourselves. There's opportunities later in the season for drivers to join on a one-off basis or get involved with support races as well.
Yeah, with those new events added to the calendar, a lot of 4-hour events, and also good news on the driver roster standpoint. With there not being a maximum amount of drivers anymore during a season, so that probably means that there's more place for drivers. So if you're currently looking for a drive, then please reply to the general discussion thread on the subforum on GT Planet.
So looking out on track, where do we think the most intense battle is at the moment?
Well, at the moment in Quarry, it seems. Let's see if we can find them. Making their way up the mountain. That's Venturi, and who's that ahead of him? JBC Davison. Yeah, Davison is in the Mazda, if I'm
In
correct.
in the class above.
Yeah. Okay. So he'll be driving off into the sunset from the GTR Blackhawks.
Good to see that car back up and running. It's obviously had its troubles not too long ago, had to limp back to the pits, but they're back up and running again now. Not heard much about this car today, the Renault Megane. The GTR Blackhawks been running not too bad. They've been running some fairly good lap times. Their second driver, Podador, who got in, I think, about 90 minutes into the race, he ran some really quick lap times earlier on. For GT Cup car, so steady progress for the GTR Blackhawks, and as we mentioned earlier, a very competitive and wide field for the GT Cup meant that several cars missed out on actually qualifying for this race, so just being in the race alone is going to be good for them and their championship hopes, getting points on the board for what is the first time we've seen the GT Cup cars this season, so good to get points on the board nice and early.
Yeah, they have had an issue with a penalty for a driver exceeding maximum stint length, I think.
Yeah, you're right.
But you know, it's such a nice track and such an interesting car to drive that you just get lost in time, don't you?
I was going to say we saw an absolutely fantastic example of that in the support race, where I think it was Team Wise Racing's driver. Admittedly, they didn't have a second driver. I think they had a bit of a logistical issue. I mean, to be fair to him, he was running well and wasn't being a nuisance on track. He was running very fairly and didn't get anybody's way, but he did just carry on even after his 75 minutes were up in a 2-hour race, and thought, no, I'll just keep running around, and eventually we sorted that out. But no, it is a great track. It's definitely one of my favourites on the game for being a pure challenge and a, as we've said before, a real driver's track, this one.
As we have the two Audis now coming across the Lotus of Scar Lotus. Let's have a look from onboard the Lotus. Well, these two Audi R8s look very similar, but they are actually different chassis. I think the blue and yellow liveried Bilstein car is a little bit different, has a little bit of a different aero package. That's why the balance of... Oh, as we see contact between Vipond and... oh, that's resulted into engine damage and wheel damage for the Scar Lotus team. Very unfortunate. Ghost driver...
I've just seen that on my screen.
Could
that
break
is very
just in
unfortunate.
time. That's the worst bit of luck for Soka there.
The Ghost driver did well to avoid that.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've overtaken the Lotus now, but there's probably the first example. We've been waiting for it to happen, kind of inevitable on this circuit, that as Ghost Driver goes past Vipond, not sure if that's for race position, but it's definitely for track position. He's now clear of that. But yeah, we've been waiting for that to happen. Unfortunately, one of the GT3 cars coming up on a GT Cup car and misjudging the closing speed, and you saw that happen there. Vipond's into the back of Soka GT Racing, and there's damage to Vipond's Audi R8 as well. He's fairly low on fuel, if my eyes don't deceive me, so we can expect him coming into the pits very, very soon. Do you think the stewards might want to have a look at that incident, guys?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it was an instant of contact with the car in front just being tagged by the car behind, so on the right rear corner. So yeah, I don't know. The stewards might have a look at it.
So
Vipond now exits the track. for a driver change, I think.
So drama for the WRS North America squad. Both cars involved in that incident now in the pits. As yes, Vipond is out of the car now. Soka GT Racing. That's a real shame for them. He's just recently got into the car, looking to pull some time back for the Scar Lotus team, and but that's done their progress no good at all. Patrick One is joining the lobby, so he'll be replacing Vipond in the WRS North America car, no doubt, unless I've
just heard
very
from
much mistaken, as Murray Walker would say.
From the WRS North America driver Vipond there that the Lotus slowed down unexpectedly, trying to get out of the way. So might be just a racing incident between those two.
Yeah, I think it could be one of those things that we mentioned earlier, where sometimes it's just better for the GT Cup cars to keep driving as they would do under normal conditions, be predictable with their driving, and let the GT3 cars pass them when they can. Yeah, little bit of a miscommunication there, possibly between those two drivers. An unfortunate racing incident, it looked like.
Yeah, I've been in the same situation at the Daytona 24, where the GT3 was the slower class compared to the GT500s and the LMP2s. So yeah, I know it's tough out there to find a spot where it's safe and the best opportunity to let someone pass, because sometimes the faster cars drivers take too much liberties and dive bomb you into the final stage of your turn-in point, and then basically, yeah, you're hoping that everything goes well if that happens. But yeah, this was an unfortunate incident for both parties. Looked like Vipond was scheduled for a pit stop anyway at that point, so it was Soka, yeah, paying a little bit of a bigger price.
It seems Patrick One has left the room, so that might be a bit of an issue going on there for the WRS North America squad. We'll keep an eye on that
the
for
Lotus
you.
so hard that his teammate dropped out of the lobby as well.
Yeah, as he just joined the lobby again. Might be the same issue with visibility issues, as we see Greasy drifting into the shot there in the background. Yeah, making his way around Corey now, trying to get a lap on the Lotus.
Yeah, I've just seen that myself. There was a beautiful drift there. It's good to see Greasy much more at home in the Mercedes this time round. He's doing a cracking job at the moment for the Bitter Rivals Racing squad. Famine. Any notes to point out on lap times?
I'm just keeping an eye on some of the sector times at the moment. I'm spotting a few purple sectors floating through from Pfeffer and Ghost Driver. So the moment the theoretical best lap time has just plummeted to a 2:02.3.
Wow.
So
if you put the times together from both cars, you mean?
If you put all of the best sector times logged so far together, you get a 2:02.3. Yeah.
Wow.
So there's a little bit of room to play with. It looks like the first and the last sectors are the ones that they can still get a little bit of time from. And Rono Thomas isn't taking it lying down either. He's running green sectors, and he's got the pace.
Greasy just overtook Soka for a lap, as they now start a new lap themselves of this Mount Panorama motor racing circuit, or Bathurst as it's more commonly known.
I've just spotted JBC Davison having a little bit of a wiggle on his way down Conrad Straight again.
He's
and
activated
he's in limp home mode again.
Limp home mode, yeah. That's not the first time we have seen this.
And that's front end damage, which is unusual around that corner, because normally what you do is just stick it out sideways and shove the back right into the wall.
Yeah. I wonder why, I wonder if JBC changed his setup just prior to the race, and it's a little bit too twitchy for him. If he just being caught out by some of the characteristics of the car.
Flicking back onto the sector times, his lap's been fine until that third sector.
Oh, okay.
So he's definitely clobbered something either on the way up or just on the way down the mountain there.
Yeah. Well, it's a tricky part of the track, and I know the Mazda is not the most stable GT300 car. That's the Subaru, but yeah, nothing to take away from the driving of the Mazda Lightning Speed team. But yeah, we've seen a few instances where they have needed to activate limp home mode, as it's the white car of the Subaru GTO Racing now taking back a lap, if I'm to believe the standings. They're currently classified in 12th, probably due to some stint pictures not being submitted in time.
As we said before, those stint photos will shake themselves out in due course. About 20 minutes left, if I'm correct, on our broadcast. So if you've got any questions that you want to get in before then, now is the time to do them. We are still keeping an eye on the chat. International Gamer, here it is for you, and because you keep going on about it. Bananas, there you go. Are you happy now? Yeah, if you've got any questions, do put them in the YouTube chat, and we'll get them up into the com box for you. Going ahead, we're still going to have the broadcast running, it just won't have any commentary. So the cars and the coverage will still be going on in terms of sound and pictures for you. And if you want to tune back in for more commentary, then the time to do so is, I've now forgotten, and I'm trying to find the timetable. We will be covering the last few stages of the race itself. We will be on from 5 o'clock UTC. So there you go. So you'll have the last, is that 3 hours? Or is it 2 hours?
I think that's 2 hours.
It's 2 hours, yeah. So there you go, we will have full broadcast coverage of the last 2 hours of the race to see who wins this one.
Yeah, but having said that, we had a little bit of a delayed start at the start of this race due to some technical issues with the certain drivers not seeing each other on track. So that's why we were delayed by about 20 minutes. So yeah, at the end there we have a scheduled 2 hours and 20 minutes of broadcast then. So 20 minutes extra for you guys to enjoy.
The people might not be aware that there was a very recent game update to GT6, which came about a week ago, and it threw all sorts of spanners in the work.
Yeah, apparently it screwed with the fixed lobby host setting.
Amongst many other things.
Yeah.
Yes. I know the balance of power had to be recalculated because every time there's an update to GT6, the physics gets tweaked a little bit.
Just seen we've had a request from João Torres for a general comment of the race. I think a general recap of the race. I'm not sure we can fit that in 15 minutes, but we'll have a go. Story of GT3. It's mainly been a battle for the lead anyway, between TNR Nismo, Bitter Rivals Racing, Reaper Online Racing, and Avaleron Racing. As you can see at the moment, TNR Nismo coming out on top of that, but they've not been without the problems. They had a crash very early on after starting from pole, but they're currently leading the race in that one. GT300 has been all
It's
sorts going
worth a
on.
note on that front that Green Hell Heathens are showing currently in 10th, but they are out of position due to weirdly submitted stint photographs that should all kind of resolve a little bit later on. But we can't really take their position as red at the moment. But they were fighting up at the sharp end of the race, start of the race, so we should expect to see them leap back up the order. A similar thing, I think, affected Avalarion as well, slightly earlier on.
Yeah, thanks, Famine, for reminding me about that one. GT300 has been all sorts. All three cars have had their problems. At the moment, though, it's the Swift Autosport guys who've had the least problems, and they lead that class. And their current driver, TRL Evolution, has been running some really quick laps in this stint. GT Cup, the runners in that class have all been having problems as well. The Black Lotus, the number 85 car, ran very, very well early on, but has been getting involved in a bit of trouble in the recent stages, including that crash with the WRS North America Audi R8 driven by Vipond not 10 minutes ago. They've slipped down, and the lead in that class now is held, according to the official timing, by Renault Sport, the Renault Sport driven by the GTR Blackhawks. So yeah, that pretty much in an abridged version is what's been going on in the first half of this race. Still lots of racing to go though, and it's all still to play for. The WRS North America car gets by the Black Lotus again as they start to go over the top of the mountain. So now switching to Avalarion Racing, the number 33. We're thinking they're back in contention for the race win after sorting out the lap count issues. Ghost Driver's been doing some really quick laps since he took over from Bart, who's in the commentary box with us. He's looking to get under the 2-minute 3 barrier. He's been into the 2-minute 3.0s. I think, what was it, a 2-minute 3.089. That's currently the fastest lap of the race. And yeah, so he's really pushing at the moment, really doing a stellar job. He's fairly low on fuel, so we can expect a pit stop soon. He's catching the Renault GTR Blackhawks at the moment. But once again, a really strong run and a really professional run from Avalarion Racing as the GTR Blackhawks driver gets out the way very well there.
Yeah, it looks like Ghost is running a similar setup to mine, because his tire wear pattern is exactly the same. I was also down to 7 on the right front, 8 on the left front, and 8, 9 on the rear. So yeah, he's looking for a pit stop soon. Let's see how the other drivers are on fuel. So Pfeffer has half a tank, Ronald Thomas also half a tank, Greasy quarter of a tank, the Stig half a tank, and Patrick, yeah, probably on a, yeah, about 7/8 of a tank. So we got 3 drivers on half a tank, but probably on different parts of the track. The Stig in getting out of the quarry there. Ronald Thomas not so far ahead of him. Has he made a spin? Yeah, as he's blocked the track. Oh, this could be dangerous, as the Stick just could avoid him. Well done by the Stick there. Wow. This is exactly the sort of situation where you can have a big accident and the subsequent safety car, but yeah, Ronald Thomas, yeah, good decision from him to get out of the way quickly. As we see a penalty for the 68 stint limit. So yeah, they must have exceeded their stint limits, because they have, for forgotten to submit a photo or forgotten to take one, which is unfortunate. That's the leading GT300 car at the moment, so the Subaru Swift Autosport.
So once again, a bit more drama there in the GT300 class. And not the first penalty we've seen today for a car going over their stint limit. But the rules are the rules. If you go over the stint limit, you're going to get a penalty. And that's what the Swift Autosport guys have got. So just about 10 minutes to go of our full broadcast here this evening, or afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in the world.
We have a new fastest lap of the race from TNR Pfeffer 702, and he has actually finally broken into the 202s with a 202.987.
Well done by him.
Fantastic work from the TNR Nismo crew there. Alongside the Avaleron Racing Squad, they've been threatening it all day. Absolutely blistering pace. Just looking at, I think I'll look at the qualifying times and how that compares. Yeah, we're still a little bit off what the qualifying pace was. That's to be expected with fuel loads and worn tyres and all the rest of it. The fastest lap in qualifying that obviously got pole position from the TNR Nismo squad was a 2-minute 1.769. So yeah, not bad to be within 1.5 seconds of the pole time in the race itself. As number 68 is released from the penalty box. On board here with the Green Hell Heathens, who've been really enjoying their home race here at Bathurst, and they've been really running really strongly so far as well.
Well, one half of us has. The GT Cup car didn't qualify, so...
You see, I wasn't going to mention that. I was going to, power through. It's all good for the GT3 car. But no, as Famin says, they had 2 cars in the entry for this race, but unfortunately for the GT Cup side of the team, that car wasn't quite quick enough in qualifying to make the final race itself. But no doubt they'll be back later in the season and looking to improve as the season goes on. So here we are in Sector 1 with the number 45 car. Just to clear it up, because I don't know if anyone was confused about it. Yes, it does say 123 on the car. That's the livery set by the game, but if you want an easy way to remember it, think of it as the 12345 car. The Green Hell Heathens running strongly. Their position on the right hand side, the graphic on the right hand side, doesn't give you the full picture. And talking of pictures, it's because they haven't been able to submit their latest stint photos to account for the laps that they have actually completed so far in this race. So expect them to pop back up the order later on.
Yeah, the Australian-run Green Hell Heathens team. Also an all-Australian driver lineup with Bo Albert, The Stig and Mint GTR. I think we've seen Mint GTR and The Stig on track so far. Bo Albert had yet to do his stint.
Actually, Bo Albert did a it wasn't a short stint, I think it was about an hour's stint. They seemed to do quite a few turnovers, especially whilst yourself was out there, Bart. They had at least 2 driver changes to your one massive 4-hour stint. So yeah. I don't know whether it's keeping their drivers fresh or what, but a bit of a different strategy there from the Green Hell Heathens.
I saw that, but yeah, I must have missed Bo Albert's name there. You know, this track is sometimes a little bit distracting. No, it's very much 100% of your focus needed a lot of the times. As we see a driver change for the TNR Nismo team, Rebellion taking over from Pfeffer, who just set the fastest lap just prior to the end of his stint, with the first lap below the 2 minutes 3 second mark.
So this is the third driver that we've seen at the wheel of the number 44 today. The race obviously started with the bomb in the Nissan for almost as long as a stint as you did, Bart, almost 4 hours.
Oh, as we've seen
then
off from the Green Hell Heathen team. Just coming under pressure from Ronald Thomas in the Mercedes of Reaper Online Racing. It's so easy to run wide there at the top of the hill. As I ran into the grass one time with 2 wheels there. But yeah, the stick there having all 4 wheels off, having a little bit of more of a time loss there.
Obviously, the GT Academy team did that last year. And Captain Masachio having a much better race this season, but last year his race ended there when he drove into a Ferrari that was beached at the side of the track.
Yeah, in a massive dust cloud, I must say. As we see, great side-by-side action here from Ron Thomas and the Stig. Ron Thomas going a little bit too deep into the chase complex. That's fun to watch in the replay. Let's do that. So, yeah, it's Ron Thomas going up the inside and then clipping the curb, getting massive air from the curb, and then having to get off the throttle and allowing the Stig to go past him again. Well done. And now it's Ronald Thomas fighting back on the front straight. Yeah, managed to take the position on the start-finish straight. Well done. But the Stig having another look in Griffin's Bend, but he can't make it. But yeah, great close racing from these two GT3 teams.
Yep, great work from the Welshman at the wheel of the Reaper Online Racing Mercedes. He's done a fairly long stint so far. So coming towards the end of our commentary broadcast today, just about 5 minutes before we go off the air, and I for one go and get some sleep.
Yeah, me too.
So well, yeah, especially you, Bart. You've had 4 hours of driving and being behind the wheel to precede this commentary stint. But it's been an absolute joy to commentate on this race, or the first half of this 12-hour race around the Mount Panorama circuit. I unfortunately won't be able to join you for the rest of this race. Mainly because I will be asleep for most of it, to be honest. But yeah, no doubt I'll be back very soon for future races. And thank you to everyone in the YouTube comments. Once again, if you've got any constructive and questions related to the racing... Oh, there was a car off in the background there. It looks like the Subaru GTO racing machine was off on the side of the track.
Ah, sorry, there
coming
I
down
missed it.
Conrad Straight. Looks like they're going again now, according to the minimap. As is there a car in the pits?
Number 67 GTO Racing Subaru.
So yeah, possibly a problem there. Once again, another GT300 car in the wars. Damage on that car as well, front, right and rear left damage, which they'll get fixed as soon as possible. And they're on their way again now. Ninjitsu Evolved, who's been with us, he was in the YouTube comments earlier.
As we have a train of cars exiting the forest elbow. Venturi having a lovely sight of two cars disappearing in the sunset. It must be the Bitter Rivals Racing Mercedes there, and the Tino Nismo team. So battle for the GT3 lead, maybe, if we must believe the standings that are up currently. Could be a lap between them, I don't know. Yeah, last standings we had were from hour 4, but I'm hearing that there will be an halfway update soon.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
So, any closing thoughts, guys, for as we sign off for the night?
Yeah, it's been a massively enjoying first part of the race. So, yeah, looking forward to see the end.
So
Yeah,
I
I'm
think as we
just hoping a future Gran Turismo is going to support something like this properly rather than making us work around it.
yeah, absolutely. Hopefully, it's something that they implement for GT7, and getting some proper driver changes software would be um, really beneficial to us as a series. If you're wondering when we'll be back, because we will be back for the last 2 hours of the race, we'll be back at 6 o'clock UTC. So that's 6 o'clock London time. So get your world clocks out and check out. Oh, sorry, not 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Pardon me. So the last 2 hours of this race will be live and commentated. Nas will be back with you commentating. In the pits, we'll have Bart as well through to the end of the race. So I think with nothing else to say, we'll sign off. It's been Andrew, Famin, and Bart with you here for the last few hours. Thank you for joining us. This has been coverage of the 12 hours of Bathurst, the GTPlanet Endurance Series. Stay tuned on the stream for pictures and sound of the cars going around. But for now, we'll say goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Hello viewers, welcome to the very first driver interview. My name is Kevin, aka GTP Dutchie. During this GTPlanet Endurance Series, I will join the live stream every once in a while with these driver interviews. Here today with me is David Griffin, a driver of ABC Racing. He and his team will be driving the number 17 Courage C60 Peugeot. Thank you and welcome, David.
Thank you.
First of all, we'd like to know something about your experience with the Gran Turismo franchise. In the questionnaire, you said you have some 17 years of experience with the GT franchise. Could you tell us a bit more about how it all started for you?
Well, I started Gran Turismo on the PlayStation. I've always had a knack for racing and wanting to race, so I discovered that on the shelf at the game store, and once I bought the first one, I've been on it and hooked ever since.
Okay. Did you play all of them equally as much, or did you prefer one? Or
I didn't focus on 2 and 4 as much as I did 1, 3, and 5 and 6. 3 and 6 are probably my favorite.
okay. So the first one on the PlayStation 2, Gran Turismo 3, was also one of your big favorites.
Yes.
Did you buy it at day one, or?
I did. I purchased the PlayStation 2 and Gran Turismo 3 at the same time as a bundle pack, and I just could not believe the graphics when they came out on the PlayStation 2. It was incredible.
Yeah, I can remember the moment. Yeah, it was really great. And which one of the series did you, do you have the best memories with?
As of right now, probably 5 and some of 6. 6 has only been out for a year, so I haven't had long enough on it to experience a whole lot of memories. But I started league racing on Gran Turismo 5 when I got my Logitech G27 wheel.
Okay. And can you tell us a bit more about your experiences with GT5 and GT6?
Started GT5 around Christmas of 2010. Formed a NASCAR road course league with a friend of mine, and we ran that for about 3 years. And then I recently, last year, joined another league with one of my other racing friends, and I've been on that one, and I'm still currently in that league. And then I discovered GT Academy last year.
Okay. Yes, we'll come to that in a bit. Is there any specific reason why you chose the Gran Turismo series instead of any others?
Well, Gran Turismo was, if I can remember correctly, was one of the first simulating games out there. And so after the third version of that, I finally discovered, I think, Forza. I tried it on the Xbox, and I did not prefer that. Just the graphics were similar, but the simulation wasn't as real, I don't think. Okay. I've tried a few NASCAR games, and it's just turning circles, and I like to do road course racing.
Okay, yeah. Well, now we've come to the part about GTPlanet. I've read you are a GTPlanet member now for 2 years. Is it true that since 2 years you started racing seriously, or did you just come by the site and therefore turned up? How did you find GTPlanet?
I joined GTPlanet in 2011, but all I did was join, and I was inactive up until last year, I think, when I discovered GT Academy. That's when I really got heavy on to GTPlanet. Okay.
And how's your stay at GTPlanet been?
I love GTPlanet. It is. I'm very busy on there with managing a couple of teams in this endurance series.
next time.
Yes.
Okay.
It-
Also, you stated that you have a group of friends with whom you race online. Can you tell us a bit more about that group?
I have a group of 7 to 8 people that I've been racing with for about 4 years now. We race on Sundays if we can. We try to do a 12 series league 2 or 3 times a year. And they're a core group of people. I've made really good friends with them. We stay in contact on the phone too if we're not on the game. And it's just been a great experience meeting people on here.
Okay, and how did this group form up?
I recruited people from open lobbies when I started my NASCAR road course league, and once they joined, we just all became instant friends, and we've been racing together ever since.
Well, that sounds like fun. Now on about the endurance. How did you get involved with the endurance racing on GTPlanet?
That's exactly how I discovered it. I saw it in the news on GTPlanet. One of my friends was involved in one of the GT3 teams, and so I asked him where I could get information, and he sent me to the forums on GTPlanet, and we applied for a GT Cup class, and because there was no GT3 classes available, and we gave it a run at Spa 24 this past season.
Okay, and what do you like about this endurance series?
I like the fact that you can have multiple drivers and you can pick certain times of the night that you want to run. You can switch drivers. The excitement of switching drivers and then being able to watch it on the live feed, there's such an adrenaline about it. I can't explain it. I'm just addicted to it.
Yeah, aren't we all?
Yes.
So you've taken part in the Spa 24 hours. Can you give us some thoughts on that race? How it turned out for you guys?
Well, being in the GT Cup class, I didn't really know what to expect as far as competition, and just running a slower pace than some of those faster cars was kind of, I was nervous going into the race only because I didn't know how well they were going to be able to get around me cleanly. And so all I did was race my own line, and they worked their way around me. If I was on a straightaway, I might get over so they can come by me. But it worked out well. The class was very competitive. We finished, I believe, third in class that night, and been hooked ever since.
Okay, and the group you raced with then, are they still a group now? Are you still in the same group?
They are the same group. They're just under a different name.
Okay, but they're also ABC Racing now, or?
They're called Venator Racing.
Okay.
They used to be called the Squatters, and now they've changed their name to Venator Racing.
Okay. And you also took part in the Nürburgring 4 hours.
Yes.
How did that race go for you?
It went well. We did 3 drivers. I closed out the last hour and a half of the race. Had some problem with a couple of the GT Cup cars because we moved up to the GT3. But other than them not really knowing what they were doing, it was a good race. We finished second on podium again.
Okay, so some good results in the past. What are your expectations for this season?
Well, for this race here in the LMP2 class, this is a driver development team that I am currently managing. So I've got 3 new drivers that haven't done the endurance series yet, and it's exciting watching them learn how to do driver changes and photo stints and getting them up to speed.
Yeah. Well, can you give us more of an insight how you manage this? Because it seems like quite a project to manage all these inexperienced drivers and really learning them how to become faster.
Well, a couple weeks ago, AJ had asked me if I could manage a driver development team, and I said sure. And so I've been searching for people that haven't raced in it before, and I found a few of them that have some real life racing experience, and it's just fun watching them try to get their car to go faster. But I always focus and teach them that they need to be more consistent and not necessarily fast. You don't have to put down the fastest lap every lap. to win a race. This is 24 hours, and if you can keep it clean and keep your penalties minimal, you should turn out very well.
Yeah, that's yeah. In a 24-hour race, long stints, a single loss of concentration can cost you dearly, of course. So, talking about the experience you've had in the past season, what are points you brought with you for this season?
Just to be aware of other classes that are on the track. If you're a faster car, be smart about where you're going to pass them, and if it's a place where it's not recommended to pass, just follow behind, and you'll eventually get around them. I would rather waste 2 to 3 seconds and save my car from damage than to wreck them and wreck myself and lose a lap or two in the process.
Yeah, as well as your reputation, of course.
Yes.
Yes. So, coming towards this season, did you alter your preparations, or did you pretty much prepare yourself in the same way?
Actually, I've been a little bit busier since I'm managing 2 teams and driving for a third. So I've been really busy on GTPlanet a lot, but I think I've scheduled a little more practice time this time around than we did in the past. Since the previous races, we've had GT6 has had upgrades with community and club racing, and so I've been able to use the club community as a part of practicing for the Daytona 24.
Yeah, great new feature. I think it's a very good improvement for the overall experience, but especially for these kind of events, because clubs can have more people in them than friends lists do. So it's a really big plus for the endurance series. I think.
Yes.
What do you think about the LMP2 car? Would you rather have had one of the Delta Wings or the other C60s?
I actually prefer the car that we have been given. It's got a tremendous amount of grip. I actually like it better than our LMP1 car right now. Just the amount of grip that this car has is incredible. And so I can turn the downforce all the way down and it still be a comfortable drive.
Okay, that's good. Who do you think your main rivals in the LMP2 class will be?
At the moment, I think I'm looking out for the Delta Wings, not because they qualified up front, but because their tires and fuel consumption are going to be a lot less. And so that pit stop advantage might be a little bit more than what our track time advantage is going to be for speed. So I'm looking to probably see them up front at the end of the series.
Okay. Where do you hope to end up with your team for this race?
Well, I've talked to my team. In fact, we had a meeting last night, and I told them all I expect out of them, is to be consistent, and let's just finish the race with minimal penalties. And if that podiums us, then I'll be happy. If not, I'll still be happy.
Yeah. So you're really focusing on the development point of your team.
Yes. Eventually, the speed will come once they get in a few races. But as of right now, I just want them to be consistent and do all of their photo stints correctly and driver changes correctly.
Yes. Well, that should be a task already. We know in the past that not everything went well that way. Bearing in mind this season, what race are you most looking forward to?
I am a fan of Nordschleife. Nürburgring 24 would be my race of choice because it's a driver's track versus tuning your car.
So now we've had some questions about endurance series. I want to move on to your GT Academy experience. As some of you may know, you came pretty far in the 2014 GT Academy. So we'll get to that in a minute. But first of all, I want to start at the very beginning. could you give us, could you walk us through the process of working towards the time trials and doing the time trials?
Well, I'm not much of a time trial person. I don't like to do the seasonal events a lot because I would rather be racing. But once I discovered GT Academy last year, I decided that this year I was going to focus and put in a little more time on the qualifying time trials and see where I could go. Last year I came up short maybe 20, 30 people, and I didn't put all the effort in. So this year I focused a little more and eventually qualified and just made it inside the top 28.
Okay. What time trial did you like most? Which one do you think was really a good one for you?
I enjoyed week 4, which is the one that really counted at Spa with the GT3.
Yes. Yeah, I can remember that one as well. Was a really great one. So after you got qualified, you got invited for the nationals. How does a day at the finals look like?
Well, at first I arrived and I was nervous because I was wondering if they were going to do it based on what they did last year in New York. So I was hoping if they were going to put us in real cars, that they would do that first, because I felt that I would be better in the car than on the virtual side of the racing. And they put us in the cars the first day, and so after that, all of my nerves went away, and I was able to focus on the virtual racing, and I did pretty well in there. I won 3 out of my 5 races and finished second in the other 2.
Okay, but did you have previous real life racing experience? Because you were so confident you would be faster in the real car instead of the virtual.
I've never been on a road course or an autocross track before. I've never pushed a car to the limits as we did in New York. All I've ever done is, do donuts on dirt roads or, street race down the interstate. But I've always felt that I've had good car control, so I've figured that the transformation from the game to the real life wouldn't be much different.
Okay, so yeah, well, that got out good for you. So after the finals, you were invited for race camp. Could you please share your story with us and tell us how it is being able to attend there?
Race camp is probably something that I'll never get to experience in my life again, as far as one of the highlights of my lifetime. Just being at the track itself makes your hair stand up, even not even being in a car, but to do the things that we got to do was amazing, and to make friends with all of the finalists was awesome. We still stay in contact once or twice a week.
Okay, so you got really close with them as well.
Yes, in fact, I have 3 of them driving with me on both of my managing teams.
Okay, well that's it's nice to hear you bonded so well, but how do you look back on the experience as in emotionally? Because in such a week or so, you go through such an emotional swing, so to say. I've seen you spin and in the single seater, I believe. And
I did have a spin out, yes.
Yeah, how do you switch from being bummed out to getting back in the positive mindset?
Well, the course was wet. It had just rained, and they had the single seaters don't have ABS, and we were instructed before it rained, when we were practicing the cars, that the longer you hold on the brake, the more chance the car will lock up. And so I was taking it easy, thinking, I'm just going to take it easy through the chicane here. And being that I was taking it easy, I did apply the brake a little bit longer because I was on it lighter. And when it locked up and spun me out, all I could think was, the quicker I get this thing refired and get back on the track, the less time I'll lose. And I learned that actually from Gran Turismo 6. Being when you're in a 90-minute race, if you spin out, your race is not over. Get back on the track and just focus on racing the track and see how far back up in the pack you could climb.
Yes, but so it's just being being sharp in your mind and doing what needs to be done at that moment, and don't think about it again.
Yeah, once I made the mistake and got back on the track, the mistake was out of my mind by the end of that lap.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great to hear. And what was the single experience of race cam that you thought was the greatest?
Learning how to use or drive a car with no ABS was way different than what Americans are used to. Most cars here in America have ABS installed, and so learning to drive a car and the instructor helping us with our braking was probably the most that I've gained out of the camp, because it also applies to the game. In this endurance series, this class is not allowed to use ABS, and so it's definitely a different style of driving.
Okay, and would you say the experiences are comparable, or are they different a bit?
On my benchmark challenge at Stowe, it seemed to drive similar to the game. Most of my braking points were almost identical to what they were on the game, so I think the game transfers pretty well into real life.
Okay. Yeah, we had discussed your spun at the quadrathlon. I think after after the quadrathlon, you must be really bummed out because you just finished outside of the GTRs. Do you think if you wouldn't have had that spin, that you might have made it to the GTRs?
I think the spin is one mistake that caused me to finish outside of the top four, but I also had another mistake before we got onto the mountain bikes. I spent a lot of extra time trying to get my helmet on, to switch helmets.
Okay.
But I think the first mistake was spinning out, but I don't think that delayed me too much time. I might have lost 10 seconds.
Okay. But you did a great job on the bike, passing two of the other competitors.
Yes.
Okay, other thing I saw and which I was curious about was the driving in the buggies. Since one of the competitors, Braylon, was very aggressive there, not only against you but also against Mark Pinnell, and I was wondering how the incident was handled after the race.
The TV show plays it off, and Braylon makes it look like he was aggressive, but when we were actually there, Braylon didn't know what he was doing, and he couldn't apologize enough to us. And when I actually watched it on television and saw his interview about how he was being aggressive, I think he was fibbing a little bit. But yeah, we got hung up on the start because he didn't back off, and then he literally ran me over while I was in the lead.
Yeah.
And so that kind of frustrated me because that knocked me back to third place. But it was nice to see him spin out. I was laughing when I passed him. But I do not agree with what he did with Mark Pinnell. That's just stupidity right there. I like Braylon as a person, but his mind when he's on the track is not realistic. He's still in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's maybe the TV show didn't show it quite properly, but afterwards you hear the stewards actually cheering the fact that he's aggressive. I don't think that was very appropriate after what he's done to Mark Pinnell. So
yeah, I don't think the judges knew what had happened out in the back, because that wreck happened out of their sight. They could not see that. So they were cheering him on before they actually knew what happened.
Okay, so that's maybe a added thing which makes it look weird to me. Um, then further on, we've talked about the ABS settings. But are there any other things you've learned from the instructors and the stewards that you can come back to in the game that really enhance your virtual driving as well?
They put us in some Caterham cars in a parking lot at the racetrack that they didn't air on TV, where we had to learn more car control, and it was basically drifting the car. And I learned how to drift a car without turning the steering wheel and using the throttle as my main focus of turning the car. As long as I could focus on a certain spot on the parking lot, I could get that car to turn a complete circle without moving. And so learning how to do that kind of stuff was a whole different experience than actually driving a car around a track.
Okay, and which way did that benefit you in the game? How do you apply these lessons?
When I get a car out of control, I'm able to regain control a lot easier now because I understand how or what the car is doing when it's in that spin. Also, if I need to drift around the inside of a turn, it helps apply from what I did in England.
Okay. So, how many days did your stay at the race camp? How many days did you stay there?
We were there for a total of 9 days.
Okay, but the series, it looks like if they sent you home, you were really removed from the group. Was this the case, or did they?
Yeah. Once we were eliminated, they removed us out of sight from the other competitors just to a different location on the track.
Okay, so you did get the same experiences during the days after.
Well, that's what our email was stating, but we didn't get to do any. Once we were eliminated, we didn't get to do anything else involved with the GT Academy. They took us around to car museums and go-kart tracks to race karts and stuff like that. We didn't really get to participate in anything else.
Okay, but it was sort of a time filler then for as long as the race camp lasted.
Yes.
Okay. You said that your favorite car is the GTR. How do you think the real life one compares to the virtual one?
Well, the only thing I believe the virtual game is missing is the G-forces that car has when you take off in it from a dead stop. It just sets you back in your seat so much. It's ridiculous.
Okay, yeah, that's a difficult thing to simulate, I guess. Anyway,
yes.
We're approaching the end of this interview. I would like to thank the viewers for watching the first GTPlanet Endurance Series driver interview. We hope you've liked it, and I want to thank my guest David for his time and insight. I wish you the best of luck in the series, and thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure having you.
Thank you for having me.
You guys got me? All right. Alrighty, let's do this. Let's see, Peelster is not quite in the call yet here. Jordan, AJ, Bart, all here.
Hello.
Well, welcome back. We're live, yeah?
Yep.
Alrighty. Welcome back to the round 2 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. After a lengthy break, we are currently into the closing stages of the Bathurst 12 hours here at Mount Panorama. We're going to catch you up to speed really quickly here. We have Art, Jordan, myself, NASCAR fan, and Peelster in the booth. When we're going to get you caught up to speed here on what's happened. Those standings that you see on the right side of the screen are pretty accurate. They were last updated about 40 minutes ago, or an hour and 40 minutes ago, so they are still pretty accurate at this point in time. Looking through the classification as of 9 hours, I believe that is the most recent version we have. I would like confirmation from AJ on that, but I believe that is the most recent version we have, so we're going to hold off for a second. Make sure that is, in fact, the newest version. Looking currently at the Flash 05, piloting that number 43 Mercedes-Benz around the track and off into Murray's Corner. And he is in third place according to the timing and scoring from Nerds, which has been created and scripted by AJ and several others to bring us these standings. He's currently, like I said, running in that final podium spot. Great effort from them all day long, all the way through. Looks like we're having some volume issues. We are going to get that going as quickly as we can and get things back underway. Still watching the Flash here as he approaches I believe that is the Swift Auto Sport number 68. Yes, that is Ning Dynasty. No, that's Ning Dynasty and the Mazda Lightning Speed. Excuse me, number 65. They're running third in class according to the most recent update here. I do have the page open, and we will take a look at that in a moment. First off, you'll notice we got an hour and 20 minutes or so left, just over that. So we will be bringing you to the checkered flag, hoping all goes well. Peelster is here, Jordan is here, Bart, excuse me, is here, and then I am here. Once again, we are back, and we'll be commentating to the end of the checkered flag. I've not seen anything telling me otherwise, so I'm going to assume that the 9th hour PDF is the most recent version of the PDF. So I'm going to go ahead and read off of that and tell you guys what's going on. As now we see GTP Kane in the number 42, Mercedes Reaper Online, Mercedes-Benz running second place. Now, last time we updated it during the chat and told you guys that TNR Nismo had a 1-lap lead over the Reaper Online racing team. That's gone. In fact, the entire top 3 are all on the same lap as of 9 hours. TNR Nismo has about a minute lead over the Reaper Racing Online cars, and then it's about another 20 seconds back, and you're going to find the Bitter Rivals Racing the Mercedes-Benz. So those 3 are all on the lead lap and all battling for position right now. Then we have the Green Hell Heathens, 1 lap down in the Nissan GTR Nismo GT3. They have run outstanding, and they were at the very bottom of the leaderboard at one point, but have definitely caught back up. And then right behind them is the Avalarion Racing Audis. So after the compensation for the disconnection has been added into play, they are back in contention to possibly even take the win in these final closing stages of the event. So that is very good news for them and anybody who's fans of the Avalarion Racing and Green Hell Heathens, because they were both toward the bottom of the leaderboard earlier with issues with getting photos sent in, but everything is now worked out okay. Then it's back to the then it's back to WRS North America in their Audi R8, the ones we've been riding with for about 2 or 3 hours now. You saw how they've been racing all day, so I don't think anything needs to be said about them. And that rounds off the GT3. Going to the GT300s, Swift Autosport is leading with an amazing lead, almost 10 laps between, and yeah, exactly 10 laps between GTO Racing in second place, but Lightning Speed Motorsport trying to take second place away. They're on the same lap as GTO Racing, but Swift Autosport, it's their race to lose. In GT Cup classification, Scar Lotus is leading, but not by a whole lot. The GTR Blackhawks, remember, they were leading by 1 lap. That's done and over with. They are now on the same lap as of the most recent update. And then it's the Wheel Racing Limited cars pretty well out of this one, 8 laps behind. So that's how they run as of the 9th hour of the Bathurst 12-hour race. I'm gonna go ahead and let Jordan, Bart, and Peelster say a few things here while I get ready to continue the commentary.
Well, thank you for that update. We're currently on board with Zegan for the TNR Nismo team.
Yeah, TNR has been running fairly strong all race long, actually. They had a couple mishaps early in the race, but within the first few hours of the race, they were driven by their driver, Dabam. They were able to make up quite a bit of ground, and actually they have been battling for the lead against Avalarion Racing, and it's been really close at times. There's been gaps of 3 seconds between the leading class cars, quite a bit. So right now the gap is a little bit wider, but I think that we'll have a close finish here at the end, if it's been any indication of how it's been going in the past.
And you notice here is we're now riding on board with your provisional leader, the Nissan TNR Nismo. They are the pole sitters. We remember their day. They've gone from first to worst and back to first. Remember on lap 17 having that big accident. Had to make a pit stop, threw them way off sequence, and it looks like they're finally back on sequence as they're now. I believe they may have been passed at this point by the Flash for position, because I'm assuming that since they were both on the lead lap, the yellow Mercedes-Benz there is third place on the scoring charts, but that's about 45 minutes to an hour and a half old. So that may have very well been a pass for position. We will be expecting another update within the next 15 minutes on those positions, but guys, I think we're looking at the battle for the lead right there.
Yeah, or it's TNR putting a lap on the Bitter Rivals Racing, because the gap was about 1 minute and 54 seconds, which is nearly a lap. So it could be that the TNR Nismo team has closed down that gap and is trying to put a lap on the Flash.
And it does look like that, because you now see the standings are updated with your top 4. First place being the TNR Nismos, then Reaper Online, then Bitter Rivals, then Green Hell Heathens. So this is actually not for position, rather. This is for Bitter Rivals Racing battling to stay on the lead lap at this point. And these guys have all put a great fight up so far. All 4 of these guys that you see on your screen, the right of your screen, have been racing their hearts out. We haven't talked a whole lot about the Reaper cars, but we remember Mint GTR earlier today was just running that car, the wheels off of that number 45. The YouTube GTR, obviously with their ups and downs, they were kind of sleepers in the middle of the race, but now they're back up into this, and you see they're about making contact with those yellow Mercedes-Benz. Those guys were running very well. Lionface, I think, took the cake for the longest stint of the day. I don't think they pit until about lap 117, if I remember correctly, was when they made their first driver change. And you see now going on the inside. Ooh, getting up on the quarter panel a little bit. Nearly spins the Mercedes-Benz there. Maybe a bit of lag there, but it almost looked like there was some contact.
Oh, as they make contact in... wow.
Oh, looks
Nice
like the
corner.
TNR car just went off there as a result of that contact. Looks like
Yeah.
he's okay though, and he's going to have to just make up that ground back up.
Now, I know you're trying to stay on the lead lap here, and you're trying to keep yourself out of trouble, and you're hoping for a safety car. But I don't think the stewards are going to be too happy to see that the safety car that came out was because you dumped the leader. Not to say they did that, but I don't know why they were exactly racing that hard, especially through a corner like that. That one's definitely going to get some attention from the stewards.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's going to be cause for a safety car. It looks like they were able to get back on track undamaged. Just a minor setback.
Yeah, you see now the standings have continued to update. Avalarion Racing now being scored in the 5th position overall, and then WRS North America that we've seen their trek through the hills and the mountains. They are running in 6th overall. Your leader is Swift Autosport in the GT300 Cup. They've run away with it. They had some big issues early on with Z-Play 24. Kind of lost his ground and just wreck after wreck, but they eventually got on it. I think the GT300s have had all kinds of damage, all kinds of carnage has been going on in that class, because I think I remember the GTO racing being in limp home mode about 3 different times, and the Swift Autosports in limp home mode I think twice, and the Mazdas were in limp home mode a couple of times as well. So there's definitely a lot going on there. And we see now as we look like we're going to have another change on the onboard perspective. Going to TRL Agro. That is on board with your leader in the GT300 Swift Autosport. These guys have a 10-lap gap as of the last check-in over the Subaru BRZ of GTO Racing. These guys, I don't think they have really anything to worry about at this point. I think at this point it's just keep the wheels on the car, don't do anything too crazy, and just get the car home, because you've got 10 laps, an hour around Bathurst. You can pretty much do the math, and it may have even gotten a bit bigger over the past hour. You do the math. I'm thinking that's pretty solid ground right there.
Yeah, this team's been running strong all day. They had an incident in turn 2 a few hours into the race. There was a collision with the 85 car, I believe, and they ended up having to warp back to pit road, and they got penalized by the stewards for that. But it seems like that hasn't kept them down, because they've been able to maintain quite a large gap after the fact.
Yeah, that's definitely for sure. I think once that first driver swap happened, you had that driver that was more focused, and they knew what they had to go out there and do, and that was keep the wheels on the car and be consistent. That's exactly what they did, and the GTOs ran into a lot of trouble, and so did the Mazda. They ran into a lot of trouble as well. And you just see from AJ there, the final driver changes must be completed within the next 10 minutes. So there's that. Now you see the Lightning Speed Motorsport car being shown there, and then this is the tail end of your field. Scar Lotus, GTR Blackhawks, and then the Wheel Racing Limited. So nothing's really changed in the standings. However, we are expecting a final scoring to look at to set us up for the 12th hour of this event. It's been a great event so far. We do apologize though for the little bumps and hiccups we've had over the way through here, but we are going to be good to go for the finish. Once again, Bart, Peelster, Jordan, and myself, NASCAR fan, are in the commentary box. It's a pretty small commentary box, but we're all fitting in here.
Kind of cramped in here at the moment, but I think we'll manage.
But it's working, and got Bart also on the cameras now, I believe, and doing the updates on the tickers. Of course, AJ putting this all together, so hats off to everybody working on this, all volunteers. So this is pretty interesting once it all starts to work.
Yeah, it's just absolutely amazing when you think about it. The level of dedication that people put in for this series, as far as the staff, stewards, commentary, drivers, it's all volunteer work. The teams have worked very hard to find suitable drivers to race in this series, and it's definitely been a very large effort. I'm definitely looking forward to the rest of the year with this GTPlanet Endurance Series.
Yeah, and I think that we're definitely gonna. I mean, there's a lot of growing pains, of course, with both the driving etiquette and the broadcast. We saw in the Daytona 24 Hours. I think we all remember the little drinking game that was going on there. Definitely some carnage very early on in that race, and it was much more managed in this second event. Everybody was a lot calmer, and we didn't even have our first accident until lap 17. So that was definitely something to take pride in. Everybody's definitely doing a lot better. I'm thinking when we come down to those final 4 or 5 races of this season, everybody's going to be able to race hard and clean, and everything's going to work out pretty good.
Yeah, it's really just about getting used to the drivers you're racing around. I mean, you can know a track very well and be very fast around it, but when it comes to dealing with your opponents, you definitely need to know how they run, what their braking points are, what kind of line they run through the turn, and it definitely affects how you drive.
Yeah, and we see now as we're looking like we're going to try and do a driver change here on the cameras. It's gone black. I believe we're actually trading off at the moment. But you're right, Peelster. There's definitely a lot of car control. You're learning the car, but some people are driving different cars as well. The Scar team was driving a different vehicle as well, and we're seeing, you know, they are swapping around, jumping back and forth quite a bit. There are new drivers still. I believe there are several drivers that are making their first start today. So there's definitely going to be a lot of growing pains. But I think after a while, everybody's going to get used to this. And, it'll work out pretty well coming into that final race. And, of course, you got to take a look at the points battle. And that'll be fun to watch coming into that last couple of races as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because not only are drivers racing for a victory for a race, but they also want to make sure they keep it up in the point standings. So that can definitely affect a driver's mentality of how hard they want to push and drive the cards. Like, do you push harder, try to make up some time to get some positions for those points, or do you take it easy and hope that your opponents make some mistakes and you can make up ground that way? Because you don't want to push yourself too hard and end up wrecking your car.
Yeah, I think that's the worst thing you could ever do is wrecking the vehicle. If you need to be mild managed, you need to be very careful on the track, but you still need to race hard, and you got to find that balance. You need to be able to push hard, but still be able to hold on to the actual race car. You can't put it into a concrete wall, but you can't run at about 80 mile an hour around the track. So, and that's what's just the beauty of the racing. You need to find that balance, and you're seeing several drivers today, like Swift Autosport. They sure found that balance after a couple of hours of bumps and hiccups. They finally got it going, and once they got it going, man, they took off.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's definitely seems like quite a bit of the drivers are finding that pacing. Lap times have definitely been improving over the course of the race, and in addition to that, we really haven't. I mean, we did have a few offs early on, but it seems like that's been happening less and less as it wears on. Seems like people are
Well,
becoming comfortable.
we have a car around. GTP Kane has spun out in his Mercedes Benz. That is some big problems for them. In the number 42, they were racing, trying to get themselves into a position to take a podium. That's gonna hit them real hard. Actually, they were on the podium as of the latest update. However, that may be big. They may be able to fall back to third there. That's GTP KM for Reaper Online Racing, and it's only a couple corners behind now is the Bitter Rivals Racing Mercedes-Benz, and I think they may have just seen that accident there, and I think they're going to be getting on it right now. They're going to be pushing even harder now to catch up to Kane and get around him. Just as Kane is exiting the S's, here comes the Bitter Rivals. These guys are going to be pushing really hard as they have been all day long.
It just goes to show you how quickly an event can turn upside down on you.
It can, and it hasn't really affected them right now. I think they did get away pretty lucky. No damage as far as I can see. But that definitely does make them lose a whole lot of time. And I'm looking at them here as they're coming up on the Scar Racing Lotus through the chase here. You can see how quickly it really is getting within a couple of seconds of the Bitter Rivals Racing is definitely taking that gap and just trimming it away slowly. Looks like the Scar Racing Lotus got a bit of a bump there from the number 42. So GTP Kane definitely making his presence known there to the slower cars. Once again, this is round 2 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series, the 2015 Bathurst 12-hour endurance race. Again, I'm NASCAR fan 1400. I am in the commentary box. Joining me is Peelster1, Jordan, of course, webmaster of GT Planet itself. Peelster being a steward and being a commentator, kind enough to multitask for us here. Getting a steward's insight's always a fun thing to have when you get the commentators, the racers, and the stewards all in there. And then we had Bart, but Bart is actually about to do a stint in the car, so he's handed off the camera controls to Jordan. So now there's a little bit more breathing room inside the commentary box now, just 3 people. So you know, I think some of the not necessarily to jump quickly on these closing thoughts because there's still quite a bit of racing left to go, another whole hour. But I'm definitely seeing that things are starting to wrap up with some of these. I mean, the Swift Autosport cars have just dominated ever since they got their heads out of the the rut there in that first couple of stints. But now they just took off and it was over for everybody else, quite honestly. And it's not a balance of power question because they're driving the exact same car in second place there as you see Dawson and them. They these guys just pulled away and they definitely did prevail. And then you've got the Scar Lotus um, currently leading in class. I think consistency definitely was key today. But if you had an accident, it wasn't the end of your day. I mean, look at the TNR Nismos; they're leading right now, and they had a huge off. And there was one point when me and Andrew were still back in the box. We didn't necessarily count them out, but we knew it'd be a big uphill climb, and we were talking about how you'd rather have it happen early in the race than have it happen late in the race, and this is exactly why. You got a lot of time. They had 11 more hours to get up there, and they did it. They're back up in the front, and they are on point to take the checkers, perhaps.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I definitely would say TNR Nismo is a prime example of that uphill climb. They almost went a lap down early in the race due to a couple mishaps, but now look at them. They're leading the race. Looks like right now we're on board with the 45 of Green Hell Heathens and driven by GTR. They're currently running in the looks like they're running in the 4th position as of the most recent update. I just got around the 86 of Lotus Oil Racing Limited.
I think we've had a car spin out there. I believe maybe Dawson or Ning Dynasty or Dawson may have just spun out there. I'm not entirely sure, but we'll need to get that checked out. I believe Passum has also had a bit of an off, although I could be wrong on those because I'm currently looking at a black screen as I'm trying to change cameras, but I think we may have had somebody go off.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. Unfortunate if so. Looks like we just had the 67 and the 86 on pit road. Could be just a regular stop. Could because we're within that final 60 minutes, and they had to do their last driver change before then, if I recall correctly.
Yes, before about an hour or so.
Yeah,
Or they
so this
have to
is
start
it.
making them now. So
Yeah, so this is it. Final driver change. Pretty much whoever gets into the car now is going to be finishing the race.
yeah, and everybody here that's out on the racetrack, they drove a fantastic race so far, and they're still racing to go. And there's still a lot that could happen. All it would take is a safety car, and all of a sudden the entire outcome of this race has changed. Um, right now, that's obviously the last thing you'd want to see if you're sitting in that TNR Nismo and piloting that thing around the racetrack. You see now Chris W. now in the Lotus for Lotus Wheel Racing Limited. Several driver swaps happening. WTF Man is now piloting the Swift Auto Sport car. We have Passam now in the Audi. So there's all kinds of driver swaps going on right here. Mint GTR was probably one of the best drivers, lap time wise and performance wise in the Green Hell Heathens. So it's no question why they put him in there to get us at least toward the closing stages of this event. He's run strong all day, and I think they definitely have a shot in the Green Hell Heathens car. They were as far down as I believe 11th in the boards at one point, although they didn't wreck or anything like that. I think that was just due to slow lap time posting. But they definitely do have a shot today, and I think they're fast. Obviously, they're fast, but I think they are not quite as fast as your leader in the TNR Nismos. We'll have to take a look at those lap times and see if we can't find any trends. But it definitely is going to be a pretty close battle because as of the last time we checked, there are about 2 cars on the lead lap, which would be the TNR Nismos, obviously, and then the Reaper Online racing cars. But I believe Reaper Online and both them and the Bitter Rivals Racing are a lap down at this point. We are waiting on the official call there. I believe AJ will be posting a update, or should be posting an update as far as I'm aware, very soon on that. And I'm going to go ahead and check that right now and make sure, see if we can't pull that up and give you guys the most accurate update as we can. And as of right now, the provisional classification is still only at hour 9. So we are still waiting on that. However, it won't be too much longer until we're either going to see one very soon, or we're not going to see one until the checkered flag flies. So I would like to see one. However, that would be helpful because we're running on about a 3. Well, let's see. We're running our 11th hour is completed, so that is now 2 hours old. So a lot can happen in 2 hours. So we're just along for the ride here, sitting in the booth, and it has been a great honor to be up here and sitting in the booth with people like Peelster and Jordan, and I mean AJ. I mean you hear these names, Famine, and you hear those names, and it's the names that almost everybody at GTPlanet knows, and to be able to be helping these guys out and commentating, it's just been absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's definitely great to be here with you guys. I gotta admit, though, I'm not all that special. This is my first major series I've been stewarding. I've had some previous experience in stewarding with races such as the N24 for Core last year. But actually, this is my first time in the commentary booth, and it's definitely a real honor to be up here.
Chris W 260. Yeah, you see that there? They both go off course. Looks like they're both going to get it underway. Not sure what that was all about, but that's Dawson and Chris W going off course simultaneously in the chase.
Yeah, looks like they were able to save it, though.
Yeah, but definitely a bit interesting because once again, that is there was actually some complaints from the drivers of those cup cars actually causing a bit of drama in the other classes. I believe it was during the when we were riding with Gravitron, the very same Lotus, the Lotus Wheel Racing Limited car, tried to move out of the way of that Audi, and in moving out of the way, actually moved right into the path of the Audi because the Audi was trying to go around, and caused a bit of drama there going down the Conrad Straight. And now here we are in the chase, and they're going off again. So they were doing some pretty textbook moves earlier, though. I'm thinking they think it's go time here, and they're trying to gain as much as they can. They are several laps off the pace of the next car, though, so it'll be interesting to see that. I don't think any actions will be done because it looked like another racing accident there, but still, just those Lotuses have not been able to get their nose out of trouble in this latter half.
Yeah, that incident was captured at hour 3 and I believe 40 minutes on the race clock, and it just seemed to be a moment of indecision, really. the 32 just decided to go for the pass, and it seemed like the 86 hadn't made up its mind on where they're going to be going on that straightaway. And as a result, it did cause the 32 some damage. They ended up having to pit in, and the driver ended up ending his stint 5 laps early.
Yeah, and it's stuff like that. It's not necessarily detrimental because there's still a little bit of racing left, and they probably made up for that lost time by extending their next stint by 5 laps or so to even that out and get them still to stay on point for the end here. But still, definitely unfortunate. We see GTP Kane there nearly running out of gas. He's gonna have to pit or face running out of gas. I don't know if he is gonna make it back. Well, he's in the chase now, so I think he'll be okay. But definitely looking at that fuel gauge, and I'm wondering, he is in the pits now. I was gonna say, yeah, he doesn't even have anything left. He's completely on E there. He's probably out of gas coming into the pits.
Well, looking at the throttle control, it looks like he still had a bit more. Right when you drop off on the throttle, it's just there's no power left at all. And coming into pit road, looks like it did give a little bit more throttle, so it looks like he still had a little bit of fuel left in that tank, but just barely.
I don't know about you guys, but I would be cutting it this close toward the end of the thing. You're getting every ounce. I do respect Kane. He's a great driver. I've actually had the fortune to race with him for 2 or 3 seasons in an international touring car championship a couple years ago, and he's a very great driver. And he knows what he's doing, but boy, does he cut it close sometimes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing these drivers have to do, because you want to run that fuel down so you get those fast laps in right before you swap out. That's definitely important to save time. You just gotta make sure you plan out your stints very carefully. As planning is a huge part of race strategy, because if you don't plan your fuel out right, how much fuel to take coming off of a stop, if you take too much, you're waiting in the pits for too long, and if you don't take enough, well, next thing you know, you're coasting right down the track, hoping you make it back. The good news is, Gran Turismo 6, you can't really completely run out of gas, but once you run out, the game limits you to 50 miles an hour. I wish I could do 50 miles an hour without a gas tank. I wouldn't ever need to buy gas, hardly. But there is a rule for the GTPlanet Endurance Series that if you run out, you must activate limp home mode. So instead of being able to do 50, you instead limp around at 37. That's the 60 kilometers an hour limit of the auto drive mode. So it takes, if you run out, it's definitely going to take you a while to get back to pit road unless you're right there.
Yeah, and it's definitely we see the sun's actually starting to go down a little bit. I think we were talking about it earlier in the broadcast, very early in the broadcast, whether or not we were going to see the sun go down or we were going to see the lights come on. Looking at the time left, I'm looking at the clock, and I'm thinking we might just have a little bit of nighttime racing because of that 10-15 minute delay we had early on. Might have just enough of darkness, probably in the S's where all those trees are. That can be definitely very treacherous into the final stages of the race. And of course, if these drivers are running in cockpit view, that sun glare is also going to pose an issue, depending on the view they run. And that's going to be something to watch out for as we get into the closing stages of the race. And we see there's definitely a lot of battles going on. I don't think many of these are for position, as we see Mint GTR hit the pit. I don't. I think he might have gotten some mechanical damage. I saw on the live stream there's some mechanical damage on that one end of the car, and then on my angle here, there's some damage onto another end of the car. So yeah, and as you were also mentioning about getting just the right amount of gas, I don't think Kane could have timed that, and his team. I don't think they could have timed that any more perfect. And being the second place car, they need to try to do stuff like that if they want to have a shot. They need that fast, light race car, and they need to be pushing it to the very last second if they want to have a shot at winning this thing. And they're definitely proving that they're saying, hey, we aren't done yet. We're going to come back. We're going to win this thing.
Oh yeah, that's right. No matter what the gap, these guys are not going to give up, because anything can happen, and I believe that things can definitely go their way if they make their moves right. And so far, based off that fuel, it seems like that's one move right, at least. we'll see if they're able to catch up to the class leader and take the win.
Yeah, and that would be an interesting battle, and I think something very fitting. Kind of makes you laugh and say, "Oh boy, this is some deja vu." You look at your leading car, the YouTube Nissan GTR. Where have we seen that before?
Flashback. Let's see. I believe we did see that at Daytona, did we not?
I was actually referring to the real life race, but I believe there was a leader at Daytona with that very team.
Yes, they did a good job at Daytona. But yeah, Team Nissan, they definitely did a great job in the Bathurst 12-hour race.
Yeah, I mean that was great to see them do that, and in the real life thing. And now we're seeing the virtual car prevailing at the given moment, prevailing. But we saw it happen earlier. They had a big lead early on, and then they just pancaked the wall. And with Kane running the way Kane's running, I mean, either of these guys, it could take one slip up, and all of a sudden you go from worst, you can go from worst to first, or from first to worst. These TNR guys, they've done all three. They've done all those. They've done all of the above. They've been first. They've been worst. They've been as low as I believe 12.
Oh, looks like
Oh boy!
looks like the 60. Yeah, the 45 is just off track. Looks like they got into a collision with the 60. That's the wrong screen. Looks like that's the 67 car of.
That's the Subaru GTO Racing guys, and that's Dawson 864. I don't think. I don't. I'm gonna have to take another look at that, but I believe that was. I don't. Well, I don't know what happened to Mint. I don't think there was any contact, was there?
No, it definitely looked like there was some contact on that. He looked like it might have been a lag spiker or something. He went to pass on the right, and then the other car just jerked over to the right.
Oh
Next thing he
my!
knows, he's on the grass.
Yeah, I just took a look. I rewound the footage there. Yeah, I think that one needs to be under investigation there because that is one of the contending cars for the lead. I think it may have been a lag spike, but definitely take a couple of looks at that one. That was if that was not a lag spike, that was totally uncalled for.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't imagine any reason why the GT300 car would slam into the 45 like that. So yeah, lag's all I can think of at this time, but it's definitely something the stewards will need to take a look at, and hopefully they'll be able to make a decision on that very quickly.
As of the ninth hour, those GTO racing cars were actually on the same lap of the Lightning Speed Motorsports and were 10 laps behind the Swift Autosport. If they would have minded their P's and Q's, they probably would have ended up with a good battle on their hands, but may have come out with second because they have been a bit faster throughout the day. This could all change immediately with that one because that was a bit cheeky. Obviously, it probably was a lag spike, though, but again, something that definitely needs to be put under the microscope there and figure out what exactly happened. And I believe, yeah.
Yeah, because the thing is, stewards have to look at every little thing that happens on track. The majority of things are non-incidents or just mutual incidents that don't warrant a penalty at all. So when you do see a penalty, it's like you think of the stewards as like, oh no, they're giving my team a penalty. But in reality, most of the things that the stewards look at these teams for end up not being anything at all. So hopefully that's what ends up happening here, because I couldn't imagine right now.
Yeah, and I would like to apologize. I did get a number miscalculation there. That was not Dawson 864 in the Subaru GTO racing car. I do apologize for getting that wrong. It was the number 65 Mazda of Ning Dynasty that made that move on to Mint GTR. And once again, I do apologize for that.
Yeah, both those cars are a very similar shade of blue.
Well,
But yeah, that would be the 65 team Lightning Speed Motorsports.
yes. I'm currently looking around the track right now and seeing what's going on. I'm looking at the live stream here. I see we're still following Mint at the moment. Um, I'm not sure what Mint's saying in the car, but I am afraid to play any team communications because I'm quite sure it would come across quite crude.
Yeah,
They can't be happy.
best avoid having to have any censoring.
Yeah, I think it's best. I'm sure they aren't happy about that. Definitely something to look at there.
I'm sure it's something along the lines of what happened, though.
Yes. Um, I think we may be blowing this out of the proportion, but as commentators, we are given the job of overemphasizing the smaller things. But
Oh yes,
um,
of course.
yeah, I mean that's the commentators. But I mean, it's one of those moves that kind of make you scratch your head. Whether it was whether it was lag or not, just it even if it was lag, just the way that it looked it was just it was very interesting to say the least. That
Uh,
move, even if it
Yeah, it
was.
was just that sudden jerk to the right. But it's important to note that for moments of lag, the stewards do not penalize for lag of any kind. Just if lag is bad enough, they may ask the team to park it and may find a better way to improve their connection before continuing on, whether that be swapping to a driver that has a better connection or resetting their router. But there's never any penalties for your connection being poor.
And that's good. That's definitely a good thing because not everybody can have that perfect connection with, you know, 80 megabytes download, 20 megabytes upload. Not everybody can have that. Some people, whether it be a geographical location or just the cost of it, they want to have fun. And I think I do applaud AJ for that because I've been on both ends of the spectrum. I've had the terrible internet, I've had the fantastic internet, and it's never fun being that guy. Personally, on my end, I've actually been left out of a few events due to the poor internet connection I did have at times, and it definitely is not a fun thing to be told that you can't race because of something that's out of your control.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the things I like about this series. If your internet ends up disconnecting, you're able to rejoin the track. You're not locked out of the race like you would be in a normal race because they do run this in practice mode, and that means all the scoring is done manually, which is one of the reasons why we're not able to keep a 100% live timing on the right side of the screen for the update, and we have to rely on the hourly update system provided by AJ and the stewarding team. But they do a great job of maintaining the order of positions and keeping track of all this.
For sure. And now we look like we're going to have another update here on the positions. Thank you, AJ, for doing the best you can there, showing us the positions as they run right now. I do not know if that is just a port from the ninth hour or if that is actually still accurate. I would imagine that's still accurate at this point. TNR Nismo, then Reaper Online, then Bitter Rivals. That is your top three at this point.
Yeah,
And
that battle for the 42 and 43, that's something to be looking out for. Those cars have been racing against each other for a good portion of the race. We've seen that spot for they've been racing for third position and second position quite a bit. We'll see if they can close the ground on TNR and race them for the lead at the end. But those SLS Mercedes are definitely a threat. They're definitely in this, I would say.
and I've just gotten word from AJ here. He's just said into the Skype conversation, okay, I've updated the top three who are all on the same lap. So Jordan, controlling our cameras here, if we could have a quick look at the different leaders, starting with TNR and then taking a quick look to the Reaper Online racing cars here and see where the gap between first and second is, please. There's TNR. He's just making his way up up the mountain at this moment here, and you
Yep.
see him on the red on the map there, running quite well here. So we're gonna try and see if we can't find the number 42 car. I'm gonna make sure I keep my mouse on this arrow and follow this. I'm actually going to go ahead and try and find it since I am in the room right now. Try and find the driver there as we are now switching around ourselves. There's Kane. So Kane is trying to get... Oh, no! Kane has just gone sideways and nearly goes around, and he holds on to it.
Yeah, I
Awesome.
think that might. Yeah, I think that might
Yeah.
have to do with realizing that about the latest hourly update and how close he is to the leader. He wants to close that gap.
He about spun the car out. Great save from Kane there. I mean, and look at how low fuel he's running. He he's either gonna win this race with no gas, or he's gonna come across with just a little bit left in it. And there he goes around Dawson there. That was definitely a scary moment, but he knows he's wheeling it there, and it's a clear track between him and the leader now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
And
the leader's going to be going right around Murray's corner this time, and
that's Kane right there. So if as long as the pit traffic is okay, and I'm looking at the current like the raw live feed on the actual lobby, it looks like Kane is going to be able to beat whoever's in the pit lane there. That is the Flash 05, who is actually the third place car who's just gone a lap down. And
yeah,
I'm looking at the TNR car here, and they don't have enough gas by any means to make it to the finish. And I think Kane may need to make one more pit stop. So this is definitely a huge development right now. We now know that all three cars are on the lead lap. Well, we're on the lead lap. The Flash has just gone one lap down, but he is making his pit stop. We know TNR Zygon needs to make a pit stop, and we think GTP Kane needs to make a pit stop. So this is going to be a battle to the finish, guys. I would, if you are thinking in any way, shape, or form of leaving the room or leaving the live stream right now, I would highly advise against that, because we're getting down to the very heart of the race right here. This is where it all counts, and we have three cars on the lead lap fighting for the overall victory right now. And after pit stop cycle out, we will be all on the lead lap. And my goodness, thank you once again, AJ, for updating this and giving us these pictures right now and giving us the update on the scoring and letting us know that this is the battle for the lead between Kane and Zygon. And it so happens that they are cameras 1 and 2 respectively in the lobby. And Kane, I'm looking at the gap here. It can't be more than 15, 20 seconds between these guys.
oh yeah. Last time I checked the gap, it was about 7 seconds, and looked like Kane was closing. Looks like they are able to stretch the gap in the 44 car. They're trying to keep that gap, and 42 just wants to make it up. But the fuel situation definitely makes it an interesting situation because.
Zygon's just gone in the pit lane, guys.
Yep. So it looks like we're going to have a new leader this coming lap, and see if the TNR team can make up the gap after this pit stop on those fresh tires.
And now, is he going to be able to hold on now? Kane's going to be trying probably to save as much gas as he can. And now the TNR guys, though, and even the third place guys now, the Flash 05, they all have fresh tires and enough gas to go to the finish, I would think, at this point.
Yeah, the 43 is going to have to make up quite a bit of ground because they did end up losing a lap to the leader on their pit stop.
Yes, but I'm thinking that Kane can try this. He's either going to go hard and then make one more pit stop, or he's going to use all that pit stop delta trying to save gas to get across the finish line. And this is the part of time where, as a commentator, I really wish I paid attention to how many laps these cars can go on a quarter tank of gas before they need to make a pit stop. We've got 32 minutes left, and Kane has just under a quarter tank. He is your leader. TNR Zygon just made his pit stop. He should have enough gas to go to the end. If not, I don't know why he wouldn't have taken enough gas to go to the end. And then you've got the Flash, who should have enough gas to go to the end himself. So, and I'm looking at Zygon's gas tank. Yeah, he's got well over 3/4 of a tank. He's going to be able to make it to the checkers here, I think. And the
Yeah.
Flash as well.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about the 42 car, though, because they're at a quarter tank right now, and we're coming on a half hour to go still. One thing we noticed at the very start of the race was just after the initial out lap to the grid, and then after the opening pace lap, cars had already gone through about an eighth of a tank. So it's going, actually a correction, more like a 16th really. But it's just amazing. Like that's 2 laps is a 16th. So based off of that, it's like you're looking at probably 16 laps per tank.
Yeah, well, see,
And
that's
let's
about
see
8
what's
laps. That's 8 laps for six. Let's see, 2 minutes per lap approximately. You say 16 laps a tank. That's approximately 32 minutes. And yeah, no, Kane's not gonna make it.
yeah.
He can't
And
make it.
actually, that brings into consumption is the
Flash.
44 car. Yeah, is
Do they have enough gas?
yeah.
I
Well,
that's
they filled
interesting.
up. They came out of pit road with 3/4 of a tank. We're coming up on a half hour now. It might even be close for them. But yeah, I can definitely
Caution
say that.
sector 2, Chris. Oh man, that Lotus. Chris W is in limp home mode, and that is detrimental. If we could please get a camera on that, Jordan. Chris W 265 camera 12, and oh, Kane's just run through him, so that's probably going to be a warning for driving through
Yeah,
a
you
car.
are not allowed to go through a car that is in limp home mode like that. You need to take all precautions you can to not do that.
However,
So they
however, it
might.
was a blind corner. It was a blind corner, though.
Yes, it was a blind corner. Maybe the stewards will take that
Oh,
into
oh
account.
no! Oh no! The 43 of the Flash has just plowed it into the wall. Oh no! And they've got mechanical. Oh,
Yeah, it looks like that is going to really put a strain on their engine there. It's going to be slow getting back to pit road for them now.
oh,
That's a
no!
shame because they really needed to make up some time there.
And that just may take him out of the race right there. There was some talk, and I'm not saying it's the Lotus's fault for this, but there was talk in the chat that the Lotus is 8 laps off the pace of anybody. And people, I'm not saying I agree with it, but a lot of people, this is going to just cause all kinds of drama in the chat room because people were seeing why is the Lotus on the track still, and of course they're still running their race. They want to finish this race, but that's just more drama centered around that Lotus, which is my goodness. And the
Yeah.
Lotus had nothing to do with this. The
No,
Lotus
not
had
at all. They're on limp home mode. When you're on limp home mode, as we just saw earlier, you are able to drive through the car. You're not supposed to, but it's a possibility. In a recent update, Polyphony Digital did put that as a feature. And for realism, we say don't drive through cars. But he's on limp home mode, and so he can't touch anything. But I think what might have happened there is that the 43 came around that corner and saw him going so slow and panicked a little bit because
yeah,
you
it,
see a car and
yeah.
you're
Whether
going to
it's
try to
ghost
change
or
your
not,
line.
whether it's
Yeah,
ghost or
because
not, there are times when you see an object moving and you say, "Oh crap, that's a car," and you try to get out of the way no matter what half the time. And
yeah,
with Kane, that was in a blind spot. He had nowhere to go, and Kane was actually given a warning, so he won't. No further action is going to be taken there. And I think that's a good call because that was in the blind spot. So we got 30 minutes, just under 30 minutes to go, and I believe AJ's just put that there's 30 minutes to go, so I believe we are. The clock is actually about a minute, 2 minutes off here, so we'll see about getting that fixed. But it looks like the total time this race is going to end at 13 hours and 20 minutes total time, which is approximately 2 minutes off there. That is unbelievable right there. Um, Kane is now in the pit lane, guys. Kane has just brought it in the pit. I'm going to try and get up to TNR here. TNR is coming down Conrad straight. Kane in the pit. This is where it's going to get dramatic. Fasten your seatbelts because I think it's going to be door to door coming out of the pit lane right here, guys.
oh yeah, absolutely. Because looking at fuel and tires and everything, looks like the TNR is hoping that they'll just be able to go in for the end
Oh,
of the race, and this is going to be
Kane's
the
out.
final pit stop. I'm thinking.
Kane's out right here. Here comes TNR down the front stretch. They're gonna be like right behind each other coming out of the pit. Passum comes into the pit and he's outie. Here we go.
Yeah, it looks like
Here
they're
we
going to be
are.
neck and neck coming out of pit road here.
Oh boy, this is
Oh,
getting
looks like,
guys.
yeah, it looks like the 44 has the speed coming around turn 1, and now we have the 42.
44-42 going out of here, and if these two happen to get into an accident, which I sure hope does not happen, because this is going to be a great battle here. Zygon and Kane are some of the faster drivers that I've known, and these guys know how to get it done. They will go door to door. They'll start playing at touring cars if they have to. Obviously, that's against the rules, but these guys aren't afraid to go bumper to bumper to get to the lead. This is going to be a heck of a battle right here. I would definitely stress AJ to verify that this is in fact a lead lap battle. I assume it is, and this is the lead battle. Boy, oh boy, are we in for a treat here after all that, all the issues we've gone through. I'm glad we got everything working here, because this is going to be a heck of a battle to see who's going to win Bathurst 12 hours as we are now riding on board with GTP Kane, and Kane's making his way into the S's now. There's Zygon just a little bit ahead of him here, and he's going to make his way into the Dipper and make his way down Conrad Straight. Kane right behind him. You can see on the live stream his name tag, TNR's name tag, is right there. He's going to come down the straightaway. I think the gap's probably about 3 or 4 seconds at this point. If you're wondering where the
Well, let's
flash
count
is,
it at the bridge here. Got a banner up ahead. Looks like that's going to be about 152. And coming to the banner, yeah, about a 3-second gap between these top 2 cars here.
and if you're wondering where Kane or where the flash is at, I believe he's a lap down, but he is in the S's right now.
Oh, 42 gets
no!
loose on the grass.
Oh, I don't think he's gotten damage though.
Nope, recovers the car, scrubbing a bit of the track off.
And
Keeps going.
I don't think this is for position, but here comes Gravitron saying, "Excuse me, pardon me. I'm going to go ahead and take your place there." Now they're going to come door to door, and Kane needs to get around Gravitron. I think Gravitron realizes that's the battle for the lead and is going to give way. Good move there. Good on Gravitron. But boy, oh boy, Kane, I've known Kane for a couple of years now. He rarely makes mistakes. That is big.
Yeah, that just shows you.
Go ahead.
That just shows you how much he wants this win. Because you get that close to the first place car, you know it's time to go. Unfortunately, he just overshot the corner and just caught that grass. And when you catch that curving, that will take you around. That's exactly what happened to him. He's going to have to make up some ground now.
But here's the good news, and if you're like me in the commentary box and you're just on the edge of your seat hoping it's going to be a close finish, here's the good news. Kane got no damage. He was in the grass, so he didn't burn any tires, and he kept it in the right direction. He only lost about 4 or 5 seconds, maybe up to 8 seconds on that. Oh, he's just gotten sideways again. My goodness, he is pushing it. Wow.
Yeah. And meanwhile,
he can still see TNR, and TNR is about to run into lap traffic as well. So this is, oh boy, I hope this Scar Lotus just pulls out of the way. I really hope that the Lotus just gives way to these leaders, because this is a great battle, and I don't want to see it. You know, not to say that the Lotus is going to be a guaranteed. And you see the blue flags are now out for the Lotus, and we're TNR now. I'm watching TNR. I know we're on board with Kane. TNR now trying to negotiate this Lotus here, and boy, oh boy, this is going to be a heck of a battle, because that Lotus, it doesn't matter if the blue flags are out or not, but that Lotus is going to be holding up just a little bit, even just by a minuscule amount. It's going to be holding up TNR. As you see, TNR does get around. That does hold up TNR. That takes a bit of momentum away. And if Kane here in that open road, you see he's already gaining. Look at how quickly Kane is closing the gap. I'm going to go into live timing here and give you guys the last lap. Kane's last lap was a 104.1. Zygon's last lap was a 104.8. So almost 2/3 of a second. My gosh, this is incredible racing right here. I can't believe it. This is just fantastic driving right here, guys. If you are even thinking of walking away, don't you dare do it, because this is some fantastic driving from both Kane and Zygon, and Kane's going to be on the back bumper of Zygon again in a matter of a couple of laps, if that. He's got the time too. He's still got 22 minutes to make his way up there. 25 minutes or so, 23 minutes actually, since this clock is a little bit ahead. So The clock you're reading here is about 2 minutes ahead. So we are actually running probably our 23 minute to go mark, according to Peelster here. So we've got about 24 minutes to go from what I'm looking at on the total time clock. So this is absolutely fantastic racing. And I hope those blue flags are going to come out to that Lotus right now, because here comes Kane through the S's very quickly onto that Lotus, and that's a bad place to catch it in the S's.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a tight place to pass around, and looks like we're going to be coming across this hairpin, a very tricky spot. You do not want to be catching lap traffic here. Going onto the straight, he's going to blow by on the left, safely around that lap car. Got a final announcement on the checkered flag.
Yes, and that is exactly waiting for the timer. That is exactly 23 minutes from now. So 23 minutes to the checkered flag. So this clock is off by 2 minutes. So AJ,
Looks
if you'd
like
like
we've
to
got an incident in Sector 4. They're throwing out a Sector Yellow for that.
I thought that was TNR for a moment. About my heart skipped. That is the orange Lotus. I hope he moves out of the way there.
Yeah, and the thing is, it very well could have been the TNR Nismo car, because as I saw earlier, it looks like they have some damage on their right front axle.
I see that as well. So I thought it was lag, but apparently there may be a little bit of damage, and that explains why Kane is gaining so quickly right here. Taking a look at the lap times again as they negotiate the lap traffic. This time, Kane was caught up by that lapped car in the S's and just had to negotiate another lapped car. Kane ran a 204.1. Zygon ran a 204.4. So that mechanical damage is definitely, I believe it is legitimate mechanical damage, not psychological damage. So he is definitely got something wrong with that car. That, or Kane's definitely just bringing the gap down. And Kane is faster. He's got a little bit less gas. He has better tires, yet he's still running faster. So these guys are just going tooth and nail into the final moments of this race here. And I am so glad that I'm in the box able to commentate with you guys. I can't wait to see how this thing ends out. We still got 20 minutes of racing left. That's another 10 laps around this track. And boy, oh boy, this has got to be one of the best battles on the track for sure. We're looking at Zygon and Kane. Kane can see Zygon down the Conrad Straight. He's right there. And boy, oh boy, this is just fantastic racing. And we are currently speaking with AJ on whether or not Kane is a lap down or not, but I don't think he is, because he's been on since the 9-hour mark, he's been on the lead lap, and since the last update, he's been on the lead lap. So, and he was up there in the pit lane, so he was leading before he made his pit stop. So yes, he's definitely on the lead lap. If TNR is on the lead lap, then Kane definitely is. So,
well, not necessarily. He just news from AJ says he was a lap down on the 44. AJ's done a check, so
and there,
he is lapped. Just in from the stewards.
Well,
this is he is lapped by the 44. This just in.
So, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're done with the racing yet, though, because, you know, Peelster, all it would take is him to get in front and catch a lucky safety car. And we've already seen it happen to Kane in a split second. We've seen it happen to Flash just moments ago, negotiating that lap traffic. One little mistake from TNR, and it's over. Kane's back in it, and especially if it happens early in the lap. Boy, if TNR had an accident and they had to go to limp home mode. Oh, yikes. So, yeah. Getting more news from AJ. Apparently, the battle is for second. However, the 44 car, I'm a bit confused now, because TNR is the 44 car, apparently a lap down, yet the battle is for second place. That would then mean that the Bitter Rivals racing team is in the lead, but they were on a very slow lap after that accident. We do apologize for this confusion here. You guys know as much as we do. We're sitting in the booth watching the live stream and sitting in the lobby. We are not viewing nerds and the pictures that AJ is being sent. AJ is working his butt off to give us the standings as they run. And as of right now, AJ, if you could please tell us who the leader is at this point, then. If we're hearing that he's on the lead lap, then he's not on the lead lap, and then it's a battle for second now. I think we might as well just pan over to another battle, Peelster, until we do get an official word on that.
Yeah. Right now we were just looking at the 43 car of Bitter Rivals Racing. They took the lead very early on in the race, battling it out with the 44 of TNR Nismo. And right now they're, well, as of the current standings at least, says they're running in the third position. And we saw that incident they had earlier, losing them quite a bit of time. Based off the new information on the 42 car, it looks like the battle will be for second place between the 42 of Reaper Online Racing and the 43 of Bitter Rivals Racing.
You see now, as I believe we were still riding with Passum. I'm riding with Passum right now. He's now flashing that orange Lotus. That orange Lotus, according to a lot of the people in the live stream, it may, not necessarily saying this, but it might as well be a traffic cone.
Moving chicane.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit of a lot of drama has been around that car, and it's definitely got the traffic cone colored. Not to say the drivers are doing anything wrong, because they've done everything that they can do in these accidents that they've been plagued with. It's just they have had so much bad luck in this last half of the race. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, from the very start of the race in the GT Cup class, the three contenders were running a very close race at the start, but shortly after that, that tapered off and they got pretty spread out. And unfortunately for the 86, they have not been able to make that ground up since, and they're quite a ways behind. But it looks like right now their goal is to keep it smooth and steady and finish this race up and see what happens with. Looks like it's going to be 16 minutes to go. That timer's not updated yet, is it?
No, it is not. 17 minutes is the call right now. 16 and a half. I'm doing the math here, and I'm assuming Chris is 8, now 9 laps down up by the other cars in his class. So he has just officially locked up last place. If the cars were to pull over and stop right now for whatever undiscernible reason, we see several drivers now going through the dirt. I don't think our cameras caught that, but as I was watching there, the Flash, Dawson, and Chris all just went through the dirt there through the chase. Not cutting the corner, but they all ran it a bit wide. But Chris, even if everybody in his class were to disconnect and could not reconnect for some odd reason, he still would not have enough time to make up those laps. So he's locked up that position at this point. So I guess it's going to be one of those races where the leaderboard starts from the bottom and builds its way upward.
Yeah. So absolutely no possibility, like let's say the second place for the GT Cup class, if they stopped racing right now, absolutely no chance that the 86 could catch back up?
No, there is no way, because it takes them about 2 minutes and 14 seconds to get around this racetrack. We are looking at 15 minutes to go now because that clock is off. We are looking at 15 minutes to go as I'm sitting in the lobby right now. You do the math there, that's approximately, even if we round it down to give them the benefit of the doubt, if they ran 2-minute flats, that's not enough time. Because if they're 9 laps down, they need 18 minutes, and they don't have that. They have 15. So they have, and even if they have 18, they need 16 minutes. They have just under 15. So they have locked up last place. Ziggy M is requesting a stream of the number 68 card, Jordan. So if you could possibly give us a view of that briefly here. I believe the 68 is the leader, if I remember correctly, these numbers. And yes, the 68 is the leader of the Camera 7, Jordan. Oh boy, he's just offed it. Oh. He's not hit anything, but he definitely made that Subaru do a bit of rallycross and leading up into the S's there. To answer Bambi's question, the number 86 Lotus Wheel Racing Limited car has locked up last place. To answer their question. The 42, okay, we're getting more words on the lead here. Okay, so this is the word from the head honcho here. The 42 car, that would be that black Mercedes-Benz of GTP Kane, is trying to unlap himself from the number 44 car, which is TNR Zeigen, who leads the race. The 43 of the Flash is in third. So, second place battle is on the lead lap. However, Zeigen, provided that he doesn't do anything completely blunderous, has got this one in the bag. Well, I wouldn't say in the bag, but he's got it. He can relax at this point. He's got a whole lap. He can start to relax. I think if I were in his seat right here, and that's probably the worst thing you could do, put me in at the end of the race. Don't put me in the car at the end of the race. I'll probably wreck. But I think if I were in that car, I would right now. I'd be calming down. I'd be driving a bit slower. I'd be relaxing in the car. I'd be making sure that I keep all the wheels on it and keeping the body parts on it and making sure that they don't pull what they pulled on lap 17. If I were them, I'd just even let Kane go by. Just get the pressure off of you, get that burden off of you, and Mint GTR goes another lap down there. But yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. You don't. I mean, it's not going to be for positions, so you might think, yeah, sure, let him by. But if a late race safety car comes out, we could have a. Yeah, we could easily have a shootout scenario here. Unlikely, but it definitely could happen.
I am looking at the time though, and even if the safety car came out, it's looking like we'd end the race under the safety car period, unless you guys try to simulate a sort of green-white checkers. Although that's only with NASCAR. So
I don't think we would be doing that. No, pretty much as it stands. Yeah,
Sorry.
as it stands right now with 11 minutes to go, if the safety car came out this second, it takes around about 6.5 minutes to lap the track under safety car conditions. So it would be more likely than not that, there would be a possibility of a green flag with 1 lap remaining, but more likely than not, the race would just end under safety car if it came out at this point.
Yes, I think for anybody who wants to see a close finish, you're more likely just hoping. And this is not me. I'm just saying for anybody who wants to see a door-to-door finish, you're more likely just instead of a safety car, just hope for whatever reason the TNRs slam into something and have to make a pit stop. And that's about the only way it's going to happen. And there was a spin on the front stretch there. Chris W's day going from absolutely terrible to even worse, spinning out there and getting, I believe, the front end and back end into the wall, but I don't see any damage. Now we have a yellow flag in sector 2. Somebody else is very slow there. It's Sin.
Oh, it looks like we have a spin around in the final corner there. Looks like that got sorted out.
So both of the Lotuses have had issues there. So that's 2 Lotuses, and I saw the car you were talking about. I believe that was either Mint GTR or GTP Gravitron. Excuse me.
I think it was Gravitron. Right before that, I saw Mint GTR in the 45 get past Kane, getting a lap back. Speaking of, looks like... Oh, maybe it was Mint GTR after all. Heavy damage on that car.
Yep. So that's bad for the Green Hell Heathens because they were looking so good.
Oh wow, yeah, he is definitely a hazard there.
For sure, they've got a.
No, not yet. He's going around 70 miles an hour, and personally, this is the point where I would definitely recommend having the stewards call that car to limp home mode. This is heavily damaged.
But I understand why they're not. I understand why they're not, because they're sitting in a position where they could easily lose that position to the Audi Avalarion that just went around them. I believe they. I'm not sure if they were on the same lap or not, but that is huge for the Green Hell Heathens. They may have just been knocked from fourth to fifth. And you can see the lights definitely are on. We are having a bit of nighttime racing at the end of this thing, so not pitch black, but it's definitely a bit darker there. 8 minutes left in the coming closer to 8 minutes left. Once again, that timer is off by about 2 minutes to a slightly delayed start. Looks like Mint is going to have a real problem on his hands here. I mean, that's.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, the 45, like as you said before, obviously they would not want to go under a limp home mode. Looks like they'll be able to get back to pit road without having to do that now. They're on the final straightaway. But yeah, being able to do over 100 miles an hour is a lot better than limping around at 37. You do not want to have to deal with that, especially when you have a wreck right at the start of your lap, because as we said earlier, that's about a 6.5 minute lap time, and that's easily a couple laps from a car behind could definitely catch and pass and even lap you if that happens. So that's the last thing you want to see.
Has Kane acquired mechanical damage on your end? I don't think he's running horribly slow, but he may have picked up something, because I'm seeing 3 out of 4 wheels damaged on Kane.
Well, right now, according to our camera, according to the camera on the stream, it looks like he's got his right front damaged. There is a little discrepancy, as we saw earlier. One time on the stream early in the race, there was a car that had no damage on the stream, but when I was looking at it personally, when I was in the room, it had some damage. So they did fix the permanent damage, even if you, like, because before it used to be you go onto pit road and you fix your damage, it wouldn't fix it for the spectator and the diagram. But now that is fixed, but it seems there are still some discrepancies with the damage diagram.
Yeah, and I think oh boy, has Zygon hit the wall?
Let's
He's running a bit lopsided there, and I'm seeing he's got both his. I see on the live stream it's one tire, but on the my view, he's got both the right side wheels damaged, and he's definitely sliding around a bit, and Kane has definitely closed that gap a lot. Obviously, not poor position, as we've now been told, unfortunately. That would be a great battle, but it looks like TNR guys have definitely had a bit of an accident there, and I would. This is the part where I'd probably be crossing my fingers a bit if I were the TNR guys, because we've seen it already. You get a little bit of damage, you try and hold on, you end up crashing big time and get a whole lot of damage. And these guys got a whole lap on second place. Oh my word. He's just gotten extremely close to that wall for the access roads. I believe you guys may have just saw that there. He got within it. Yeah, it was on the TV view, but I was looking from the chase cam, and he came inches away from just pounding that wall. I'd like to keep the cameras on Zygon here, not only because he's the leader, but because he's struggling to get around this track, and 5 minutes are remaining now, so there you have it. That clock is off by exactly 2 minutes. Yeah, Zygon he's been into something. He's definitely got some sort of mechanical damage, whether it's one tire or two. He's definitely hit something, and it's definitely hindering his performance for sure. And
but is it enough for the 42 to finish getting his lap back at the end of this race? Unlikely, but definitely a possibility. The thing is, when you're running with damage, you want to make sure you're running fast enough to keep your distance on the second place car, but at the same time, you have to make sure you're careful enough so that damage doesn't affect you too badly, because if you're not careful, that can definitely send you around.
Oh my goodness, he's screaming in there into the chase, trying to make that pass completion, nearly run it off the course. Holds on though, so good job there. But I don't think it's this damage that's going to have much of a say in it, really. I think what's going to have the most say in it is if this damage causes him to have an accident, which gives him more.
Exactly.
And it's definitely looking like he's running as hard as he can. I don't know why he's running so hard. He's got a whole lap over Kane, and he has damage. And this we've seen it already happen with this very car. You're in the lead, and in a split second, you get engine damage. It's over. You're in the very back. And I'm not even going to start saying the "what a great race these guys have had" speech, because I don't think this is over yet. I'm not going to say that how great a race they've had speech until we come out of the chase, because these guys are trying to hold on, and they are going all over the place, and it's getting darker and darker as we go. To put it in perspective, if we didn't have that 10-minute delay, we'd still be in the sunset. Now we're in the dark. So we're definitely running into this type of territory, and it looks like we're going to have maybe 2 laps to go. Looking at the timer here, and then looking at the car, and looking at TNR, I believe that is exactly what's going to happen here. And he's definitely. I know what it's like to drive with a car with, especially the GTR. Especially, I've driven this car with mechanical damage on it. When you have front mechanical damage on a car like the GTR, and he's got it on the right side, anytime you have to take a turn to the right, your car is wide and it just does not want to turn at all. It will not turn. So he's definitely struggling for sure. It looks like Kane might not make it on gas. If we can take a quick look at Kane, he's halfway through the red. So, and we're going to 2 laps to go, not 1 lap, I don't believe. Well, I don't know. Well, no, I believe this will be actually the white flag.
Oh, I'm thinking come this time by, because now we've got about 2 minutes remaining until the checkered is called. Looks
So
like,
this will be the white flag.
yeah,
Yes.
it looks like, yeah, looks like the 44 will be able to cross start finish line and then get one more lap in.
And at this point, if you're not on the lead lap now, you're pretty well out. Unless something happens to TNR, but he's definitely backed off the pace from that first lap around. I think he knows what the damage is now. I think he knows what he's done. So, and these guys have ran a fantastic race. They've been in the top, they've been at the very bottom, and they've come all the way back up. They clawed their way up to the top, and these guys have just been absolutely stellar all day long. I was in the booth earlier, and these guys were doing fantastic during the radio show, if you will. Oh boy, he's kicking it out, getting a little sideways off of there. Getting close to the wall as always, but during the radio show portion, they were clawing their way up through the standings, and now these guys are going to come around, and we've got 50 seconds until the checkered is called, and these guys are just now making their way into the S's. So this is going to be the white flag here.
Yeah, it's a good thing it's the white flag too, because looks like that Reaper Online racing car is extremely low on fuel once again. He definitely pushes it to the limit when it comes to refueling.
Yes, but how about these guys in that GTR? They started on pole, and they had a great lead at the start, and they did exactly what they did here. They had a huge lead, and they were trying to push it, and then they slammed it right into the wall. And at this point, several people in the live stream were saying, "Well, they're done. They're not going to come back now. It's too late." Well, how about this? Take a great look at these guys here. They spent the next 11 hours after this race. They've been building it up. They're coming back. There's the checkers, and they fought their way back up. They had a great battle, and they're going to lap the entire field as they're going to bring it around just like they did in the real life race. The Nissan YouTube Nismo, the Nissan TNR Nismo is going to take the checkered flag at Bathurst. What a race for those guys. Kane is going to come across in second for the Mercedes Reaper Online Racing Team in second, 1 lap down, and it looks like Flash is now coming through the chase. He's going to bring it across in first place, for third place, to round out our podium in the Mercedes Bitter Rivals Racing. And now we're going to wait for the Green Hell Heathens, I believe, are the next ones to come across. and that is just a stellar job from everybody there in the TNR crew. I mean, they did not give up, and we were talking about it at the top of the show. If you give up, you're not going to get anywhere, and these guys did not give up. They clawed their way back up into this, a well-deserved win. That just absolutely stellar job from everybody on there. The Bomb, Zygon, Pfeffer, and Rebellion. All those guys deserve a good pat on the back as we now look at them as the rest of the drivers finish and we get ready to go to Parc Fermé here. Absolutely fantastic job from everybody there. As Mint GTR now crosses the line. Waiting on Dawson across the line for the GT300. It looks like Subaru Swift Autosport takes the checkered flag for the GT300s, and the Lotus Scar Lotus is going to take the checkered flag for the GT Cup class. So congratulations to those guys as well. And now they're stopping on Parc Fermé to take the final photos. Everybody's going to have to be very careful here. The race is over. You finished. Don't do anything silly now. Just calm down, park up, take your photos.
Yeah, that's the most important thing because this system is entirely based off of these stint photos. They have to get it into the stewards so they can piece together all the laps and stints for the official results.
Chris is in the pit lane. I don't know what brought that about. Now we have WTF man on the back in the chase, not going anywhere. He's going very slow. I'm not sure what he's doing there. So we have if Chris ends up getting disqualified, it wouldn't matter. He's already last. But I don't know what WTF man is doing. He's yet to finish his race. He's now making his way through Murray's corner and is going to bring that Swift Autosport car home.
If he's just making it back now, then that team might have an issue. I believe there's
over 10 laps over the second place car. I think if anything, I think that may have been a taunting gesture there, perhaps. I don't, or something else has gone wrong. I believe that Chris actually, I will take the assumption here, has taken a photo and then left. I'm not sure if you were supposed to leave quite yet, but that's what he did. Even if he does get disqualified, it wouldn't matter because he already has that 12th position. He locked that one up with about 20 minutes to go. So once again, TNR Zygon is going to bring home that Nismo, and it's only fitting, because he won the real life GT Academy finalists. They won, or winners actually won that race this year with that car. It was not necessarily as much as a shootout in this race as it was in the real one, but boy, it was interesting. And it was just absolutely fantastic commentating this one. I'm going to let you guys talk for a moment before we head into the post-race show.
All right, looks like we have some news on the 68 car. Looks like they may have done a driver change in the final 60 minutes. They may end up not being classified.
Oh. Well, that's something to think about. Where did you get that source exactly, Fielster?
That came directly from AJ in the Skype chat.
Oh boy! So is it they will or they might not be classified?
That is a might. He says it's borderline, and he will. Yep, he won't know until after the race.
I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick search though here and see what that's all about. See if I can't see when they did make their pit stop, because it was captured on the broadcast, I'm sure. I remember making note of that. So I'm definitely going to take a look at this here. If this is not the, if they are in fact not the, if something has happened here, that would be just absolutely detrimental to those guys. And it was a driver change, you said? That
yes, they didn't get it in that final window there because you need to be making that driver change. Once again, within the final 60 minutes, you are not allowed to make a driver change in that last hour.
Well, hold on. There were several people that made driver swaps within that final hour. Within there were at least 2 or 3 people that are making driver swaps in the 57-minute range. So definitely a lot of confusion there. I was quite skeptical myself, but I didn't say anything because I thought it was going to be cleared. But I'm going back to the 57-minute mark right now and taking a look, and there were several drivers, there was 2 or 3 drivers, maybe 4, that were actually making driver swaps, I believe, at that time. Definitely going to have to take a look at that. I'm looking at it right now. I don't know if you are, Peelster. But yeah, so I don't think we're done yet, guys. Doing a quick.
Yeah, it looks like there might be some post-race work for the officials here to clear up the grid. Now, earlier, when what was the car? Which car was it that was taking quite a long time to get over to the across the finish line
It
at the
was
very end?
it was the Swift Autosport cars.
All right.
It,
Well, I'm taking a look at the supplementary regulations there, and it's a good thing he crossed when he did, because in order to be classified, a car, and I'm quoting this directly from the supplementary regulations, in order to be classified, a car must cross the start-finish line on the racetrack after the checkered flag is shown within 4 minutes, except in the case of force majeure. So.
well then,
Uh,
he was. I don't know why he would park back there, but he was just sitting in the chase. I'm actually going to take a quick look at that because he had been sitting there for a good while. They were in park for May, and he was parked back there. Definitely a couple of things to take a look at. If you're currently watching the live stream right now, I suggest you stay on for a few more minutes because looks like there's going to be some post-race shenanigans, and that we saw the same thing at Daytona with the closed pit, and we saw somebody else go into the closed pit. So I'm not
Yeah,
not,
with like
not
86 on
sure.
pit road, and that's not allowed. The only difference between this and Daytona was the car that ended up not getting classified at Daytona. That was because at when the checkered flag's shown, the exit of the pit lane is closed. If you cross the pit exit, well, that you're not allowed to do that, and so the stewards had to make some adjustments for that case. In this case, though, the 86 car
You said the
ended.
rule. You said the rule was okay. So the clock is 2 minutes behind. You say the rule here is 4 minutes after the checkers. Yes.
Yes, so he had, yeah,
That's
according to the
he
clock.
stops the car in the chase at about 2 minutes, 4 minutes 5 seconds, which is 2 minutes 5 seconds after the checkered flag waves. Waiting. He's still parked over there, and we're still waiting on people. Chris is in the pit lane at this point. Guys, I don't know if this Swift Autosport car made it. We're
I think he did
definitely
because if you take a look at that timer, what exactly is the
I guess I'm
time he
looking at
crosses the
now.
line?
Okay, now he's starting to move. He's going through the chase now. I think now we're into the getting into that 3 minute zone, getting close to the 3 minute zone. Um, okay, yeah, he should be able to make it across the line. Okay, I'm just waiting absolutely to make sure here. 4 minutes. I think he crosses it exactly 5 minutes.
All right,
Yes.
that means that
Yeah,
because the timer is two
yeah,
minutes
he's good.
behind the actual race timer, he's okay. He had a minute left, but that is cutting it close.
I don't know why he stopped back there, quite honestly. That confuses me beyond belief. I don't know if I'm not sure about that. Uh, quite honestly. Um, we just got the word to sign off when ready. Peelstar, are you interested in doing a little bit of a race reflection here? Since we still got a lot of people on the live stream here, not a lot of people have left yet. Are you game for that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they'd be interested in hearing it.
All right. I think personally, once we're obviously taking a look at this final analysis here, I'm going to go ahead and look back. I wonder if you want to do that as well. Remember, there's the rule that you cannot make a driver swap. So Swift Autosports they're in pretty deep on both ends now. With that, we cleared them. We've confirmed and cleared them on the issues with. Oh, wait a minute. The clock just made a change, although that's still off. So, um, Never mind my surprise there. And to all the people that are saying thank you, we do appreciate it, and we advise you stick around for some post-race festivities. And we're glad you guys enjoyed this here. So we are going to go ahead and continue with the post-race analysis here until we get absolutely booted out. I'm currently sitting in the lobby all by my lonesome, I believe. I think I'm the only one in here. I'm currently watching this here. Okay, there are several drivers still sticking around. So, yeah, I suggest everybody kind of just stick around for a moment because there is a confusion on whether or not the Swift Autosport cars and several others made a driver swap before or after, in this case, the 1 hour mark. And seeing that the clock was behind, that would be the 57-minute mark, would mean that that was at the 59-minute mark, which means, wow, that really means it's cutting it close.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much leeway the stewards are going to give on this one because I can understand like if you're coming around and it's you come in and it's like 59 minutes and 59 seconds, you just finished your lap up, got into your box, something like that, they might add an exception. But if it's something like
Yeah, well,
after time, you're coming
sure.
around, and on that lap, you get into the 59-minute range, and you keep going, and then later you make that driver swap. That's an absolute no-no.
GTP Bambi, before we continue here, I think he's been asking me all day to do it. So since the race is over and everything's said and done, I think it's pretty safe to go ahead and do it. Bambi says, I've been up for 21 hours operating on 5 hours of sleep, doing crew chief stuff for 12 hours straight. Can I get a shout out? Well, here's your shout out. Bambi, great job for your crew, bringing it home. You brought it home in one piece. You came 6th overall. Good job. Top half of the field. Good job for you guys. And you got a heck of a lot of TV time. I think it's safe to say that. But
Yeah,
TRL Agro.
I'm sure a lot of these people are low on sleep. I know
Oh,
I am, but I love this too much to go to bed.
exactly. It's 3:30 right now, but I'm still trucking. I'm taking a look here, and I'm looking since we know exactly when people leave because of the chat. TRL Agro leaves the room at 1 minute 6 seconds, so or 1 hour 6 seconds, so 1 hour 2 minutes and 6 seconds. So that's when Agro leaves. So I'm taking a look here, and it'd have to be within the 58-minute range is when people would start, bringing the hammer down per se. Waiting for the replacement. Now, do you start it, or is it the completion of that is when you take that into account? Does the second replacement driver have to be on the track before that hour mark?
That's a very good question. Let's take a look at the actual sporting regulations on that. I'll find the section and directly quote it. It says that Section 8.2D, to be classified, a team must complete their final driver change before the final 60 minutes of a race.
So they must complete it beforehand.
Yes. So based off of that, if you did not allow for any leeway at all, then that means they won't be classified if it's after that 60-minute point.
If they didn't do it, WTF man is in the room, and that was the replacement. Now, does he enter the racetrack in time? I'm watching the pit lane. 58 seconds on the clock. He's in the room. I'm waiting for him to pop up on the track here. Waiting. He's got 30 seconds to get back on there. I'm still waiting. I'm still not seeing him on the track yet. I'm still not seeing him on the track. 27 seconds left for him to get on the course. I think he is. Yeah, this is definitely something to take a look at because I'm not sure if he made it, guys. 58:17 on the clock. Still waiting for him to enter the racetrack at this point. There's a car in the pit lane, so we can't tell exactly, although it looks like it's only one. And the timer has just gone up, and he's still not on the track yet. So Swift Smith Autosport, and he's just, oh my goodness, no, wait, Yeah, no, he's not on the track yet. Still waiting here.
Now, what I'm wondering is, so from what it sounds like, did the driver that ended up beginning to get off track so his teammate can get on track in the car, the first driver that was leaving got into their pit box and out of the car before the hour mark?
Yes, they left before the hour. They left the room altogether before the hour mark. But the driver, the replacement driver, joined, and I don't even think they're still on the track at the moment.
So that's where we have a little bit of a technicality there then,
Yeah,
because
I'm not
what
sure.
the rulebook does not mention is whether the driver swap is considered as started when the or active rather as the driver leaves, or once the second driver is completely on track.
Well,
Because if it's the former, then they
your
will be fine, but if it's the latter, then they're in trouble.
your rule book said that you had to complete the conversion there. You had to complete the transition. Complete,
Complete
in
their
my eyes,
change. That's the
you're on
key
the
word,
race.
yeah.
If you need to complete it by being on the track, these guys weren't on the track at all. They weren't even in the pit lane. They were in the room, but they weren't in the pit lane. So I'm gonna have to see with AJ if somebody can get into contact with AJ right now about that. Perhaps maybe even get him in the booth here.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. So let's see what I can find out, because, yeah, based off that keyword right there, keyword complete, and it sounds like that's not what happened there in
So
time.
if you can ask him to hop in the booth with us, while you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and announce off what the next round is. The next round is the 6 hours of Silverstone. That is the 21st through 28th of March at the Silverstone Circuit Arena Grand Prix. It will be with Le Mans Prototype 1, 2, and GTE. Then after that chaos is all done and over, it'll be the 6 hours of Suzuka, the 20 through 29th of March. So this is a very popular month for some really fun racing. That's 2 days of racing in a row. So hopefully I'll be in the booth for both of those. I'll definitely be up for that if depending on how AJ and the rest of you guys received my commentary. I'd be more than happy to commentate the doubleheader there. Looks like that's going to be at Suzuka, the Grand Prix circuit with LMP1 and GTE as well. So yeah, AJ is here. We're gonna see if we can't get him in the booth with us here and explain this rule,
Yeah, it
because
looks like
Smith Racing was not out of the pit lane in time. They weren't even on the pit lane in time. So we're definitely gonna need a clarification here on what's going on here.
Yeah, it looks like we have a little message from AJ saying he's right here with us. AJ, you got your microphone on?
If not,
Hey guys.
all
Oh,
right. Hey.
there he is.
Hey AJ, we were taking a look at the footage there because you mentioned something about, or somebody mentioned something. I believe it was AJ saying this. Yes, the Peelster, that the Swift Autosport car may not have made it and completed their driver swap before the hour mark was up. We just went back and reviewed it, and from what I'm seeing, the Swift Autosport car was not on course. Their driver was in the room, but the driver was not in the pit lane after 58 minutes ticked down. And checking the rule book, it said you had to have completed your driver swap. Can you define to us and everybody listening right now what complete is meaning in that?
The regulations do state what that means. The rule that we're looking at is 8.2D, which is a classification requirement for drivers to have completed their final driver change before the final 60 minutes of a race. Now, we like to keep things realistic, and this rule isn't particularly realistic, but it does help us a lot in terms of being able to call a winner at the end of the race and get all the stint photos processed for the end of the race. So we put that in there to improve the show, really. And in brackets, it says, i.e., the final driver must have completed Article 4.2i. So if we scroll up to 4.2i, 4.2i is driver 2 or driver X, whatever the driver is, joining the lobby takes digital photograph of entire screen or screen capture. So what that means is the driver change is considered to be complete once they've taken their first stint picture. They don't have to leave the pit lane. They just have to have that stint photo. So what I was leading to the commentator. Sorry, go ahead.
He was not even on. He was not even on the grid. He was still in the lobby after that 58th minute tick to 57. So what does that mean?
It could have been the driver simply taking the picture and then being off that. So I guess what AJ, if I read you correctly, what you're saying is as long as the first driver that was leaving the lobby took that picture before the timer went into
the driver coming in.
Yeah,
So
the driver.
when I get
the driver coming in
from, I think it'll be WTF man.
Yes.
If his first stint picture, the total time reads, what will it be? It will be 12 hours 20 minutes.
And he was not even on the track, so he does not even have the total time menu open.
Well, there we go.
So I'll take one more look at it, but yeah, guys, I think Smith Autosport is going to receive a penalty or possible disqualification.
Well,
it wouldn't be disqualification. It would just be non-classification.
I do not know. Can you explain to us what the difference is?
The difference is one's a technicality, and a disqualification would be for doing something egregiously wrong. If you're not classified, then you will still get some points. If you're disqualified, you won't.
But they're in jeopardy of losing this win.
Yes, I'm going to wait until I see those final stint picks, which may have come in while we've been talking.
Yeah, if you could definitely announce that live, we can, because I'm sure that I'm looking at the live stream, we've got 36 eager people waiting to see what happens here, because I was looking at the map and I did not see him on the racetrack. I can
confirm. I can confirm that driver change was completed 12 minutes, 38 seconds, and 764 tenths.
So it was 18
too
seconds
late. So it was 12 minutes too late.
Oh, 12. Ooh.
Wow.
Aha. Well, would that mean that they were not classified until that 12th minute?
I believe that's in overall standings, correct?
Yeah, I'll have to get back to you with the final results.
Okay.
Which
as of right now, they're in definite jeopardy of losing that lead.
From the data I'm looking at, it does look like it, which is why I was feeding that information to the commentators as soon as I thought that could be a possibility.
Okay, well, thank you, AJ, for clearing this up. But yeah, once again, you just heard it there. Swift Autosport is certainly in a lot of controversy there. 12 minutes too late, because did they not even take a beginning stint pick?
No, the stint pick's there.
It's just too late.
Okay.
This is Team 68.
Because they needed to get that. They needed to get that photo in and that picture taken before.
It looks like it was a very slow driver change because the time of TRL Agro's end of his final stint was at 17:16.
There was a good minute and a half from what I was watching on the replay of this live stream. It was almost a minute and a half before he even joined in.
Yeah, the gap between Agro leaving and WTF man joining looks to be about 15 minutes from the data I've got. So,
and the thing here is, there is a huge gap between first and second, and I don't know how what looks like now an imminent disqualification is going to go down. But I don't know if they're just going to tack that time. AJ, do you tack the time off? Like, are you going to tack 15 minutes off of the finish time, or how does this work?
If that driver, let's say in the world where that driver change had happened earlier, it was still an extremely slow driver change. I mean, they're missing 15 minutes here. So while they were leading at the 11-hour mark, even if this rule wasn't in place, it doesn't look like they were leading at the 12-hour mark, if that makes sense.
They
Yeah,
did
because
have they did have a 10 lap deficit, and at about 2 minutes of a lap, that is 20 minutes approximately. So they may have had something, and that's why I keep stressing like what's going to happen with this time deficit, because they had about 20 minutes of lead, and if they lose 15 minutes of that, that still gives them 5 minutes of approximately 5, 6 minutes of, you know, leadway there, and they possibly could still come out with the victory.
I think the best thing for me to do is collate all the data and get the results up as quickly as possible
Okay,
to get a definitive result for everyone.
that is understood. Thank you very much, AJ, for pointing that out and helping us clarify. And thank
No
you.
problem.
Great job up there stewarding today.
Yep, and I know we had some tough conditions on the broadcast team, especially in the first few hours, but we persevered and got through it, and we'll make sure we do a better job next time. But thank you for your efforts today. Well done, guys.
Thank you for the offer. I mean, I had even through all these tough times, I had an absolute blast doing it, and it was an honor. So thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Okay, I think we'll say bye for now, and I'll get the results up as soon as we can, and we'll see you next time.
All right, thanks for coming on, Jordan. Looks like the next round we'll be having for this GTPlanet Endurance Series will be the 6 hours of Silverstone, taking place over the course events of a couple of weeks from the 21st to the 28th of March, and the Silverstone Circuit Arena Grand Prix for the LMP1, P2, and LMGTE classes. And we have the 6 hours of Suzuka for the 20 to 29th of March, the Suzuka Grand Prix circuit for LMP1, LMP2, and LMGT classes. Both of those races coming up in March. So we'll be looking forward to seeing you then.
Yeah, and thank you for watching, and definitely was fun to be here, and we'll see you at Silverstone.